Welcome everybody to the Batcolyte. Make sure you're tapping the screen, sharing the live. We'll be getting started very soon.
Welcome in. Can you question your beliefs? Request on up. Do you have a belief in a God? God, it says, a higher power. And you can question that belief. Request on earth. We're not here to debate or burgle your gods. From your bony fingers, but there's always room for one more in the shed.
If any of you do have a belief in a God, or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you think you can question that belief, go ahead and request on up. I think well, I like to play one more song before we get started. So if you are in the queue, make sure you're patient, and if you're ready to question, I'll make sure you request.
Step right in, through the sand and the static. One skull, one mic. Thrayle's lantern, bones bright as a star. If you're sure of your answers, you're already too far. Silence made of tattered belief. Mirage of a miracle, promising relief. Skeleton showman, grins from the dune. Call in with your heaven, your haunting tune. Under the wings of light, we're calling out the sky. Is it God? Is it dust? Is it comfort? Is it trust? Every story, every sigh. Hold it up, let it fly. We question the question. Try under the wings of white. Carnival candles flicker in the phone line hum. Tell me what you worship. Tell me why it comes. Is it fear of the ending, or a friend in the storm? Is it something that saved you, or just a ritual? Under the wings of white, we're calling out the sky. Is it God? Is it dust? Is it comfort? Is it trust? Every story, every sigh. Hold it up, let it fly. We question the question. Try under the wings of white. Truth starts shaking, let it shake, let it breathe. If your faith starts breaking, see what's hiding beneath. Under the wings of light, we're calling. Just a lie, every doubt, every cry. Question the answer, try under the wings of white.
And here we are, under the wings of Y, or the celestial skeletal bat goddess, whichever way you want to phrase that. But if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you think you're capable of questioning that belief, make sure you request on up. I'm not looking for a debate or an argument. I'm not looking to burgle your gods. I just want to know if you can question it. Excuse me. Sorry. If you can question it, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? Hello there.
Hello.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, I'm over 18.
How far over? What year were you born?
95.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do. I believe in God. I believe in the Christian God.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Oh, I've read quite a lot of it, and I've listened to the whole thing, but I've never read the whole thing from beginning to end.
Why not?
It's a big book, and sometimes I just get consumed by a topic, and then I might explore that one topic bouncing around the Bible with it.
Do you believe the stories within the Bible are true and literal?
Well, I believe many of them are. I also leave room to believe that they added some funny comic parts in there.
You said funny comic parts. So there's
what
truth
was it?
and
Was his
comedy.
name? I believe God likes to be funny. I don't think he strays away from that.
Are there any parts of the Bible that are not true?
I couldn't say. I couldn't really prove anything in the Bible that's false.
I didn't ask if you could prove anything was false. I asked if you believe anything in the Bible is not true.
Well, honestly, no. I don't normally doubt what they say. Sometimes
Why not?
I get hung up over. Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess it's the part of the Bible and part of having faith is by growing that faith and having that faith in you. Kind of like having faith in school with your teachers telling you what to do, what to think.
Sorry, what is... Yeah, that's not really helpful. Can you tell me what faith is to you?
Faith, I guess I could say to me faith is like a garden in your heart that you tend to, or a fire that you keep on
Can you
feeding.
maybe instead of a metaphor tell me what faith is?
Faith?
Like a definition.
I don't have a dictionary on me, but I would probably describe faith as having hope in the promise of God and having faith that God will help you, that God isn't there to leave you alone, but He's actually an active force in your life.
So, for you, the word faith means having active hope in the promise of God. What did that have to do with this school teacher metaphor then? How do you have faith in the promise of God in your school teacher? Is that what... I'm not understanding your usage of the word.
Well, I mean, just like you probably trust your math teacher on how to solve an equation, I would trust the Bible on how to teach history, on how to teach how to grow your faith. That's more what it's about, is the faith and getting blessed by God.
Do you think your answers are actually to my questions, or are you just kind of trying to preach past me to have faith in the Bible?
Well, no, I don't have any plans on converting you. I don't really know anything about your beliefs.
Yeah, I didn't think you were doing that. I said speaking past me. Elliot, why did you request up?
Well, to be honest, I decided to look for a first place to check out, and, I like God, and I thought that it'd be interesting to have, somebody, something to talk to. I'm not quite sure if this is the right place to start out with, but
Did you read the screen before you came up?
I said, can you question your beliefs?
Yeah, can you question yours?
Can I question mine? Oh, I thought it was more like, could you cause doubt in me, or could you help me to see any holes in my faith, which was something I was kind of hoping to like strengthen my faith even more.
So you were hoping I would cause doubt so you would strengthen your faith? I'm not
Well,
sure
I
I
mean,
understand.
if you had like I don't know, it's kind of like when you're checking your homework to see if you made any incorrections to double check on it. You know, it's rather than to, you know.
So you think your homework's done and you just need someone to help you double check. You don't think that you can question your own faith anymore, your own beliefs.
Well, I think of it as I said, growing a garden. Sometimes weeds will grow, and sometimes your plants need tending, watering too, and so I try to see where I can squeeze a little bit of faith into my daily life.
So you're not answering my questions at all. Fascinating.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to not answer your questions.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. If there is
Alright, well, it's
anybody
been a pleasure
who's got
talking.
a belief in a God, hey, you're not very good at the courtesy of waiting for the other person to finish speaking, are you?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hello, Orion. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
29.
And do you have a belief in a God or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I do. Yep.
And which God do you believe in?
I kind of created him, I guess. He doesn't, like, I haven't named him, I don't think. I don't know.
So you don't think that your God exists?
Yeah, well, he supersedes all other religions.
What do you mean?
Like, all these religions operate under this framework. They operate within God, my God. I don't know, like, that's just how I don't know, come to know God.
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying.
Okay. So, you know, like in school and everything, you're going to learn a bunch of different philosophies if you choose to. I was a philosopher, so I got to learn a lot about like Aristotle and stuff in college. And when I left, I still picked up books on like Stoicism. I like virtue philosophy. I like self-help philosophy, you know, like Jim Rohn, like Tony Robbins and stuff.
What was the question I just asked you?
What do you believe in a God?
No, that was before that, because you had answered
name.
that
You wanted me to
had a
name
God, and that you made it up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you remember the question after that?
I don't. I do not. What was your question?
You just wanted to kind of tell me that you studied philosophy then. Like the questions didn't matter.
Yeah, I did.
Fascinating, Orion. So since you can't behave like an adult, I'll wait for someone who can. Fascinating. Interesting choices were made indeed, Hazelnut. Those are some interesting choices. But if you believe in a God or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you can question that belief, then go ahead and request up. Hello, Thoth. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
33.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like
Yeah. No, I don't actually have a belief. I have a knowledge.
And which god do you claim to have a knowledge of?
The one I communicated with.
The one you communicated with. Can you elaborate in any way? What is this god?
It's more like a collective of souls in a higher realm.
A collective of souls in a higher realm. What is a soul?
Yeah. Just other minds, other spirits.
What is a spirit?
A conscious, sentient essence.
And you're thinking there are conscious, sentient essences in a higher realm. What is a higher realm?
Like a higher dimension. You know, if you look at quantum, just quantum physics and physical models, it's not out of this world.
What do you mean by dimension?
You have a spatial dimension, a temporal dimension, and there are other higher dimensions that are mathematically.
Are you sure there are higher dimensions?
I mean, yeah, scientifically it's been proven, yes.
You're saying scientifically it's been proven.
Scientifically and mathematically it's
Can I finish
been
my question?
proven.
Are you capable of letting me finish questions, or are you just up here to kind of strut?
Bro, I literally am answering your fucking questions.
I was in the middle of
getting
asking
really
a
tight.
question. I'm just going to move on to somebody who's capable of behaving like an adult. I'm not waiting for you to crash out and start screaming, and we're just not going to do it. If you present that way, I move on. Hello, Yana. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
22.
22. Can you?
22.
Okay. What year were you born?
03.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything?
I believe in spirituality.
So we're going to have one of those. Are you going to wait for me to finish questions?
Am I what now?
Are you going to wait for me to finish questions, or are you just
Oh,
going
yeah,
to
go
start
ahead.
speaking when you decide you want to?
Yeah, of course.
Seems like you've already decided you're going to just speak whenever I'm speaking. So,
How do you figure?
because you've done it twice now.
Oh, I didn't notice. My apologies.
So my first question was, do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in the universe being created by some sort of being. Do I believe in any indoctrinated religions that we have? No.
Okay, so you believe the universe was created by a being. Why?
More like an energy of light or some source of power.
I'm sorry, what? Energy?
More like an energy of light or some source of power, not necessarily
Energy of light.
the sky daddy or like things like that.
What do you mean by energy of light?
I mean, because the universe is energy, right? So because we live on the universe with energy,
Are you sure
the
it is
creator would
energy?
be energy of light. Huh?
Are you sure that it is energy?
Am I sure? We can't be sure of anything on this planet. We can only have our beliefs. And we believe is right. So there is no
So
proof.
then when you say the universe is energy, what do you mean by that?
Matter, cells, creation, physics.
What does the word energy mean?
Energy to me, I think means force. I think it means cells correlating together to make a movement. I think energy to me means matter. I think energy to me means everything around us. I think it means cells. I think there's a multitude of things that I think
let's
energy
dial
means.
it back there, Yana, because you said a whole bunch of things.
Yeah,
And I'm
because
just
energy
trying
is
to-
so
and
much
I'm
more
still
than just
speaking,
one
and that
topic.
was the third strike, so you're out. If you're not capable of controlling yourself and behaving like an adult, if you think you're coming up here to yell, argue, or debate, or win, you've already lost. I'm not here for contentious conversations, and I'm not here to be talked over. I'd like to ask questions, and if you are capable of questioning your beliefs, I'd love it if you requested up and tried to answer. Or at least thought about the questions. Maybe take a beat between question and answer, and then you'll know you're not talking over. Yeah, we're not debating here. Does it say debate anywhere on the screen? Here. We can make it even easier. Not a debate. Maybe that'll help. Maybe some of you can calm yourselves down a little bit. Take a few breaths and then decide if you're actually capable of questioning your beliefs and having a respectful conversation. It might be tiny. It might be. Some of these people come in here just thinking they're going to win something. You're going to score some points. There's no points awarded. The only win is for critical thinking. Yana, I didn't change anything. I didn't add myself to debate spaces. This is not a debate. I say it constantly. Look, now there's the banner. Seems like when you join a room, you should read what's on the screen. If there's not a position that says, that requires you to either agree or disagree, then it's probably not a debate. If it doesn't say, join if you disagree, it's probably not a debate. If it doesn't say, debate me, it might not be a debate. It might seem adjacent to a debate, because we're going to ask you questions. And if you're capable of questioning your beliefs, you might pause and think about them, and then answer them honestly. And then we'll have a civil discussion. It's a wonderful thing. But I think this little pause is probably the greatest opportunity I'm going to get for a little while to thank everybody for helping with the gift goal. Thank you, Smoke My Taco, Morgan Le Fay, and Fibonacci Flux. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you. And also thank you guys so much for tapping the screen up 12,000 times already. It's pretty good, considering the late start I got. You guys are amazing. Now maybe we've got 2 of the previous guests still in queue, and I don't know if they're actually patient enough to have waited this long. It didn't seem like it during our conversation. But if they are, then maybe we can try again.
I'm sorry, is not having the beliefs coming to agreement to disagree not a debate? Is that, because from my understanding, that is one.
Are you coming up here to debate me about the format of my show when you still don't know what's happening?
I'm asking
you clearly, by your representation,
No, I'm simply asking you a question.
What was your question? What was that loaded question you just asked me?
Yeah, I
Load it up
copied
again.
and sent it twice. So I said, what I said was, is questioning not started off disbelief and the next person's belief discussion to agree to disagree, not a debate.
Like, what was that sentence you just said? I don't understand the structure of it.
I'm
It
sorry.
started with,
What's
I'm
not?
still. Do you notice how I'm still speaking? If you're not capable of
Yeah,
composing
no, you asked me a
yourself like
question.
an
I
adult,
just
why did you request backup on my panel? I was still speaking. What is the matter with you? I don't want to argue. You literally came up here to debate me about the topic of my life. If you can't learn to troll better, Yana, that's not my fault. Maybe a little timeout will give you some time to really think about whether or not this is a life you want to engage in, because so far you haven't shown your ability. I am quite cozy in my chair here with my blueberry coffee. I think this might work. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Is he there? No, the camera's not. It's too dark. Does that work? No. Terrible. It was worth a shot. We'll try it again in a little bit. You saw it for like a second, yeah. Well, you know.
I'm just gonna tell you, you need to put some tape over that.
No, I did it on purpose. I was trying to see if
Well, you still do need to put some tape over that.
Oh, I have to keep it off now, because I might have to show things from time to time. I just have to keep the angle now, so that I don't.
So that we don't get any more accidental face reveals?
Mm-hmm. So I don't destroy the illusion some people have in
It's
their
hard,
heads, I guess.
right? It's hard to have a face reveal when you don't have a face, which he doesn't. I know, because I've seen it. He's not in face. Can you guys tell that I'm at home now?
I can. We hear the cokies again.
Yeah.
I may go ahead and remove the mute from that person from the comments. If they're still around, they can comment again. Just thought maybe a timeout would help.
Sometimes it does. Sometimes it doesn't.
Or they just move on.
No, the toads in the bucket are alive, and we're fed to the bananas. Friend.
I did accept a guest. We're waiting to see if they load. I see another one in queue, so if you are waiting to question your beliefs, just be patient a moment. I will bring you up shortly. What a start. I've had 3 guests already. And they went very quickly. It might be my patience. did occur to me that it's been more than 3 weeks, almost 4, since I took a night off. Maybe more. I don't know. I lost count. So we may do that in one of the coming nights. I haven't decided on Thursday or Friday yet. Okay. I don't think that last guess is loading up, so I'll try the next and see if they load in. And if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your belief, then go ahead and request out. I'm not here for a debate. I'm not here to argue or burgle your gods. I really am just here to see if you can question your beliefs. See, we had a Christian, an energy god, and I don't even know, another energy god? Or was it 2 Christians and an energy god? If they're all running together already, it might be time for a night off.
And when you take that night off, we'll probably do negative theology on Cats Live if anybody needs somewhere to be.
Two energy gods and a Christian. I thought that's what I remembered, right? Fibonacci. I just, question myself. Two energy gods and a Christian walk into a bar. Now it needs a punchline. Leave my name out. Yes, there are a lot of energy gods. I don't know if it's a nowadays kind of thing. It just is a kind of thing. Well, hazelnut. I mean, some people let go of the energy god. Nope. I've been trying to figure this out so that it looks, in any way, I don't know, interesting, amusing, and the more I try, the less it seems to work. And I can and the fact that it's flickering like that is wild. It didn't do that yesterday. I was able to put the skull like right over Thrayle's face, and it was neat for like a split second. So maybe if there's just a skull on the screen. Terrible up close of a bad mask. It is kind of trippy. It just keeps popping in and out there. But maybe it'll be enough. We just need to make sure we don't have a repeat of last night, this morning. If we do that from time to time, we should be fine. But I do need somebody with a belief in a god or gods, higher power or anything like that, is capable of questioning their beliefs. That sounds like you, then go ahead and request up. Otherwise I'll have to question Kat again. I'm not sure what to question her on. Did I take
I challenge you to find something to question me on at this point. I don't have beliefs.
Maybe that's a belief worth questioning. Unless, of course, we have a guest.
Yo, how's it going?
Hello, John. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 22.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
And what god do you believe in?
I'm a Christian, Orthodox.
An Orthodox Christian, what does that mean?
Like an Eastern Orthodox, you know what that is?
What does it mean to you?
Well, it's just at the end of the day, it's just a preference that I have. You know this, it's all preferences.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Is that the way the whole conversation is going to go?
I mean, is it true? Is it not true?
Are you capable of questioning your beliefs, or are you just here to troll with the word preference?
Not trolling.
When I ask if you're capable of questioning your beliefs, what does that mean to you?
Like I said, it's just a preference. Everything's a preference.
Have we done this before?
Yeah, multiple times. He uses different screen names and comes back to do it again.
Well, I don't know how you don't know by now. It's the same account, just a different name. I thought you would have like some sort of like IQ or like brain processing power. You can like, oh, this is the same guy.
Maybe it won't happen again. If it's the same account. I don't know why he tried, but trying is not something he'll get to continue to do unless he brings another account. Hello, Hammy.
Hello, I'm the Eastern Orthodox dude.
You're an Eastern Orthodox dude, is that what you just said?
I was the dude from just a few seconds ago.
Oh, that was you.
Of course, you know.
You sound totally, the same. Exactly. 100%.
Exactly the same. 100% the same. Our voices are identical.
Hammy, why are you wrong?
Let's see here. It's 1 a.m. on a Thursday? So it's Thursday. That's why.
Are you only wrong on Thursdays?
Well, no.
No,
Speak
that's
in
just
tomorrow.
his answer every time you ask him why he's wrong. His answer is because it's whatever day it is. So on Friday, it'll be because it's Friday.
So, if I'm understanding correctly, then Hammy is wrong every day.
Hammy is indeed, well, it's contextual on the day. So if you ask me tomorrow, I most likely will tell you I'm wrong again tomorrow. But if you ask me in 2 weeks from now, well, I'm most likely going to be wrong in 2 weeks from now too. So
It's just starting to seem like Hammy is wrong. Like if it's a day that ends in Y, Hammy is wrong.
exactly, that's the same for everybody. Everybody's wrong. OMG, are you that narrator?
If you are wrong, Hammy, and everybody is wrong, couldn't you be wrong about everybody being wrong, except you?
I could be, which is why I keep testing that theory, and so far I've been proven right about that one thing only. So I'll keep testing.
I think you just imposed your wrongness on all the rest of us, and I don't like that at all.
Well, I'm sorry, Kat, but you're wrong.
Are you saying you didn't impose your wrongness?
I am saying that you are wrong for implying that I'm imposing my wrongness.
I think you're both wrong.
It's the rightest thing you've said, Thrayle.
Hazel says, was it an implication?
I'm thinking it's more of an inference.
I don't know. But if you've implied, inferred, or in some way insinuated that there's some kind of God, and you can question that, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate or argue. We're not here to tear you down or insult you. We're not here to talk over or score points. We really are just here to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? Leave my name out wants to know if they can come up to ask questions of us as to why you think the way you do. I don't think that's quite in the spirit of things. We would ask you questions about your beliefs in a god or gods, higher power, mermaid, yeti, whatever, Santa Claus. If you have one of those beliefs, then we would question that. Hello, Gigi. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
38.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in God.
Which god do you believe in?
A Christian.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Oh no, not beginning to end.
Do you belong to a particular denomination?
Kind of non-denominational. I don't really know, like, big differences.
Why haven't you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Well, it was stressed a lot to focus on the New Testament, not saying that the Old is not important. I read more of the Gospels that focuses on Jesus.
You're saying your focus is more on the New Testament?
Yeah. This is the first time I'm ever on a live.
Well, I appreciate you choosing this one. We're not going to be like any of the ones you might have seen unless you've watched us before.
Yeah, that's kind of why I chose. You guys seem more chill.
So you said you focused on the New Testament.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe any of the Old Testament?
Yeah, I believe the Old and New Testament is true.
So you believe all the stories like the 6-day creation or Adam and Eve, those are true?
Yeah, I believe all that. I think that we can't really fully know or interpret like the timeline. It could maybe like when they say day or night, it was different back then. I don't really think that's really like crucial to know the details of that. But yeah, I believe that.
You don't think it's crucial to know the details of whether it was 6 days? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like for example, when they say Adam or Eve ate the fruit, or people say it was not the apple. Like I don't really care if it was what kind of fruit, or like Jonah, the big whale or fish. I think they said it's like a fish. Like those kind of details, I don't think is you don't need to focus on that. I think it's the message is important.
So if those things aren't true, if the 6-day creation is a myth, then does that change your belief in the God at all?
Like I said, I don't think any human can know if it was actually like the same 6 days as it is today, but if you're saying that if we proved that it wasn't 6 days.
Yeah, if we prove that it wasn't 6 days, would that change your faith in the rest of the book?
Well, that question's, I don't know if it's called loaded, I don't know, but I don't...
I'm not about to try to prove that to you. I don't think that I can. I'm just asking it as a hypothetical to see kind of how you gauge your belief in the book.
I honestly think when people have said that there's like contradictions or something, I know I'm really biased towards the Bible being true. I would say that we're missing information, or we're missing information to think that there's a contradiction or something. So I know I'm being biased, but no, I would still believe the Bible.
Why do you believe the Bible?
Well, I came for the question, why do you believe? I would say for that, because there's the world or the universe does seem to look like there is an intellectual design to it. So it's hard not to.
What does that mean?
Like for example, DNA. A lot of things in our world, they all organize and work and adapt to people's life.
It's interesting that we're here. I know Hammy's got a follow-up on that, but I'm curious, what does this have to do with the Bible at all?
Oh, I was just mentioning that's why I came to this panel, because that's the question on your screen. Why do you believe?
Why do you? But my question that I'd asked you right before that was, why do you believe in the Bible? Because you had said that nothing, like if science had shown there wasn't 6-day creation, or that Jonah wasn't in the belly of a fish or a whale, or those things weren't impossible, you said you would still believe the book. So I asked why you would believe the Bible, and then you talked about creation and DNA being. I'm not sure what that had to do with the Bible at all.
Okay. Yeah, we can go back to the Bible. I think the reason why it wouldn't shake my faith would be because it's kind of the things that you mentioned, like it's not created in 6 days or whatever. That's not really falsifiable. I think there's actually, because the carbon dating is also not accurate. There's no way to actually prove that's wrong. So I know.
What does carbon dating have to do with the age of the Earth or creation?
Because since we can't even know the age of certain things, I find it really even more hard to prove the world.
Do you think they would use carbon dating for rocks and things like that?
No, I just brought that as an example. I'm saying since we don't even have that down, that's like one example.
But if they do have accurate dating measurements, what if they do?
Then, like I said, my bias for the Bible is there, and I would say that maybe.
So then we go back to the question that I had asked you that you've kind of avoided, which is, why do you believe the Bible is true?
Yeah, I think that is. I don't have a question to answer that. I realized, I have a belief in a God, but I can't convince you that the Christian God.
I'm not trying to get you to convince me of anything, Gigi. The conversation is to see if you can question your beliefs. And I'm at, why do you believe that the Bible is true? And you've, run from this question every single time I've asked it.
I'm not trying to run. I am thinking.
Okay, take your time for a moment. Whitecap.
I just wanted to, I had a same question, different approach.
Go for it.
Maybe. So, do you think that it is a good way to determine the truth to either use methods that you don't understand or just have blind faith in them, in things? Is that a good way to determine what the truth is?
I'm sorry, were you talking to me or the host?
Oh my god.
Yes, she was talking to you, Gigi.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. What was your question?
Why aren't you listening to the conversation on the panel then? Are you just here to... You know what? I think we'll just move on, Gigi. I'm not interested.
And this is probably bad on me, but that question, I'm sorry, were you talking to me, makes me so irrationally angry.
I could have done the funniest thing right now, but I decided against it.
I'm sorry, were you talking to me? Like, anytime anybody says that on here, I'm like,
Especially when it's like you listen and you find out that there's regular people who question people, and then whenever that one of those people talk, and there's a question, and you're the one who people have been talking to. That always seems weird.
You are the guest here. Of course I'm fucking talking to you. Thanks for not listening.
Like, that's some level of like I would say that, but that's just because I'm fucking with a cat, and I have that ability, and I have that privilege to do that.
Right, exactly. They just be scared of cat. Yeah, I'm terrifying. I must be, right? I must be terrifying.
If you have a god that you're terrified in, and you're willing to question that belief, then request on them. I'm glad to see that we're back with the cookies, cat.
We are, in fact, at home with the cookies.
I have
Creature. Can I get your
much
age
to
for
say
TikTok?
right here.
Yeah, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
My age, man, I don't even remember.
Shit, how
In the
drunk are
40s.
you? How drunk are you?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm probably the soberest man you know.
I doubt that. So,
I'm about to prove.
you're about to prove it?
Yeah. For
Fascinating.
instance,
I'm
it
not
says
interested
here.
in having you prove things to me. So if you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then I've got some questions for you. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like
Yes,
that?
of course.
Are you going to wait
Yes,
for me to
he's
finish
the-
questions, or are you going to be talking
Okay.
right over me at the ends of them?
Go ahead.
You sure you're not drunk? Sounding very impaired at this
Yeah,
point.
I just told you that.
Uh-huh. I don't
Okay.
believe everything I hear, do you?
Well, I don't know what you're questioning.
So do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes.
And which god do you believe in?
Well, God is one. So the one Lord God.
Which one, Lord God? Are you talking about
Which one
Marduk?
did you-
Or are you talking about
Odin.
Odin? Is it Odin?
Are you ready? Okay, well, here's the answer. One God of all nations, that's Yahweh Elohim Aman, Isaiah 65:16.
So the
That's
Bible.
the same God.
It's a biblical God. So
No,
have you
it's
read
not.
your Bible
It's
from
not a
beginning to
biblical
end?
God.
Oh,
Because
it's not
Muslim,
a God from the Bible. You just quoted the Bible at me.
Muslim,
Are you-
Jew, and Christian
Are you
swear to
Muslim?
the one God of
Are
this
you
nation.
Muslim?
Muslim, Jew, and
Are you
Christian
Muslim?
swear to God.
Are you drunk?
I'm
You sound
Muslim.
fucking drunk. I'm done with drunks. If you're sober, then I would go see a doctor.
Why is it so hard for Christians just to say, yes, I'm Christian?
Shame, for some reason.
No, preacher, all you did was prove that you are possibly drunk.
You didn't prove anything. You just gibbered over the top of me, ignored my questions. and, yeah, proved that you are incapable of conversing in a way according to 1 Peter 3:15. Go read your Bible. And if anybody's got a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of having a cordial conversation and questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here for a debate. I'm not here to argue. You're not going to win by being an ass. There's no winning unless you critically think. And even then, why are you coming to a conversation to win? Your mother was swore to by your father because he swore to. So now he's just talking about people's parents. He's gibbering in the comments like a raving, drunken lunatic. I think we're going to have to, yeah. I think he's just going to have to be, like, maybe read all of that Bible again and take some of those ones about not being an asshole to heart.
Thrayle.
Yeah, Hammy.
I made him like Jesus. Because I sent him to the Shadow Realm so he can go preach there. Just like supposedly Jesus went to the underworld to preach to people there. You should really thank me.
You helped him transcend the lowly bounds of the chat.
I did.
Well, that seemed very generous of you.
I'm just that kind of guy, Thrayle.
We have two people in queue. They both had an attempt on the stage, but neither of them were able to behave themselves. I'm not sure if we should. But maybe, I guess, in the order of their appearance, we could give them a second chance.
The first one, I haven't seen him comment down in the comment section, so he may be a ghost.
Oh, he asked you something just a minute ago.
Oh, he did ask me?
Yeah. Hello, Orion. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
29.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes.
And which god do you believe in?
Yahweh.
And where did you learn of this god, Yahweh?
The Bible and experience.
The Bible and experience.
Yeah, because you kind of have to see it play out in life.
See what play out in life?
The truth that the Bible, says is the truth. It's like...
Have you read the Bible?
I know good parts and pieces. That's why I'm saying experience, because I'm...
So, parts and pieces.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah,
you haven't
and
read the whole thing.
I understand the whole thing.
How can you understand the whole thing if you haven't read the whole thing? And why are you avoiding the question?
Well, I believe...
Are you ashamed that you haven't read the whole thing?
Yeah.
Is that why you avoid the question?
Yeah, I wish I could say only because I read the Bible.
What do you mean only because you read the Bible?
Well, I wish I could say that Well, maybe I don't. I would want to say that I believe in God because I do good things. But
What does that mean? How does doing good things inform you of what a God is?
God, well, the Bible says this is the mind of God.
Why are you
what
referring
pleases
to the
God
Bible?
pleases yourself.
Sorry, why are you referring to the Bible? The question had nothing to do with the Bible. You were saying you would believe in God just from doing good things. So my question was, what about that informs you of a God? And you said, well, the
He
Bible
reveals
says.
himself to me.
And you said, well, the Bible says. So now you're saying he reveals himself. What does that mean?
I see evidence for intelligent timelessness, being personally directed to me.
What does that even mean? You see evidence of timelessness directed at you. What is that? I'm not understanding how that even makes sense.
It feels like you are getting your prayers answered that you had prayed for in the future. It's like, it's like in this moment, I feel so good. And it feels like...
So something good happens to you that you didn't ask for. Is that what you're saying?
No, I made it happen.
How do you know you made it happen?
Because I pleased God.
How do you know that you made it happen?
Because when I sat down and I prayed for it, and then whenever it happened to me, I was two distinct beings made into one.
What does that even mean? Like, you're not sounding coherent at this point, Orion.
I see.
Do you think that the sentences you've said make sense with the questions I've asked?
No, hindsight's 20/20. I'm thinking about what I said and what you said.
Are you just trying to speak at me?
I'm trying not to. Maybe. I don't know.
Did you come up here to preach?
No.
Why did you request this time?
I wanted my questions, my beliefs questioned.
Can you actually question your beliefs?
Not as well as someone else could.
Why do you assume that there is a God answering your prayers?
I delight in him.
That doesn't answer my question. You feel good about it. Does that answer my question? I feel good about it. I delight.
No, the Creator reveals how he created the moment that he made for you, and then he shows you how he built it, and then he shows you how to build more in the same exact moment.
What are you even saying? Shows you how he built what?
What?
Shows you how he built what? Like what?
The moment that you're experiencing.
He shows you how he built the moment you're experiencing.
Right. You can reach points in your life where you can feel...
None of this is making sense, Orion. The question was, how do you know that God is answering your prayers? How do you know you're having any communication with a God? You say he shows you the moment none of this is computing. Do you feel like you're actually involved in this conversation? Or are you just...
Deeply.
What was the question he asked right before that one?
It's just this zen. I can't, my brain's not working. It's really delightful.
It's really... So, are you even with us right now, Orion? Are you?
Yeah, what's up?
Are you like in another state? Did you ingest something?
No.
Because
sometimes people talk in spirit, and sometimes you got to work and get shit done.
and sometimes people ask questions, and sometimes people speak in coherent, sort of non-connected sentences, and I feel it's best to move on then.
Okay.
Maybe another time. It didn't feel like we were communicating in any way, so maybe another time.
I found it very, very odd too that he hears you asking a question. Instead of stopping, he just would get louder.
Well, and I don't fault people all the time if they don't cease when I interrupt. I ask they not interrupt. So it makes sense sometimes, and I back off and wait. And if it's just a monologue, I'll interrupt again. And if they're defensive suddenly, well, then it tells me a lot. But that's not what happened. He just kept going, and I was able to get a question. It just didn't feel like he was responding to the questions. It was like he was just waiting to say the next thing.
He was on a deeper vibe throughout.
Is that what it is? Deeper vibe.
It was a deep vibe.
I don't know how deep the vibe is, but
It's deep as a pub.
How did you measure it?
I measured it by, just listening to him speak.
I don't know which cloud he was on, leave my name out. I honestly could have just been the way he talks. It did feel like he was speaking past. And it was calmer than the previous conversation, so maybe another time we'll have a different conversation. And if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request up. Preacher Raymond would like to try again, apparently, but he's not loading in. So, since he's not, we'll go ahead and set him back down. And maybe somebody else with a belief in a god. And, the capability to have cordial conversation might request on up.
If you do request back up, preacher, I would suggest engaging better.
Hello,
How you doing,
Black
Hoss?
Jesus? Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 35.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
To each his own.
So,
Did you read the panel before you requested up, where it says, can you question your beliefs?
Of course.
Okay, so do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yep, and I question them.
And what belief do you have there?
I believe in the Bible.
And have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
And end to beginning.
Why would you read it backwards?
When I read a book, do you not read the back of the book first? I do. When I read a book, before I read a book, I like to read the back of the book before I read the beginning of it.
Why did you read the back of the book first?
So you could see the end and the beginning. See?
I want to spoil the book for me.
Have you read the Bible? Do you believe the Bible to be true?
Why are you turning the questions on us?
Because I'm on the panel and I come on the panel to talk about stuff, right?
Stop for a moment. But here, we're here to see if you can question your beliefs.
I can.
Twisting.
And
Stop interrupting. I'm still speaking, and you're going to be patient until I'm done. So what we're doing here is seeing if you can question your beliefs. And so if you can question your beliefs, then we're asking you questions to kind of gauge that and see that and give you that experience of questioning your beliefs. Now,
is this a conversation or is this one-sided?
Be patient. We're going to ask you another question. If you're willing to do that and you decided to jump in there. Perhaps I have a bit of a lag. And I'll account for that. But, yeah, I'd appreciate you not jumping in to interrupt constantly.
Can I get the same respect?
Occasionally you will be interrupted for clarification.
So it's one-sided then. So that means what I say does not matter.
One-sided. Sure,
what I say doesn't matter.
It does matter, though.
Then you wouldn't cut me off then.
Well, if you're willing to actually participate and have a conversation.
That's why I requested
to interrupt me already, so you're gone. If you can't behave like an adult, you can't be on panel. I don't think that's a difficult rule, is it?
It's honestly the easiest rule to abide by.
I give a lot of leeway on it, too. It's not like the first time you cut me off, I just drop you. I try to extend that this is a boundary I'd like not crossed. And if you decide to cross it while I'm extending that, then it seems like you're a really dangerous fucking person who should really check your self-control and maybe figure out, I don't know, why people don't want to talk to you when you do that.
Yeah. I always really, really dislike the people who like to try to cross that boundary that's set.
It's always like right when I'm setting it, too. They decide they're going to push and protest and argue while I'm saying something. It's dangerous, I gotta say, especially for men in their 20s. You really can't do that. You can't be out there just forcing some people. Hello, leave my name.
Hi there, how
Can
are
I
you?
get your age for TikTok TOS?
38.
You have a very loud echo. I hear my voice back. Everything I say. Is there any way you can use headphones or turn your speaker away from the microphone?
Yes, but I'll try again. I'll try to connect again. One sec. I'm sorry. One sec. I'll try again. How do I...
I got you covered. You can try again. You might want to restart your app and come back. Make sure you're following the host, though, or you can find the live again. I have no idea what that means, to listen to both hands. What is that? Why would you listen to hands? I think we're about to lose Cat. Oh, I spoke too soon.
I listened to my hands, and they said, nothing.
Hello? Is that better?
Hello. Yeah, we hear you much better now. So can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
38.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
And which god do you believe in?
My belief, myself, I believe it's like a higher realm of like, it's gonna sound weird, but like alien being a god. That's what I believe in.
You believe a god is an alien being?
Correct.
What do you mean by that?
So from what I feel, like, I think that it's not just a god. I think God is an alien. It's a higher power than what a culture of belief is. Like, they think the Bible is like this and that of how... Anunnaki, exactly. Anunnaki, yes. Yes.
What does Anunnaki mean?
I actually don't know. I don't know that much about...
Oh.
Yeah.
Do you know where that word comes from?
With you. I only know so much about what I feel, but I'm still trying to understand myself of what I'm going through to understand.
What is it you're saying? Well, go ahead, Hammy.
I was just going to ask, have you read about your emerald tablets?
I have not, no.
So, where did you get this name of Anunnaki?
I wrote about this before. I was talking to Thrayle about it before.
And that's the wrong tablets, Hammy.
Oh, it's the wrong
up
tablets?
Emerald tablets, yeah. Not the
I thought the emerald tablets were the Anunnaki.
I don't know, maybe there's a book with the name Emerald Tablets that brings them up, but I don't think it's part of that. It's
then what am I thinking? Or what are you thinking? What is it?
The Emerald Tablets of Thought.
Thought, that's it.
That's
okay, my bad.
But that's also
yes,
a different
shell. Yes, exactly what Danny said. That's where
kind of a different thing. But yeah, we're up here talking.
What Danny was actually mentioning.
Danny's saying Ancient Aliens, the History Channel.
Correct. This is Anunnaki.
That's where
exactly
you learned this stuff.
Understood that point. Yeah. Yes.
So you've learned about the possibility of ancient alien beings interacting with us from the TV show Ancient Aliens, and that is. When you hear Anunnaki, that's what you're talking about. That kind of alteration of ancient mythology to sort of fit a pop sci-fi notion.
I get correct. I mean, I'm not believing exactly what they say, but there's things that contribute to what my analogy of my thought is about the.
So let's
God. Yes.
Let's clarify to make sure we understand what it is your thoughts are on this.
Yeah.
So when you say that there's an extraterrestrial God entity, is it one or is it like a whole bunch of them? Is it like extraterrestrial race, or is this like one, like super alien?
I got where you're coming from. Yeah, that's where I don't know. That's where I'm thinking myself. I don't know. I can't answer that question because I actually don't know myself.
Are you familiar with like the origins of the ancient aliens? Not necessarily the show, but like the idea of ancient aliens.
I mean, I've been to like places in Aztecs in Mexico where I saw like the pyramids, and I saw some different like descriptions. I was like kind of shocked about the pictures, and even the tourist guy was asking like, "What is this?" And like sometimes he would say something to explain to me, but then sometimes he couldn't explain to me. It did not look human. So I was like, "What is that picture that does not look human?" So it kind of made me like think about things, right?
Well, so I'm more along the lines asking about like when the idea that it was aliens who helped ancient societies. Like, do you know the origins of when that idea came out?
I don't know. No, I don't. To be honest with you, no.
Would it shock you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Would it shock you at all to know that there's one group of people who don't ever get accused of needing ancient aliens help in building things?
The Zoroast? Is that what they're called?
Do what?
Is it called Zoroast?
No.
No. There's only one group of people on this planet who have never been accused of ever needing ancient aliens to help build their monuments. Do you know which group that is?
I do not know.
Well, it's white people. No one ever says Stonehenge was built by ancient aliens. Nobody says that any of the ancient white people structures were built by some monumental force. It's always the people who are of color.
Are you saying that they're closed-minded? Is that why you question that, or what are you saying?
I'm saying that the only cultures throughout history who ever get accused of having ancient aliens help them build things are people who are not white.
Why is that? I'm sorry, I can question. I'm sorry, but
why do you think that is, Lee?
I think the reason behind that is because when we're cultured, and if you think about it, history, everything was older than Americans. A lot of other cultures back then are older than Americans. Egyptians, Mexico is a lot older than America.
We're not just talking about Americans.
Yeah.
He's not saying Americans.
Europeans are white people too. And Stonehenge is in the UK, and it's one of the oldest.
Okay, that's true. Stonehenge, you're right. That's actually right. Yeah, okay.
So, do you think it's possible that these ideas remain prevalent because it kind of excuses why two sensitive white people, brown people built better things long before them?
Not at all.
Could be one of those. Oh, okay.
You're actually correct. I understand what you're saying because Egyptians, they're probably brown and whatnot, history and everything else. Yeah.
I'm sorry, hold on one second. Can I get a little bit of education?
Correct. Go ahead.
Oh,
yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Please.
So this is the problem whenever it comes to this type of talk. Whenever you're talking about, like, for instance, Egyptians, we have not only seen the tools that they use to cut the blocks, not only have we seen all these things, we actually have a journal from one of the foremen who helped ferry the big sandstone down the Nile River to the place where the pyramids of Giza are built, and how they got it there. Like, he explains a little bit of that stuff.
Okay, I didn't know that.
And we have all these other ways of, like, looking at all these ancient cultures and ancient societies and how they built these structures. But because of the fact that these were people who were not white, people before us, way before us, they sit there and said, well, they had to have had help from someone because they couldn't have possibly done this on their own. And because of that, that's whenever people start talking, well, if they couldn't have done it by themselves, what could it be? And then at this around the same time frame, there was a lot of quote unquote alien abductions and alien sighting and spaceship sightings and things like that. So people put two and two together. Well, if there are aliens, then most likely a group of ancient aliens had helped these cultures do these things.
Okay, so
And
what
even-
you're telling me, I get what you're saying. You're saying it's a racial situation. You're saying that because they're not white, they made it into a situation where they said that it's an alien situation. Is what you're saying?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. That's what they probably mentioned that. That's what your question.
Do you think it's more likely that aliens intervened in these ancient cultures, or is it
Thank you.
more? I'm asking you, Leaf.
Yes, I believe in that. That's exactly what
Can
I'm
I
saying.
finish my question?
I'm sorry. I apologize. Yes.
So you're getting very excited because I was about to give you this or that, but I think you're going to already answer that way. I was going to pose that is it more likely that aliens intervened in all of these ancient cultures, or is it that these people actually built things out of stone and chisels and tools? Do you think it's more likely there were aliens?
My belief is that they helped them.
Why?
They supported and helped them, is what I think.
Why do you think that's likely at all?
Because there's no way they could bring bricks like that big, and make it in geographic terms.
You say there's no way.
So
Have you ever researched the ways in which they're theorized to have done that?
When if you look at the pyramid, from what I'm saying, there's a grain of rice and still preserved. They calculated.
You said there's a grain of rice.
So what I'm saying, in a pyramid, you can actually preserve a grain of rice. So the way they designed it is where they can preserve things that direct.
What is the pyramid?
I'm sorry.
Like, what was its function?
It's for tombs, apparently. From what I know.
Yeah. So what's a tomb for? Like, what are they trying to do with the tomb?
So they put gods and goddesses or kings or queens, what we want to say, in the tombs, and they
Why are they being put in
preserve
the tombs?
them, and they preserve them.
Oh, they preserve them. So, do you think it's possible that a building meant for preserving bodies could also be used to preserve food?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. But I'm saying about the technology, their advancement of thinking that much to try to preserve it.
Well, they weren't, like, their whole entire purpose, like, the pyramids weren't, they didn't say pyramids, let's, like, preserve rice, right? These were monuments that were to be dedicated to the ruling families.
Rulers, yes. Royal.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so
You got.
I'm getting to a question, Thrayle, I promise.
Go ahead, Amy. Sorry.
So whenever we're looking at this from the fact that they're trying to honor the ruling family, they have a specific way of doing this. And is it possible that they can do it with the tools? Do you think it's possible that they can do it with the tools that they have?
I mean, yeah, but it's like years and years and
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct. It would take years and years. And do you know how long it took them to build the pyramid?
And that's like a sacrifice on their own. That's like I'll just like I'll be born, but I'll die to make a pyramid. That's pretty much what it is.
Do you know how long it took them to build the pyramid?
I don't know.
Years and years.
That's yeah.
So if if them being able to do it with the tools that they had would take them years and years, and it took them years and years to build the pyramid.
They sacrificed their lives to fulfill their God, to like take care of what they believed in. Per se. Right. Here's how I'm saying that?
So I see what you're saying. However, the thing is that it took them years and years to build it because of the fact that they had these tools. If there were aliens helping them along, would you not expect it to take less than that?
No, because I think the aliens want them to understand themselves. I don't think they're gonna just feed them like a spoon.
So then what is the point of the aliens even helping?
All right, I'll put it this way.
Thank you, Shell, so much for that.
When you're a parent, right? When you have a child, do you want them to understand right away, or would you let them fall and then after that tell them why they fell?
Are you?
Go ahead, Thrayle.
Is that actually a response to the question, though?
Mine?
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Your question that you're responding back to the question.
Yes, I'm trying to say that per se aliens per se are not going to tell you exactly what it is. They want you to fall. They want you to understand why you fell or whatever, and then after they'll help. They're not going to just go and pour the answer.
Then what help did they actually do? They owned the tool. They had the tools. They had the know-how on how to do this. We know where they got the stone from. We knew that there was a lot of hired help to build this. Where was it that they got, where does the aliens come in to help? What was their contribution?
From my understanding, I think they help them. I don't know if am I wrong. I can't per se justify that reason. That's my belief.
Well, I would really look into the idea and think this over, where if we have a group of people who took years and years to build this, they already had the tools necessary for it. They already had the know-how in order to do it. I would really suggest thinking hard about the question of what.
I'm hearing a lot of background noise.
Is it me?
It's me.
It is you. Okay. Sorry, Hemi. Go ahead.
So I would think hard on the question on what help did the aliens actually give and contribute?
It's hard to understand this from how to put this in perspective, but from my understanding, think about it as a parent issue per se. Let's just say, as a human being, we're the kids, and they're the adults.
Can you answer more directly, please? I feel like your answers are evading the questions each time, and it would be a lot more productive if you were more direct. Think about the question that Hemi just asked you for just a moment, and instead of giving the analogy of the parent again, can you be more direct? Like, he's asking you for an example of something.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Tell me again, sorry. What?
What did the aliens contribute to the building of the pyramids? That's the question.
Yeah.
Okay, so my understanding of aliens...
What did they actually do? not what you as a parent would do for your child. And really quick, before you answer, I need to make sure I get this out of the way. I really do need to make sure that I thank Shell, Fibonacci, Flux, Danny Grax, Bats, Babblenot, also Donna B. Yellow, and 3 Pips. You guys are fucking amazing. Really appreciate all of you. Okay. What was it the aliens contributed?
I think they help them with their technology. That's what I think my understanding is from myself, my own belief.
In what way?
Through, it could be through even telepathic. They could have telepathically.
No, what did they actually tell them to do? Like, what did the aliens tell them to do? Do you know how they helped them?
They taught them how to move things telepathically and like be more powerful than.
They taught them how to move things telepathically.
We have powers that we don't know as humans. We have chi power.
Oh no. Sorry.
Why do you want to believe this?
I don't want to believe it. I'm not a notion to want to like. I'm not trying to fix to believe it. I'm just like it's more like hypothetical to a point. I'm not going to say I'm justified to believe it. I'm not fixed on it.
What do you mean you're justified to believe it?
I'm not justified to believe it. I'm saying that I'm not fixed on it. I'm trying to say.
Okay. But why are you... Sorry, go ahead, Everlasting.
What... Isn't it enough... or is it enough that ancient peoples built these really impressive structures? Isn't that wondrous enough? Like, is there really a need to place more mystery and I don't know, like,
I got you.
Something
so
that you
when does it stop?
Yeah.
I got you, bro. I got you. Since I was a kid, I always wanted to know everything. I want to know what is this, what's that. And that's how I am. I'm a very, very questionable person since I was a child. I understand why I was like that, which was not normal for me, but I was always like that. So I'm very questionable about everything. And there's a point. Sorry, go ahead.
The question wasn't...
I know.
What were you like as a child?
I'm sorry. Someone's...
Take a moment if you've got to answer the phone or something.
Sorry, my girlfriend's calling me. Can they come back? I'm sorry.
Yeah, we can try this another time.
I'm sorry.
Appreciate you. And I'm just going to set you down so you can answer that.
But my question, Thrayle.
I know, Noctis, I know. But he'll probably come back quick. I mean, well, I don't know. We'll get to talk to him again.
Good
Welcome.
Hello, Noctis.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. Well, getting there actually, but I am wonderful this morning.
That's good.
Cat, the thing, I have the thing.
You know?
Yeah. Anyway, sorry. How are
like
you all doing?
Wait. Now I need to know.
Discord thing.
Is it a yes or a no?
Oh, we got accepted.
So it's a yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
unless
yay!
Things fall out. But yeah, sorry.
What now?
That's so exciting.
Thank you, Thrayle. Thank you for letting me do that. But yeah, I knew Kat would be happy.
Wait, what now?
You've got...
Yeah, I keep asking her about it.
Thing or things that are godlike. If you've got a belief in those things, you can question it. And go ahead and request out. We're not here to debate you or argue. No one's trying to burgle your God or tear you down. We just want to know if you can question your beliefs. then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? And we do have one regular chatter in the requests. I don't know if you meant to. Hopefully you did. But if you were just tapping and found your way there, I'm going to cancel the request and you can request right back. And then we know you meant to. That's how that works. That's how I'm going to try to spare the sleepers from now on. If I remember.
I'm all kinds of lost on what just happened between Noctis and Cat.
I like to keep you on your toes.
You know what's really weird for my phone right now? When I usually tap on the main panel for the host panel, and it lets me tap likes, but it's not letting me do that now.
Yeah, it does that sometimes. It automatically pulls up the gift menu or the share menu.
Yeah, it's never done that to me before.
It does that to me all the time, actually. It's really frustrating.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Shell, for gifting the panel. You're amazing.
Thank you, Shell.
We've got a Braj. Hello, Braj. How you doing?
Hi, good evening. Just should be sleeping, but you know.
She came to bring us a sleepy thought.
I don't know, just, they kind of ramble around. I don't know if they're all mixed. The Bible is blueprint but layered. Some deceptive, some more pure. The word God just abused. You know, the Lord's name in vain, just, great and spacious, empirical vibes downtown.
I feel like you're writing poetry, Braj.
It's just my anger. Sorry.
So, the Bible is a blueprint, but it's misinterpreted.
Layered, some deceptive, sheep levels, and then, what was the hill that he taught on? Higher law, higher love? I don't remember.
The hill that who taught on, Braj?
Just Christ to people that showed up. Just some cool dudes, I guess. I don't know.
Mount of Olives?
Sermon, just the word sermon, but maybe it was olives. Is it the same?
Yeah, the Sermon on the Mount. Yeah, the Mount of Olives.
How many olive groves were there?
That's a good question, Braj. I don't know.
Do you think the word God can be taken back for good or always used?
I think it's like any other sandwich. It's all going to matter about the application and the perspective of the ones hearing it.
Maybe just language. Language is the problem.
It often is. Does the word God matter to you?
It matters deeply. It's one of those first words they teach you. So.
Why does it matter to you? Is it just the nostalgia, or is there some other power to it?
I guess I'm reclaiming the word. twisting it back from years of abuse. Just erasing, melting away all the historical meanings of God, the fears associated.
How are you doing that?
I do it by lightening the word with joke, humor. Using it in lowercase, I don't capitalize. Many words I don't capitalize.
Your autocorrect always tries to fix it, though. Mine does, at least.
It does. I have to fix it most times. I have to go back in lowercase, but it's important.
So that's how you're taking the word back.
Yeah, maybe like a priesthood blessing on the word itself, you know. They gave with them Melchizedek, that was probably their mistake, so.
Is the word important to you?
No, but so many people are traumatized by it that I have to help try.
Have you been traumatized by it personally? Like, I know where you said that you live, like, there's a lot of people with a lot of religious trauma there, right? Is this a trauma that you also have?
Yeah, do you know the story of, what is his name? Siddhartha?
Vaguely, it's been a long time, but yeah.
You know, he raised in a temple away from society. A castle, I don't know. Temple, I don't know.
Was this the one, the Buddha that was the prince?
Yeah, you know, asceticism, you find it. It's nice, but...
I'm only vaguely familiar.
What was the person?
Siddhartha, I don't know the full name, but he grew up in castle, you know, in the whatever royal grounds, and then he wanted to ride through the city, and then he left, and self-sacrifice, but no, what is it? Self-humiliation? No, it's asceticism, I guess. Humility, I guess. But he found middle path. He found middle path after meditating under the tree. You know, temple good, detachment good, but the other ascetics got angry. But you know, blind men and elephants, they're gonna yell.
Never heard of this.
Did you just say blind men and elephants are gonna yell?
Yeah, sorry, I remix a little bit, you know, DJ shit, but...
Hell yeah, DJ Brad.
That was great. No, blind men and elephants are gonna yell. That was fucking fantastic. I love that.
I love that so much. I'm gonna start using that now too.
That's great.
Get up here, Brash.
We're gonna end up putting him to sleep if we don't give him a really good question.
I do like tasty questions, but I was just breathing, meditating, trying, you know, stillness sometimes.
What is an angry aesthetic?
Ask me that maybe in about 3 weeks' time. No, sorry.
Not funny. 3 weeks. 3 weeks. Detachment in 3 weeks. Habits. 21 days. Angry aesthetic. They would. I guess be blind to something.
I don't understand. Can you?
Well, detachment. Detachment opens the mind pretty good. So someone practicing asceticism, if they're angry, maybe they think themselves God, better than other because of detachment.
Well, I'm kind of late on this concept of aesthetic, and you seem to be kind of explaining or I don't know, alluding to some kind of object or persona. Can you kind of help me understand what you're talking about when you mean aesthetics?
Yeah, you know the desert fathers, the Christian monks, maybe like 1400s, maybe around Martin Luther. I'm not sure if Ancient Christianity, really good book.
I'm not really familiar with that.
It's just reducing to survival necessity, I guess. It's the monks that refuse the mats when they go places. It's eating dry lentils.
Okay, so these monks, these monks basically vowed poverty and just, you know, the bare essentials to survive, so as to, you know, not have worldly things weighing them down, I would assume is the idea.
But
right?
That's what Siddhartha realized is not healthy practice, just as indulgence isn't.
And okay, so Siddhartha realized this is not a healthy practice, and that's what angered the aesthetics?
I think so. Yeah, I think he started maybe, you know, eating mangoes or something. I don't know. I'm gonna go smoke, you guys. Cool talking. I'll listen though.
It's good to see you, Brad.
I fucking love you, dude. You're my favorite guy. I'm gonna go smoke, you guys. Bye.
Because I've asked Brad a lot of the heavy questions. I do have more for him, but I was kind of curious where you guys would take it. But Brad is awesome.
He's hilarious in the comments, and he's great on the panel.
And really not a bad DJ in the Discord. Hello, Caleb. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
24.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in Jesus.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Right now I'm on Matthew, so I'm just now getting introduced to Jesus. But I've learned the stories, I've heard of them, and I've grown up around family members who have taught me about it. So it's not like I don't know him yet, besides me reading.
Do you believe the stories of the Bible to be true and literal?
I believe so. Yes.
You believe the Old Testament stories before Jesus as well?
I would like to believe that they're all true.
Why?
Why? Why? I don't know. I believe that they've made me who I am today.
You believe the Bible's stories are true because they made you who you are?
Yeah, they've allowed me to find myself and define myself.
Does it matter to you if they are true, like in a sense of in proportion with reality, like that they actually occurred?
Like in history, like if they've actually occurred on a timeline?
Yeah. Like, do you believe the earth was created in 6 days?
I do.
Why do you believe that?
Because it just, I honestly, I can't give you proof or anything if that's what you're leading to, but I do believe.
I'm not interested in proof. I'm curious if you even can question your belief.
I believe it was created, and honestly, I don't even know the scripture where it says that, but if that's what God says, then I'm gonna trust him.
You don't know which scripture tells you how long or when he created things.
No, sir. I'm not a scholar on the Bible, but I have read it.
You say you have read it. Did you read the first chapter of the first book?
Genesis? Yes.
What does that say?
But I haven't memorized it, so I can't say that I'm a professional or a scholar on it.
Right. But if you've read it, do you remember the
I can
way things
I can go read it. I can go read it again if you want me to read it.
Are you saying, Caleb, that you've never actually read it, or that you've somehow forgotten the first chapter of the first book?
I will admit I have forgotten, but I'm sure that you're gonna question me on that. But I hope that that doesn't discredit me or anything.
What do you mean discredit you?
Because I can't sit here and memorize, because maybe that's a faulty thing on just my behalf and not on God's behalf. I
didn't ask you to memorize it. I'm just curious if you know anything about like how the book starts. If you've read it, do you remember how the book starts?
In the beginning, there was God, and the Word was God.
Is that the beginning of the book, or did you just flip to the middle of the New Testament?
Yeah, what book is that the beginning of?
Hold on, guys. Give me like a minute if you don't mind.
Minute. Not this Jesus guy. Hope he lives.
Is the music that loud?
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That's the first line in Genesis.
Which translation is that?
That's NIV.
Why would you use that translation?
I personally like that one. I can do KJV, NIV. I can do a couple of them, but personally, I've been reading more recently NIV.
I see.
Real quick, can I ask, Caleb, do you have us on speakerphone right now?
On my phone, naturally, I think it just comes out of my speaker. Do I turn y'all down?
Yeah. Can you maybe if you turn the volume down a little bit, it won't feedback so much.
Okay, got you. I just did it.
So you read the NIV, and now you see the first words of the book. Is this the first time you're actually reading this?
No, I've read it before, but obviously I wouldn't say I'm the smartest to be able to memorize these things, so it's just my fault. I forgot.
But you believe this to be true?
Yes, sir.
The first chapter here.
Yes, sir.
And so you believe the order of days given, the 6 days, and what's created, when?
The way, yes. Sorry.
So then you believe the first day he created light, the second day he created a firmament. He's going to have to tap out of the app every time to check the verse.
Sorry, truthfully, yes, I would like to be prepared in order to speak to you.
Well, then why didn't you prepare by reading the Bible?
I did. I'm honestly I'm only 24 years old. I mean, I'm trying. I'm living my life. I'm not really.
So, what does your verse there say about a firmament, or?
The firmament. Let me see.
Or what is that?
Hey, Thrayle.
Yep.
Is this Jesus guy? He lives, right?
What to who and the where now?
No spoilers. Some of us haven't read it.
Have y'all of you read it?
Yeah,
No, I do not believe that.
Not this.
Oh, dang it. Why, if all of y'all read it, then, or I guess the ones that are calling me out for it, if you've read it, then why can't you just tell me it? You're making me have to find it myself.
How are you supposed to learn?
All right, it said, and God said, let there be a vault between the waters to separate water from water.
What is that?
Well, in the previous one, he says, and God said, let there be light, and there was light. God saw the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness and called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And there was evening, and there was morning the first day. And then that's where he introduces the firmament. So I'm
asking you what this is.
So I'm assuming these vaults between the waters to separate water from water would be our place of inhabitate, like where we inhabit, and then obviously whatever is outside of what we inhabit.
What do you mean by that?
I guess like if we go up to the sky as far as we can go, maybe that's space, maybe it's water. None of us been to space, so none of us can truthfully give an answer that's reasonable.
Here comes the big question.
I was going to ask, which of you wants to ask?
I'll ask it. Caleb?
Sir?
What's the shape of the Earth?
Is this like a personal, like you asking me myself?
Yeah, I'm just asking you. What do you?
I don't know. I've never seen that far up to see the shape of the Earth. So personally, I don't know. But I guess people would say it's either a sphere or it's flat.
What would see?
Yeah, but what would you say it is?
I would just say I don't know, because truthfully, I can't tell you an answer that I can't.
Okay, we actually have evidence. So why don't you go have a look and see if you can work that out for you?
What is it? What is the evidence?
Go have a Google. Go on. Go do your research.
Do I Google it or do I chat GPT?
Please don't chat GPT. And look for references. You want at least 5 on each bloody side. Yeah, no, I'm going to silence myself for this one, guys.
I understand.
It says the Earth is an oblate spheroid.
So proud.
Oblate spheroid.
Where are we going with this, guys?
So you said there the firmament is what separates the water from the water, and there's a water above and a water below, right?
Yeah, we could interpret it as space.
Why would you do that?
Because we don't necessarily know, or we can't really comprehend or do enough to figure out what is above us outside of our atmosphere.
Are you saying water could also mean space, or space could mean water?
I would just leave it at water because truthfully, I don't want to make it more than what it says. Let's move forward though. Where are we going with this?
Oh, we're just trying to figure out what you believe and why you believe it. That's all. We're not here to tell you you're wrong or anything like that.
I'm here
just asking questions.
Yeah, I'm here to kind of be tested too. I kind of want to see what you guys got in store.
Or are you just trying to aggravate the panel with your lack of knowledge?
No. Definitely not. I don't want to aggravate anybody. I don't want to disrespect anybody.
The question of what you believe, and then
why do you
go
believe?
ahead.
Why do you believe that the Bible is true and accurate? Like, why do you think that this is a true and accurate account of how the Earth was formed?
Because if I denied this, then I would have to go to evolution, and I don't think we just poofed out of nothing.
I don't think that evolution suggests that we just poofed out of nothing. Why do you think?
Fairly certain that's what a God claim is.
Yeah, I think so. But how do we get from evolution, like evolution is a thing, to we all just poofed out of nothing? Like, those two things don't go together to me.
So
where are you getting at?
Because obviously, if I denied this, like my faith, then I would have to rely on the Big Bang, poofing out of nothing, and then starting with either a fish or a monkey. And then,
do you think that the Big Bang just poofed out of nothing?
Well, y'all are asking me this. Truthfully, I don't believe that, but I believe that God created man, and then
stop for a moment.
Yeah,
stop for a moment, Caleb. When you say poof out of nothing, is that really what you think the Big Bang is? Is that really?
One second.
Level of...
Let me Google that real quick and make sure that I'm not discrediting anybody.
What are you
Before you do that, I just need to ask one thing real quick.
Yes, sir.
When God says "let there be," doesn't that sound like He poofed it out of nothing?
Let there be light. Well, that implies that God was there without there being light. So that means that God necessarily didn't need light to be God. He was already there.
That's in no way responds to that's not what Everlasting was saying at all, and you're clearly capable.
Okay, give me the question again. Sorry.
Stop. Nope. Stop. I'm still speaking. So here's what's going to happen. You're clearly here trolling. You're not. I'm not here for a stop. Did you notice how I said stop? So you're not actually here for a genuine discussion, are you?
I am. How do I seem ingenuine?
You're interrupting, for one. You have clearly tried to misrepresent what Everlasting just asked you in a very deliberate way. After Noctis has already pointed out that you might be here trying to upset people, agitate people with a pretend lack of knowledge. And I think that's clearly what you're doing.
Okay, I get it. You don't want me to answer in a...
Pretending to troll.
No. I'm not trolling. I wouldn't do that. But I get it. You want me to answer directly. So I'll from this point forward, I'll answer directly. And
So what was Everlasting's question?
Everlasting, what was your question?
When God said, "Let there be," doesn't that sound like he poofed it out of nothing? There was no light. He said, "Let there be light," and there was light.
Yes.
Does that sound like he poofed it out of nothing to you?
Yes, he created it. Yes.
So is that not something from nothing?
Yes.
So if I were to show you where what science believe or what science says happened, and it doesn't equate to something from nothing, then who is it that believes that something came from nothing?
So if you're suggesting that something was already something before they created something, then that just implies that God was there before.
No, what we're saying is that I don't even understand what nothing is. I don't even understand how nothing is even possible. And if you were to Google what is the Big Bang, the words would read 13.8 billion years ago, the universe was in a hot, dense state, and it began to expand and cool rapidly.
Yes.
But it was in a state. It was never nothing. That's not what the Big Bang states.
Okay, so where do we go with this then?
You could adjust your perception on what the Big Bang is based on what you've learned here today, perhaps.
Okay.
Do you think maybe that's a reasonable
that's where I should
way
start.
to go?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
That life maybe didn't just poof. Just poof.
If you could be wrong about how the universe got... Oh, I'm sorry, not this.
No, it's okay. I do have to poof out of existence myself, so if you could please drop me.
Absolutely appreciate you, Noctis.
Good night, Noctis.
Good night, Noctis.
Good morning, Noctis.
Good morning, yeah.
Yeah, good morning, Noctis. Have a great day at work.
Bye.
So, if you could be wrong about your ideas on the Big Bang, could you be wrong about what science says about other aspects?
No, because the Big Bang isn't really that important to me.
So, you see no possibility where you could be wrong?
I see the possibility, of course. But what is the creation of what we're experiencing now have to prove to me, or what do I like? I don't get why that's the focal point of this conversation.
Why do you believe in a 6-day creation, Caleb?
Let me see. Why do I believe in a 6-day creation? Because God tells me. Or God says. Sorry.
Because God says. How do you know that's God saying?
Because I trust that those are his words.
How would you be able to tell the difference if those words are God's words or man's words?
I wouldn't, and I would just have to trust.
Where do you get this trust from?
It's something that I give.
So from nothing.
Does it matter to you if this trust is well placed or not?
Not necessarily, because if I'm trusting you with my life, I would hope that you don't do anything bad with it. So,
Yeah, so what was the question I just asked you?
I don't think I'm misplacing it. I think it's true, just trust. There's nothing wrong with giving trust.
Does it matter if the trust is well placed or not?
It does.
And how do you determine if that trust is well placed?
You can't.
Really?
It's
There's
like
no way to know if somebody is worthy or something is worth trusting.
it's like if I met you, Thrayle, and you're a stranger to me, and I'm hoping that you don't stab me in the neck the moment I turn my back. I'm trusting, but truthfully, I don't know if I'm misplacing that trust or not. I guess I would just have to
It's
find
a
out.
really weird place to go, Caleb. What does that have to do with trusting the words in a book that you can read all the way through and study?
I think that's the level of trust that you're kind of, or the level of trust that kind of like puts myself at risk is what I'm trying to give an example for.
So, how do you know that this book isn't going to metaphorically do what you said?
Which is what metaphorically do what?
Which you implied Thrayle could do when you turn your back.
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know if Thrall's gonna kill me when I turn my back.
No, I'm talking about the book. I said, how do you know the book won't metaphorically do that to you?
I told you already. I trusted it's God's word, and I'm gonna trust in God.
So you trust the...
It's pretty simple.
He's
It's
not
pretty
here to
simple.
question
And
his beliefs.
it's pretty simple.
Stop, Caleb. Stop, Caleb. Stop. Stop trolling. You're bad at it.
I'm not. I'm trying to tell you,
If
like, it's
anybody's got a
simple
belief
trust.
in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate. We're not here to argue. We're not here to make you look like a fool. We really are here just to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Thrayle.
Yes.
So, ask me, or let me see if I was tracking that. What just happened? He puts trust in a book that says it was written by, or authored, or whatever you want to call it, divinely inspired by a deity that he puts his trust in because the book tells him to. Is that right?
Yeah, but the winner is Quantum's last comment in the chat.
What did Quantum?
That's the winning comment.
Oh, the blueberries?
Yeah.
I made a from scratch blueberry muffin cake this morning.
Ooh.
You know what?
With
Kat,
fresh
I'm
blueberries.
still mad at you. I'm still mad at you.
Why?
Because of that gorgeous view that you just paraded around on camera.
It was a good view. It's my favorite place. I love that place. I need a phone charger.
It was a gorgeous view.
I love that place.
I'm so jealous.
Maybe another time Caleb can try again, but I didn't feel that conversation was fruitful, and it felt like he was trying really hard to make a point rather than listen to the questions and understand them.
Yeah, I got that too.
And if that point wasn't a troll, then I would be surprised. Not being rude. Was it me or was he talking over me? I thought he was being pretty rude there.
Oh, he was talking over me.
Maybe not. I'll question that. We do have other people in queue, though, so if you're patient, Caleb, maybe you'll get another chance. But hello, user, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi, I'm 20.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I do. It's not exactly Christian. I don't really know exactly what it's called. I haven't really found a group who believes in the same things as me. But I believe in God, like Christian.
Noise. Is there a TV you could turn down?
Yeah, I'm so sorry about that. I muted it. My bad. But how do I explain this? It's not exactly Christian because it's not biblical based, but I do believe in Jesus. But I don't believe in the Bible because it is written by man, and over time it has been edited and dumbed down.
So let's back up just a moment here. You said it is biblically based.
No, it's not. It's not.
But it's Jesus.
Well, it's what people present
Jesus?
as Jesus is like the perfect human being. But I say Jesus so people can understand what I mean.
So it's not Jesus.
I don't think that's his name, no, or her.
Her.
But I believe in the perfect person being sent down here, like being sent down here to show people this is what we can be and everything. I do believe in that.
Why do you believe there was a perfect person sent down here? Where do you get that?
Because there's always good and bad. There's bad people, so there has to be a perfect person. There has to be.
You're saying there's
that
just
balance.
a perfect person hiding somewhere and nobody's ever met them?
Probably not hiding, but
Are they the head of some organized religion?
I don't really know.
What defines a person as being perfect? What does that mean?
Somebody who doesn't sin, hurt people.
What is sin?
Sin is like a law, like a moral law, if that makes sense. Like not physically moral, like not physically harming anybody, not lustful. Those kind of laws, like just good morals. Being a
I'm
good
not sure
person.
what you mean by moral yet. What does moral mean?
I was trying to give examples because I can't exactly explain what I mean.
You started talking about sin, and then you mentioned two of the, at least one of the sins from Christianity, which you say you're not a part of. And then you mentioned another one that's kind of sounds like one, but not. So, is this Christianity? Just kind of with your own,
like a twist to it.
Words.
Somewhat, yeah. I guess you could say that, but I don't believe in the book or the stories and stuff like that.
You just believe in your own kind of made up version.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense because it feels like it resonates with me.
Why do you believe something that you made up?
I trust in myself, if that makes sense, like in my depiction of things, because everybody has their kind of version of things, if that makes sense.
So if someone just makes up their own idea of what exists and how things exist and what gods they want, then you think that's the best way to go?
No, not exactly. No, not exactly. I guess I follow the 7 sins and everything, from the Bible, but not exactly the Bible, because a lot of it is contradictory, if that makes sense. And there has to be some higher power, good and bad, if that makes sense, because
Are you under the impression that the 7 deadly sins come from the Bible?
Yeah, I understand that, yeah.
Okay. Would it surprise you to find out that it's actually not in the Bible? That was just a church doctrine
What?
from the Catholic Church later on. Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense. Wow. Now I'm flabbergasted.
Surprisingly, you'll find there's quite a few different details that people think are in the Bible that are not.
Wait, I'm sorry, I couldn't really understand what you're saying.
I said, surprisingly, you'll find that there's quite a few stories that people think are in the Bible but aren't.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I don't exactly know which religion I best resonate with or believe in the most, because I haven't really explored other ones besides Christianity and a little bit of like the Quran, but I don't know.
I would say Thrayle hit it on the head whenever he said that you took a bit from Christianity and just made up your own religion.
Yeah, because I do believe in like heaven, hell, and stuff like that, and the rules in the Bible make a lot of sense, but I just feel like the Bible was written off
So
of
you just kind of put your own book jacket on it and call it something else. You still use the Bible.
No, I'm not exactly like calling it something else. I just don't know if that's exactly Christian, if that makes sense. You know? Like believing in the rules of it, but not exactly believing how those rules came to be, if that makes sense.
What do you think being a Christian means?
Following every single itty bitty tiny detail in the Bible.
Not exactly. I mean, sort of. Being a Christian is just someone who follows Christ's teachings.
Like the stories and stuff.
Have you heard of like things like the Sermon on the Mount, where he spoke in parables?
No, I haven't.
Have you heard about the Good Samaritan?
Yeah, I heard of that one.
Okay, so those stories where they're stories that aren't like they didn't literally happen.
Mm-hmm.
They were told to convey a meaning and give a takeaway. And that's a parable. And Jesus spoke in a lot of those. And these are what are known as Christ's teachings. And so that's all it means to be a Christian, is to follow Christ's teachings. But I'm more curious on what does this do for you?
For me, it gives me like a sense of peace, knowing that there's something good after this, if that makes sense, because as we know, like the world is really evil, and the thought feels nice that there's something good that comes after it that's like actually pure and good, you know?
Look, you said you didn't believe in heaven and hell and all that, right?
Oh no, I said I did. I believe in that.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, like going somewhere good and then the great punishment for the people who really did
You
that.
believe there's a judgment. There's a judgment for what exactly are you being judged for?
The bad things we do. I think that when we pass and everything, we're like all of the things that we've done are put onto a list, and we're questioned why did we do it and everything to see if we'll tell the truth, if that makes sense. just like a
Do you
judge
think
would in court.
do you think that being unconvinced that this God is real or that this God exists, do you think that that's something you'll be judged for?
Wait, what? Can you repeat it? Sorry.
Do you think that being unconvinced that this God exists, do you think that's something you'll be judged for?
No, because it's very confusing. There's so many like different religions and different depictions of God and everything that you will actually never know which one is true, even if you're like, as long as I feel like it's as long as you know there's a higher power who created us and gave us life and everything.
Why is that important?
I feel like that's important because just like knowing, I guess, and like knowing him is important, but I don't think it's like, okay, well, you're
How are
going
you
to hell
knowing
for
it
it.
if you're just making it up?
I guess it's a soul feeling. I feel like a lot of people feel it
What is a soul?
in their body. Our consciousness, not like the brain consciousness, like our actual consciousness, our thinking and everything.
What do you mean actual consciousness, not the brain consciousness? I don't know what that means.
I don't know exactly how to explain the soul, like who you are. Like you're just put into a body to live, learn, and then you die, and then your consciousness goes elsewhere.
How do you know this? You're just saying this, but how is it you know this? You seem to say it as though it's fact instead of belief.
Let me reword it. I feel that when we die, our consciousness goes elsewhere. I don't mean to like say it as like a fact. I believe this because it's
Why?
like, I believe this because there's good and evil. Like there's good and bad people. So, and
What does that have to do with anything? I don't understand what that has to do with there being a consciousness that's not brain consciousness.
a consciousness, because I feel like if we didn't have a consciousness or anything, we wouldn't be able to do anything or talk.
You're not understanding my question. You said that a soul is a consciousness that's not brain consciousness. Why do you think that there's a consciousness that's not brain consciousness? If we had brain as being able to walk and things. Oh, I'm guessing my lag is cutting in. I apologize.
No, it's okay. I think that we have a consciousness that's not brain consciousness because we're all like everybody's different, and it wouldn't make sense if it's just our brain, because it wouldn't be like,
why?
Because don't you think that we would be all the exact same kind of person, like the exact same person over and over again, but just look different?
Are brains the same?
What happened? I'm sorry.
Are all brains the same?
No, they're not the exact same, but we all have the same
Does everyone have the same experiences?
No, nobody has the same experiences, but I think that they shape us, definitely, but I don't think that they overall control exactly who we are or who we are destined to be. Because I feel like...
Who controls that?
Who controls it? We do.
Yep.
We control like what we think, feel, and all that stuff.
So we're trying to answer the question of this consciousness that's not the brain consciousness. And you're saying it doesn't make sense. You're for some reason you think that we'll all be the same if it's just the brain consciousness, and I don't think we understand that. You need to help us understand that a little bit, I think.
Oh, like the soul consciousness?
Yeah,
bad.
how does that? How does that? How is that different from our brains experiencing the world around us through our sense data, storing it as our memory, and those experiences shaping our personality? All of that being functions of the brain. So where is this external consciousness, and how can you demonstrate that?
The consciousness is like tied to how our bodies and our brain works, is kind of what I'm trying to say. It's like a soul, like you're put into a body that works, and that's what you get. But with things that, like, what I mean by this is like there's good and bad. People choose to be bad because of the consciousness that they have. What, like their mind basically, like, you know, the inner voice that tells you, oh, this is sad, or like, let's do this. That's the consciousness, like the thought, if that
So
makes sense. Not
let me ask you
exactly
this
the brain.
really quickly. I got to jump in and thank Quantum for that night star or evening star. Thank you so much.
W Quantum.
Say?
What okay, do you think that there are evil souls that are causing people to do evil?
I do believe so, yeah.
Okay, so if that's the case, and people are just evil because they were just cursed with an evil soul.
Not cursed.
Well, how else would you account for it? Like, did they choose to have an evil soul?
I believe so, yeah. Everybody has a choice.
Okay, then how is that different than if it's just simply the brain consciousness that people are reacting? Their actions are based on what they experience, the things that go into the kind of trauma and hurt that goes into influencing people to make bad decisions and react poorly towards other people. Behavior that we might consider evil. How is it different than what you're describing? Like, we're still trying to get to this external soul that's not the brain consciousness.
Somebody being like evil off the bat is what you mean?
Yeah, if you're attributing it to this external soul that's not this external consciousness that's not brain consciousness. Like, is that external consciousness? Where does that become an evil influence on what people do? Where does it come from?
I don't exactly know, because I don't think I'm a evil soul. I think it's developed, especially that there's a before life, and then there's going to be afterlife. So I definitely believe that, like, it's over time. I feel like we all had different lives. Like, you know how, like, you have those experiences where you feel like, oh, I've been here before, I've done this before, or a person feels familiar. It's because in my beliefs, it's developed over time. Like, somebody before this life was evil, they're gonna come into this life. It's like a trial, like, are you gonna change, or are you gonna be good, or what's gonna happen? You're gonna continue to be bad, kind of thing. And the souls were, my opinion and my beliefs, were made by God to give us separate experiences, to understand things differently.
So God created these evil souls?
No, not evil souls. And he didn't create the evil souls. I think that those souls choose to be evil. That's why there's free will and everything like that, you know? Like we can all choose to do something. It's just like bad people, bad souls will choose to do bad things continuously and never learn. When good souls, you can make a bad choice. Like you can do something bad and you can always choose to do something good, you know, like feel bad about it and okay, I'm going to change, that kind of thing. Like actually learn from being bad instead of just choosing to continually be bad. I feel like that's just a bad
Okay, I have to repeat another question then, since we're right back here again. What is different about what you're describing and just somebody's brain that puts them in situations where they're choosing to do bad things? Maybe this will help. What is what you're describing? What is it doing that the brain isn't already doing?
I don't know. I don't know what difference it is, because
Then is it really necessary to have this external consciousness that's not the brain consciousness?
yeah, because how are we going to be judged later and all that stuff? How are we going to go into the after this? Like, do we all get absorbed into one big ball and that's it?
I mean, my answer to that is I don't know what happens after we die. I don't, like anybody that pretends to know what happens.
Why do you
Shouldn't
think that
really
there necessarily has to be something after?
Because how are we here right now? Like, how are we experiencing all of this stuff? Like, how are we breathing?
How does us being here? Wait, okay. How does us being here right now have anything to do with what happens after we are alive?
Because this is
like, how are those two things related?
How are the two things related? Look how amazing life is. Like,
Look at
it's
the trees.
so complex. Somebody had
Is
made
it? Is it that complex?
Yeah, it's very complex.
So are you saying that because it's complex, it requires a complex designer?
100%.
So by that logic, wouldn't that complex designer require a complex designer?
Maybe.
And then wouldn't that complex designer... See, this is like an infinite regression.
Do you think that the things that are designed should be complex?
No, I'm not saying they should be complex. I'm saying that they just are complex. Life is complex. How do we have a body that has every single organ that we need to live? Because who was the
like
first...
evolution.
So the very first person who developed didn't have all that they needed to live, and they died without being able to make more of themselves.
That's not what evolution states, but
Sorry, I keep trying to talk, but
never mind.
He's being very angry.
He's got more to say than I do right now. Let him talk. Let him ask questions.
Is it like a puppy or something?
Oh, it's my cat.
Aw, hello, kitty. Why are there leaves on trees? That's what trees do. They make leaves. Like, everything is very complex,
Hang on.
you know?
You're answering from the comments. Stop for a moment. You don't need to answer from the comments.
Sorry.
Some of those questions are really, really great, and we'll ask them. But Everlasting was on a line of questions. Now you're saying that anything complex must be designed.
Very much so.
Why?
Or it wouldn't exist. It wouldn't be made in that specific way.
Would you say that it's more? Would you say that something that is designed well would be more complex or less complex?
Wait, can you repeat your question? Sorry.
Would you say that something that has been designed well would be more complex or less complex?
If it's designed well?
Yes.
I don't think it really matters if it's designed well. I think that it matters that it's designed at all, like it's in existence. If that makes sense? That's what's complex and specific about it. It's because the person who created it, it's perfect to them, you know? If that makes sense? So nobody can judge if something's actually complex. It's just about how one person sees it. You know, like life to me is complex, but to the next person, it might just be, oh, this is just a day-to-day thing. This is just what happens, you know? So it's just, I feel like it's just in the eye of the beholder, if that makes sense. And to me, life is complex. Like somehow, some way, we all have what we need. We have a stomach, we have a brain, we have arms, we have legs.
Okay, stop for a moment. So, what does design mean?
To create, to make it, you know, to make
To
something.
create or make.
Yeah.
Can you tell me something that is not designed?
Can I tell you something that's not designed?
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
Then how are you able to determine what is?
I mean, everything has to be created and made, you know? So
Why have you decided that?
it's just what happened, born, and that's just what happened.
Why have you
All
decided
around us and
that
everything.
things must have been made?
Because everything's made.
Were rocks created or made?
Yes, she thinks so, at least.
Yeah, rocks
But she's
were
not listening to the question that I'm
made by
asking.
Earth.
It's kind of frustrating that you're not hearing the question, or you're choosing not to hear the question. So
Maybe I just don't understand it fully.
Can I try, Thrayle?
Go for it.
So, as a naturalist, I can look at something in nature and compare it to something man-made, and I've got something to, compare and contrast it to. For example, I can look at a cave, and I can look at a house, and they can both serve a similar function, but I know that the house was designed because I see people build houses and design them. And then I can look at how a cave is formed, and it's not necessarily designed. There's a process, a natural process. So we're asking you, what do you have to compare something that's designed to something that's not designed? And if you say that everything is designed, then that doesn't really do us any good. We have no comparison. Do you understand kind of where the problem lies here?
Yeah, I understand the question now. I didn't understand it by tell me something that's not designed. I was like, oh, everything's designed now. I thought you meant
more than just that.
Objects and stuff.
Is there anything that is not designed?
I don't know, to be honest. I mean, like he said, that's a good point. Like how caves aren't designed; they serve a similar function, but they're not designed.
Okay, is it me?
I might have misled the question a little bit. I think what Thrayle is asking is what there has to be something at some point in your worldview that doesn't have a designer. And if your logic is that you're looking at, something complex must require an even more complex designer, and we go down that trail of following that logic, there has to come a point where there's a, something that's not designed that's doing the designing. And again, I could contrast that to my worldview as a naturalist, that I believe that the universe is that necessary thing. I don't think there needs to be agency behind it.
Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah.
What leads you to believe that there is a designer?
What leads me to believe?
Yeah, that there is a designer, that everything was designed by a being.
I feel like it's too perfect, if that makes sense. Not like too perfect in like, oh, I can't believe it way, like too perfect in like there's no way like humans have done this, if that makes sense.
Why do you think anybody's saying humans? Does it?
Like,
so
sorry, Kat.
Why? Okay, that doesn't make sense though, because you think humans were designed, right? So
yeah,
clearly
humans,
we didn't design ourselves.
Earth, space, all of that was designed.
By what?
God, or the
Why
higher.
do you believe that?
The higher power. Why do I believe it?
That everything was designed.
Because we're all here right now at the same time. Like, we're all here right now having this conversation.
She cannot literally
I'm gonna lose it, Thrayle.
think past that answer. It's either a troll or she literally can't think past it. She will not recognize it. I think she might be trolling, but I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. And
I'm not trolling.
You're being honest in your strange disingenuity, but we're ready to move on. If anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you're actually capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. I had asked that same question and gotten the same response, and then heard Everlasting explain it in a very elaborate way, and then got the same response. And then you got the same response. She's trolling.
It's such a bad answer to that question. I think that's
It's not even an answer to the question. That's the point. She's not thinking past the question, or her assumption, I mean. And the whole point of the question is to understand why you make the assumption, but all you do is answer with the assumption, and that's ridiculous, circular nonsense. It's either profoundly naive or you're trolling. And naive is, I'm being very generous. Generous.
I notice I'm not a Christian, but let me explain my worldview in a way that aligns with every other Christian you'll ever talk to.
Let me preach the gospel of Jesus. Except not. We've got a few more people in queue who maybe amongst them is somebody who is curious enough or courageous enough to actually question their beliefs.
Hello.
Hello, Kenna. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
22.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power?
I do. I'm a Christian.
Are you going to wait for me to finish questions, or is this a
Sorry, I thought you were asking
sign
me
of things to come?
Go ahead.
We're getting a lot of background noise. You're fidgeting with your microphone, and I'm hearing myself back. Is there any way you can keep that still?
Yep.
Great. Which God do you believe in?
Christianity, my God, I guess.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
I don't know every single verse. If you're going to ask me that, no. But
I'm not asking if you know every verse. I'm just asking if you've
I
read
have read the
from
Bible, yes.
beginning to the end.
Yeah, multiple times, yes.
Multiple times through. And do you believe the stories within it to be true and literal?
I find some of them maybe metaphorical.
You find some of them may be metaphorical. What do you
Yes.
mean by metaphorical?
Geez, I could pull up many of them, but I mean, like, just let's just say Daniel in the lion's den. I don't think he was actually in a lion's den. I think he was just fighting, hate from other people and stuff. I find multiple of them to be like metaphorical, at least in today's age. They could have actually happened back then. I mean, I would find that to be ludicrous, but I find them to be much more metaphorical than an actual reality.
What about Genesis? Is that metaphor? The six-day creation, Adam and Eve.
The creation of Adam and Eve. I think that
I said the six-day creation and then Adam and Eve.
In terms of Adam and Eve, I think that the apple that they ate or whatever.
Hang on, you're jumping ahead. You're jumping ahead.
That's what he asked about.
No, I asked about the six-day creation and then Adam and Eve as the two separate chapters, right? Do you believe those stories to be true and literal?
I think I don't really have an opinion on the days of the creation of the earth. I don't really have much to say about that, but I think in terms of Adam and Eve, I think the apple that, she ate or whatever was actually them having sex. Or, sorry, smex. I think that's what occurred between the two of them.
I'm a little confused.
That's what was the forbidden.
So,
That's what the forbidden.
I'm still speaking. I'm a little confused here. You're saying that the forbidden thing that they did was to try to procreate after God said to be fruitful and multiply.
Yes, correct.
So you think that the tree of the knowledge of good and evil and the fruit that it bears is just sex?
I have heard multiple times from my mom, she works in the church and stuff, and they've explained to me that it might have been that they've partaken in the act of smex. Yeah, that is kind of what I believe right now. I mean, that kind of is what makes sense. Oh, she ate an apple that really did that much damage, and that's what made women have painful childbirth and stuff? No, I don't believe
I think she missed what you pointed out or asked.
She's not here to actually have conversation or listen to
No, I am.
questions.
I really am. I might have
noticing,
missed something.
It's quite clear that I'm not going to get anywhere with you. You're not patient enough to wait for the end.
No, I am. I'm happy to hear what you have to say.
You're doing it right now. You've done it 3 times, and I'm done. If anybody else would like to ask Kenna some questions, you're welcome to, if she'll let you get to the end of it.
I'm good.
It's been quite the evening thus far.
The impetuousness of youth, I suppose.
Wait,
They're all
what's
22.
that you just said?
I said the impetuousness of youth.
Mm-hmm.
I've noticed they're all 22 or 20 or right there in that range. And incapable of patience, thought, and response that coheres with the questions. It's kind of weird. Who knows? maybe our next guest will have better luck questioning their beliefs. I have no idea how many of these are ghosts. Hello, Plows Farm. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hey, what's up? I'm 34.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I'm trying to learn. That's why I joined.
You're trying to learn what?
To see, like, what is the true God? You know, the real one. There's so many religions in the world that I don't know where to go to.
So are you saying you believe there's a god?
I believe, like, right now, that the sun is a higher power, but if there is a God out there, like, I want to know about it. You know what I mean?
So why don't you believe in a god?
Because there's not enough, like, encouragement on me to learn about it. I want to hear people talk about it, on who's the right God. There's so many people, you know, on the other side of the world.
Yeah,
You know, right now,
it's not youth at all, Cat.
Well, what
Are you
I'm saying
telling
is
me?
this.
Wait, no. Can I hold on?
Wait,
Are you telling me that
come
you
on. I
can't
joined. Am
possibly
I allowed to talk?
excuse?
No, he's not.
You.
You're not allowed to talk. You just came up here to talk. You didn't come up here to converse. You didn't come up here to listen. You didn't come up here to question. You just, like the previous guest, you're not here to actually have a conversation. If you were, you would have heard Kat trying to say something over the top of your monologue. That's not what a dialogue is, if you heard.
If you're looking for, like, if you're trying to find people talking about which God is the right God, like, just scroll a little bit more. You'll find plenty of it. I promise. But that's not what we're doing here.
I doubt you'll find the right one, but you'll find a lot of them.
But you'll find a lot of people talking about the one that they think is the right one. That's for damn sure. With a lot of conviction behind it, too.
Klaus Farm. Bums is not being respectful. If you aren't respectful, you will be sent to the Shadow Realm.
Banished to the Shadow Realm. I have a feeling the two people in queue did not mean to be in queue. I'm going to set one of them down and really quickly check. It's been a long time since either of them said anything in chat. If you did mean to request up and you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, well, throw one in chat. Or if you can question your beliefs and you haven't requested yet, hit one of those boxes or the pink and blue people next to your chat box. Either way, I'll know that you can question your beliefs, or at least think you can. Do we,
Do we what?
Do we want to try that again? Ken is throwing a one in chat.
I'll take a crack at it.
Alright.
Okay.
She might be able to. Who knows?
It has happened before.
Oh, looks like Bradge made it up before she did. Hey there, Bradge.
Oh, sorry, did I cut someone off from joining? I wasn't paying attention.
I went to hit accept, and the person who was there was gone, and you were there instead. It's almost...
Interesting.
Yeah. It's like you like bodies switched.
Just hijacked her portal, I guess.
What's a portal?
Well, I'm 32, so schema, even portal, pathway, just like the strands of creation in this bubble, they kind of all match.
When you say schema, what do you mean?
I mean the map of the brain, the trails that crisscross every which way, thought association.
Is that thought association?
Like neural pathways?
Neural pathways, bioelectricity, the cool one, not the heated one for Krishna. But just jokes, sorry. Where was I lost?
Neural pathway.
Oh, input.
Apparently.
Sensory input. Smell, taste, touch, visual, sound. Sort of the way the mind processes it, I guess. What your mind tells you what is happening. That sort of schema too is perception. But all things lead to other things. You come across a dog and you think of your own, or a birthday's sort of countrywide schemas.
You say all things lead to everything. There's a lot of connection here being made, association. But is there a meaning?
Yes, you could train them to lead to Gethsemane.
You can train them to do what in Gethsemane?
You can lead, all paths lead to Gethsemane, and one day, hopefully, Elodio.
When you say Gethsemane, what do you mean? Are you referring to a geographic location?
No, just the prayer. Just the prayer in the garden.
All paths lead to a prayer in a garden.
I mean, yeah, God, we're not meant to understand. I mean, they gave us the story of Christ to help. I don't think he'd talk about kingdoms these days. Everything's hive, so.
Do you think anything that we're told he said was what he said?
It might as well be Disney, Thrayle. I don't care.
You're my favorite. I just really enjoy you so much. Something about elephants and blind men both yelling. I'm so just.
Funny.
What would you say your biggest question is, Brad?
How do I best use next breath, next step, next day, next word?
Why should there be a best use?
I mean, human error, moderation, but maybe just an effort, that push against the entropy, maybe.
An effort that pushes against entropy.
That's the grind, that's the bacon, you know?
Oh, me into this.
Ooh, anytime, Hammy. Fun.
Brad, next time I'm in the area that you live in, because I visit that area quite frequently, can I take you to lunch?
Yeah, we do that. Fun.
That sounds great. Thank
Well, my face is teared, and I'm gonna go smoke still because I need to. Tobacco and the moon. I need the moon, Thrayle. But good stuff. Talk to you guys later.
I might ask you about the moon next time, Bratch. I appreciate you.
I can't wait to take him to lunch.
Okay, we do have 2 guests in queue. One of them's, one of the people I wasn't sure meant to, so maybe you meant to. World of Tears, welcome up. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Did you mean to request
birds chirping? Hello.
Hello. Can I get your age?
56.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Kinda. Not. I don't believe in a god. I don't believe in a creator. I believe in a higher power. For me, it's my mother, who I lost when I was 19. She was a fantastic woman. She was brought up as a Christian. She was in the Salvation Army. Became an air hostess. Oh, yeah.
Seems like we caught you at a bad time, World of Tears. We'll try another again.
Oh, so sorry. So sorry. I really wanted to have a good chat.
Maybe another time. Appreciate you. I could already hear some questions I might have there. But we do have a few other people waiting in line, and we'll see if one of them is still, capable of questioning, if at least apparating on the panel. No, maybe the next one.
Hello.
Hello, happy to be. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 32.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I don't. I'm very open-minded to that idea.
By open-minded to that idea, do you mean considering the possibility of, or just willing to engage with?
Yeah, no, willing to believe it. Just incapable. I haven't figured out how to believe in a god, or how to believe in a creator, or how to believe in a progenitor at the start of it.
Why? But it sounds like you've tried, or you have some desire to.
Yeah, I'm curious. I think that anthropologically, looking at our history as humans, we have a lot of really intense history built around religion and around belief in a deity, and it's one of the most fascinating things to look at as a human.
Absolutely.
Back at the history of where we came from.
Absolutely, but why does this give you a desire to believe in a deity?
I think because my ancestors engaged in such inquiry to the point where they allowed themselves to believe in things they couldn't see or believe, like they couldn't see or examine. Epistemically, they didn't have the empirical evidence, and they still managed to use this, and in a lot of ways, it becomes a pursuit of what's potentially beyond, if there is anything beyond, and on top of that, it becomes a pursuit of power and control and government. I think religion and government have been permanently entwined.
So these
all
things,
the way back to the Sumerian Empire.
these reasons that you're giving, do not make me, for me, instinctively don't make me more inclined to want to have this thought pattern or think or feel in this way. Why is this an attractive idea, way to be to you?
I think that the general drives of government and control are very difficult things to address properly in a world. We're trying to create systems of cooperation. That's essentially what it comes down to. If you look down to like the very like how biology works, how ape tribes work, how colonies of ants work, how we operate on a level that we're incomprehensibly divided about and incapable of understanding completely because it's such a vast scientific project to understand. But it's something that is a huge governor in all of our material world, all of our conscious decisions, quote unquote.
Do you think that religious beliefs are a effective way that we find cooperation?
I'm sorry, do I think religious beliefs are a way in which we find cooperation? Is that what you said?
Yeah, like effectively. Do we effectively find cooperation in like religious belief systems?
I think some people do. I think a lot of other people find the exact opposite. And I think both of them are valid. I think that that's a problem of human corruption.
Globally,
I also think that
large scale though, like large scale globally, is this a good way? Mm-hmm.
Well,
Is
like
there
I
a lot
said,
of cooperation?
I'd like to say that there is cooperation on a global scale, but I know exactly what you're pointing at, and it's not pretty. It's one of the biggest reasons that I shudder at religion.
I'm not
and
pointing
I
it
get
at
frustrated
anything.
by it. Well, no, I'm saying that there are a lot of things that you could be pointing to subliminally with what you just stated about the world, and I don't think that there's anything to say that there's wrong about pointing to certain things. I'm just saying that there are certain things that on TikTok can be omitted from conversations in order to benefit the live, and so I appreciate like more obscurity in those kind of conversations, especially if people understand what you're trying to point to. And maybe I'm just making an assumption, but I'm saying that religion can be on a global scale very destructive.
Yeah, I wasn't really pointing to anything specific. It really was just more about like historically and like presently, there's a lot of conflict and horrific things that we see that are a product of like religious belief systems and deities and belief in those deities. So I don't know if we're finding cooperation within that. So I too have I have never believed in any deities or anything, and I too am fascinated with the idea of belief. And I think it's fascinating, truly. But I don't have any desire to hold one of those beliefs unless there was some sort of evidence, like empirically, that that belief was true. I don't find myself looking for a god, and it sounds like you kind of are, and that's what I'm like fascinated by and curious about.
Well, I'm looking for a god because all of these religions claim to have a god. And so if there is some bottom truth here that I can scrape out of the barrel from the years and years of theological pursuit that humanity has created, then maybe I'll find something amazing that will change my life forever. And when I look at the modern religions, though, I look at them for what they are today. I've looked at the past. I've seen some really ugly things in the past, and that's a hard thing to confront. I'd like better for future religion. I don't think that, so I'm not a religion abolitionist, that's for sure. I think that religion is something that humanity doesn't seem to be able to let go of, at least in the modern age. And it's something that people will continue to cling to as long as humanity exists. And for better or for worse. And so I'd like to see for better. I'd like to see reform of religion. I'd like to see better acceptance between all religions. I'd like to see less conflict, less and more
If there
agreement.
were a god,
Less monologue, please.
yes, if there were a god, what is the likelihood, do you think, that any of the religions that exist would be right about that god?
Just to address Sinful in chat, Cat Navat's the one with the tickets.
Yeah, don't do that.
If you're actually up to have a conversation with us up on panel, you're welcome to request again.
And where
I
in the
do
world
actually.
did Cat pivot?
Huh? Oh, I was gonna address that. I do actually live in the jungle. Yes, I do live literally in the jungle. So, um,
I really didn't appreciate him talking right past you to talk to somebody in chat about you. If he's actually capable of having a respectful dialogue, he could request back up. But I'd much rather talk to somebody who's got a belief in a god or gods and is capable of questioning that.
and I'm sorry that my frogs are driving you nuts. They're not actually my frogs. They just live here too, and I can't control what they do.
They actually make it easy for me to know that you're about to ask a question so I can shut the fuck up.
You shouldn't shut the fuck up for me, but
I used to call it cat raising her hand.
yeah, Thrayle, like I don't know if you noticed, but sometimes I'll come off mute for like 30 seconds and then just go back on mute, and it's just so Thrayle knows that I have something to say.
Yep.
They are Koki frogs, for anybody wondering.
If any of y'all have a problem with the cookie frogs, you got a problem with me, and I suggest you let that marinate.
Hammy really likes the Koki frogs.
There's some days whenever there's a really bad guest that comes up here that like has been boiling my blood, and Cat will come up, and I'm just like, Cat, stay off mute for a while so I can just chill out to the cookies.
Woosaw with the frogs. Oh my god! Oh, I did not even mean for the meows to happen earlier, but they did, and it was like unintentional, but it was kind of well timed. It was a good guess to have some meows for.
So is this the attempt to trick the AI?
You don't have to say that. Yeah, we know what it is.
Okay. Okay. Sorry.
As a matter of fact, Cat, stay off
We're
mute.
not tricking anybody. This is a near face reveal. Nearly.
I mean that looks like your face. I mean.
Did you happen to see Discord? Some of the antics that were going on with AI Discord from Huggy and some of the folks over in
and Jaren's.
Yeah.
There was some antics there.
I did see some of the antics, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I'm fond of the antics. I like antics. Sometimes.
Now, the antics I like. Would literally stop mid-sentence and be like,
You're doing it now. Is this your antic? If anybody's got a belief that a god or gods, go ahead and request up. We'll try to limit Hammy's antics.
yeah, if you want to hear less antics, request up.
Oh, the music's still there for everyone. It's so faint I can't hear it on my end.
It's really quiet. It's there, but it's faint.
We can try again with this guest, I guess.
Before we get back into it, can you set me down? I think it's time for me to slumber.
Sure thing. Appreciate you, Everlasting. Hope you have
Thanks,
a good
y'all.
night.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Orion's Belt. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 29.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in Yahweh.
Is this Yahweh from the Bible?
Yeah, I am Catholic.
And have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
No. We rely on interpretation.
Whose interpretation?
Excuse me.
Whose interpretation?
The Eucharist.
What does that mean?
It's a divine kind of state people regard as holiness, which would require like a lot of judgment and discernment from the church. And so we've been doing the Catholic Church has been doing this for a real long time. And, we've made sure like nothing. How do you say define what's good better and better?
Yeah.
What are you talking
This is kind
about?
of what I thought.
So am I just doomed always to
You're not making
answer
sense
like a
with
Christian?
the questions. You're not making sense. Like when I ask a question and you just decide you've got something totally tangential that you'd like to say unrelated. It's
Like,
not a conversation.
Thrayle asked you whose interpretation, and you said the Eucharist. Which, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Eucharist is the practice of cannibalizing the deity, is it not? And so that's not really an answer to the question that Thrayle asked, and it's very confusing.
It's almost as if you had something you were going to say, and with each question, you just continue it.
It's either that or it's just random religious word association. I'm not quite sure.
It would be dogma. I would rely on.
Do you think dogma is a good thing to rely on for your worldview and beliefs?
It's completely necessary.
Do you think, okay, if dogma is necessary to hold a belief, why is that a belief you would like to hold?
Because we understand that
Is it me, or is he not?
it's because our forefathers believed it. Yeah. Because we trust them.
Yeah.
What is dogma?
Well, it's just it is whatever I want it to be.
Nope, that's not an answer to that
Well,
question.
no,
What
it's
is
just
dogma?
like that's what dogma is. Just saying that whatever believe it because I said so. It's dogma is just rules that require complete faith. No proof.
If you don't know what dogma is, why are you using that as...
Oh, it's just a nice way of telling someone maybe who's not Christian.
I don't think that dogma is nice at all, actually. I don't see how that's a nice way of telling somebody anything. If you don't know what a word means, why use it?
No, I certainly do know what it means. What does it? Dogma is like. It's part of the Agrippa's
Dogma
trilemma.
has nothing to do. Dogma has nothing to do with Christianity in and of itself. There's dogmatic belief structures. There's people who can be dogmatic about their beliefs. You can have a dogmatic atheist, believe it or not.
Yeah, I can agree to that. I just don't know what that.
Look, here, I want you to do this. I want you to look up the term, go to Google, and type in dogma definition.
What's going on tonight?
Okay. Wow. I didn't know what dogma
What's the
meant.
definition? Okay, there we go.
It's like tenets. It's like principles that the church has said, hey, this is undeniably true.
Yeah, unwavering, unquestionable, right?
Right.
So, great. It was really nice to hear you say, wow, I didn't know what dogma was. That was lovely. Good job. So why do you want to believe in other, like, what is compelling to you about beliefs that are based around the dogmas, the unwavering, unquestionable, like, tenets set forth by whoever they were, like by another man? What makes that person, what gives them the authority to do so, and then have everybody follow it?
It took me a long time to become Christian, and I learned a lot of things, just like morals, studying religions and things like that. And you notice that there's like this discernment that you never feel right about. And when I studied the Catholic Church, I found that, hey, like they're doing all these writings based on this discernment of how, what I think is right and wrong and stuff. Or like, what's the real truth? Like, hey, what's really happening here? And so as I jumped into the Catholic Church, it's like, hey, get it. So it's why do I want to? It's because I see just how critical they are, and that's more critical than me. And so I just trust that like other men are smarter than me in spiritual and theology, and so therefore I must learn first.
Do you think that dogmas are a good example of critical thinking?
I think that if someone has dogma, that they can show their critical thinking, and at least they'll give it to you to understand. You certainly don't have to believe in it, but just the Catholic process at least shows you how they came to those conclusions.
Do you think that anything that is considered to be unquestionable can also promote critical thought?
Do you think that? No. In fact, I think that people love to do things they're not supposed to. They say it's unquestionable, but people do question it, and then they feel bad about it, and they come to church, and we have amazing conversations. So
If I believe
it does inspire critical thought.
If I believed that the moon was made of cheese, or somebody told me the moon was made of cheese, I was like, yep, the moon is made of cheese. I believe this due to that dogmatic teaching that was given to me, right? How can I be inspired to be critically thinking if I hold on to the fact that the moon is made of cheese?
Like, how are you able to be held responsible for the critical thought when you believe that wind is cheese?
No, I said
moon.
Moon. So
okay.
let's say Cat is my moon cheese higher up here, and Cat tells me the moon is made of cheese. You must believe this, and I say, okay, I accept this.
It was Hammy.
How?
Blaming it on Cat.
Of course, it's always Cat's fault.
Yeah, like you hear this?
Well, then I would say that you're worshiping whatever Cat says, and maybe you should worship God.
Yeah.
You something better.
So,
excuse me.
So,
like,
what's
going on right now?
You're wrong,
Hey, no, Cat's awesome, but the moon's not made out of cheese, you know.
But listen, how is that inspiring critical thought that I'm holding that position because Cat told me to?
Inspired you. He spoke of the great moon cheese, or perhaps you're just the kind of person who believes those kind of things, right? And it's
do you know what critical thinking is?
Right, yeah, we're talking about deconstructing, analyzing thoughts, where they come from.
No.
Like, sure.
Go ahead, go the same thing, same way we looked up dogma. Go ahead and go to Google and do the same thing with critical thinking.
How did I become a shitty moon cheese god that's wrong in like 30 seconds?
You were on panel, and Hammy needed an example.
Yeah.
This is what happens.
If
This is what
Everlasting
they
was here,
fucking
I would probably. If Everlasting was here, I probably would have used Everlasting instead.
Probably not.
I think that's a hierarchy of fear there. I think he's more afraid of me than you, and more afraid of you than Everlasting.
Me than Everlasting.
Afraid?
It's a hierarchy. You know what? That's a valid hierarchy of fear, though. I think that's pretty on point.
Y'all are
Okay,
all as maniacal as a box of kittens.
So, critical thinking is the intellectual discipline, along with like analytics, to guide your beliefs, to be your.
Yeah. Okay. So if I'm holding this because Kat told me to, how is that inspiring critical thinking?
Eli, I just can't grasp the question. If Kat tells you, how is this inspiring critical thinking?
Yes.
But that would be like, if anybody tells you anything, how is this inspiring you to critically think? Well, I would say only by the means to which you can critically think.
When somebody tells you something, right? So if I tell you that the moon is made of cheese, and what do you do next? Do you just take it for what it is? You say, oh, well, the moon's made of cheese, or do you like research the moon being made of cheese and look into like some empirical evidence for the moon being like which one of those would you do?
Yeah, personally, since I already know it's not, I would just be like, this girl cheese, right? If you're skeptic, you'd look it up, but people aren't a monolith. And so I can only speak for myself.
Does anybody else have any more questions for Orion before we move on to a new guest?
Yeah, I can't breathe, guys. Y'all are awesome.
I think that's a compliment. Thank
it was.
Appreciate you, Orion. I hope you keep asking questions. Maybe we'll try again another time.
I want it to be on the record to know that I am not scared of either one of you.
3 times. That was his best, so I appreciate that. It was a little more responsive, slightly.
Can you question that, Hammy?
I can.
Hello, Josephine. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 40 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do. I believe in God.
Which god do you believe in?
Well, I believe that all the gods are connected. Like all the religions, when you get down to the core deep of it, that they are essentially speaking about the same thing, but they're just doing it in different ways, so that way people can accept it, interpret it, or receive it however they need to.
I'm sorry, you said all people believe in the same thing.
But when you think about it, okay, so what the core, like the basis of just about every religion is what? To be kind to each other, it's about just looking out for each other, right?
Are you sure that's the basis of every religion?
Well, there's some religions that, we're saying, hey, yeah, you're just going to kill everybody, there's those.
I don't know. So can we back up? Because I don't think this is anywhere near the question that I'd asked when I said, which god do you believe in?
I believe in, in God. What's his, in the all, I guess? That everything is the all of them all. Because I'm also...
Is this a particular god from any particular scripture, or are you saying it's just something?
So I was raised Christian.
I see.
Okay. So being raised Christian, then God, I know God has all those...
Is that where you learn to interrupt people while they're in the middle of asking questions?
Oh, it's because I'm just so excited. I'm so sorry.
I see. Does anybody else have questions for Josephine? We find it very unproductive if we don't get to be able to finish our questions. And it seems like we're not really having a conversation. You're just waiting for your turn to speak. So, in what way do you believe in a God? Like, what God is it?
It's, the Lord Jesus Christ.
I see. Is there a reason why you were ashamed to admit that you were Christian at the beginning of this conversation?
No, I'm not ashamed. Whenever I was questioned as far as to putting a name to him, that was a little hard for me, because to me, it's more of a faith feeling than it is a name.
Do you believe that the God that exists is Jesus from the Bible?
I believe that Jesus is the Son of God.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
No, I have not.
Have you read either the New or Old Testament?
Yes, I have.
So I assume the New Testament. Or have you read the Old Testament?
So the old one's kind of hard for me to understand just by the way that they speak. But I have read, I couldn't tell you if it's the new or the old, to be honest with you. The King James Version.
Well, that's why it's difficult to read.
That might make it difficult to understand. Do you believe the stories that you've heard from the Bible to be true?
Yes. And there's a reason why.
Do you believe the stories are literal? Like they actually happen the way they said they do?
No, I do not.
So in what way are they true?
Because they're the same experiences that we've gone through. Like it's a repeat of what things that we go through, just in different ways of like it being explained. Shame, guilt, anger, faith, trials, tribulations. It's all the same process. It's just different ways of going about it, I guess.
I don't see how that answers my question. In what way are the stories from the Bible true?
They are true because it's somebody who's the experience as far as to how do I say it? what they're overcoming, what they're going through. Like the experience, the growth is what's real.
So characters are experiencing growth, and you're saying that that growth is real, even if the characters aren't, even if the situations aren't.
Correct.
Do you believe the stories of Genesis, like the 6-day creation?
I do.
In what way is that true?
It's true in the sense that it started from nothing. Like there was nothing, and then
When does it say that?
And the first thing in the Bible, it says, on the first day God created light.
Right. Does it say there's nothing else?
No, there is, but because when I think about things, I think of like in a holistic approach. So, and I don't mean to be rude or I don't mean to be difficult, but just my way of thinking is different. So it's kind of hard for me to explain it. But I did ask ChatGPT to help me. Would you like to hear what he said?
No. The question that I asked you, do you remember it?
Yes, you said, and which way? Oh, the last question was, do I believe that the 6 days of Genesis were true? Did it happen that way?
Mm-hmm.
So.
And do you think that they happened that way?
Yes.
Why do you believe that the 6 days of Genesis happened the way they are described in chapter 1?
Because of the ways that I believe it to be true because the other theories tie into it. The Hermetic principles, the way that they explain the creation, like the beginning of life.
Hermetist principles.
Yes, I apologize.
Are you saying hermetist or hermetic?
Hermetic. Sorry.
What do the Hermetic principles have to do with the 6-day creation?
Well, it's one of the ways, or one of the things that I believe that enforce the way that things were created, because that started from nothing.
What are Hermetic principles? What is that?
That everything is the all, like the all is everything, and everything is the all. Then there's the law of. Hold on.
I'm sorry. What are the Hermetic? I'm not asking for you like the list, but like what is this Hermetic principle thing that you're saying?
Have you heard of Hermes Trismegistus? Sorry, I can't say his name right. I've never been able to say his name. Have you ever heard of him?
What I've heard of and haven't isn't going to make a difference for what you can question about your beliefs. So you're saying you believe the 6-day creation has something to do with Hermetic principles. I'm asking you what that is.
The Hermetic principles is basically another way of explaining how it's, I guess, another like religion type thing. It explains how the world works and the way we operate.
Why would you believe this book?
The Kabbalion.
Is that the book that you're talking about?
Yes.
So it's not just Hermetic principles, it's called the Kabbalion.
Well, the Kabbalion is what speaks of the Hermetic principles, yes.
Is it the only book? Or are there other books?
I'm sure that there are other books, but those are the only ones that I'm familiar with. Because it's the root cause, basically, of...
The root cause of what?
The root cause of what other theories and other books that are out there. Like,
what's the root cause?
The Hermetic... Go ahead.
The Kabbalion. When was that book published?
I couldn't tell you, but I know that I can tell you when I read it, but I don't know when it was published.
Do you know who wrote it?
The Kabbalions? No. I'm not sure, to be honest with you, who wrote it. I believe I believe it was Hermes Trismegistic. I mean, because he's the one who, it was his principles that started with it, and people followed him.
So it wasn't William Walker Atkinson in 1908.
He might have been. It's a blue book. Well, I know
So
that.
if it was published in the early 1900s, what do you mean it's the foundation of things? I'm really confused how we got to Hermetic principles and the Kabbalion from how is the six-day creation true?
Well, because so when I hear something and I read it, I looked further into it. I research it. I mean, I'm open to hearing all the
And
different.
what does it have to do with the six-day creation and the question I asked about how that's true? Or was it just something you were waiting to talk about because that's what you really want to talk about?
No, it's because it's the six-day creation. I believe that it's true because of the things, everything that's like all the theories around it. It adds up to match up the same things. I don't know how.
It adds up to match up what same things?
So let's say that we're trying to prove that it's true. Okay, so I'm researching and looking for, like, listening to all the.
Why are you trying to prove that it's true?
Because my mind is questioning.
So then why not actually question it? Why try to prove that it's true? I don't understand.
Isn't that the same as questioning?
Is that how you question, is try to prove things true?
Myself, yes.
So do you think that might, if your goal is to prove things true, do you think that might not lead you to potentially instilling your bias into the process and maybe convincing yourself things are true because that's your goal?
No, I don't believe so, because I don't believe I'm biased in any situation.
Fascinating. Wow, the first unbiased human in existence. What is it like to have a completely objective perspective?
It's like a devil's advocate. It sucks.
It's almost like you just kind of don't know where the conversation is anymore. Does anybody have any more questions for Josephine?
I have several when it comes to this unbiased business.
Okay.
Would you like to ask a question, Hammy? Go ahead, because we're going to move on to a new guest pretty soon, I think.
Sorry, I was with the customer at that moment. Do you know what a bias is?
Yes, to my understanding, it's when you feel a particular way, so you have you favor an idea because of whatever your beliefs are, because of something on your side, instead of being open to both sides.
Not quite, but somewhat close. It's just whenever, like, your opinions about something are influenced based on your prior knowledge of different things.
Mm-hmm.
So, how can you hold a position of unbiasedness when bias is something that everyone deals with?
So, when it comes to this, like, you just do, because you don't judge. When somebody's telling you something, I'm not automatically like, no, look it, you're wrong. I'm open. I'm listening to what you're saying. I'm open to to how you view it, and then my mind starts like piecing the things that match together. Like, it's automatically looking for both sides. So I mean, and it's, I don't want to call it like being able to watch, but like, it's being able to see both sides and understand, and not saying, okay, well, no, I'm right, because I don't ever see myself as just right. I see myself as this is what I believe, and this is how I perceive it. You're not gonna. Everybody's not gonna believe things the same way you are. So
Do you think that somebody who thinks that somebody else is wrong about something, that they couldn't be unbiased in that particular instance.
If they think somebody's wrong about something, wouldn't they be biased because they're because is that not being biased if you think somebody's wrong?
Do you think that, for instance, I could hold you wrong and still judge you or still listen to you unbiasedly?
If you are intellectually capable of doing it, yes, I think you could. I believe that you can because I believe you guys do that every day. Because when you're dealing with, like you said, you were with the customer, right? So when you're dealing with the customer, if they're telling you something and you know they're wrong, you're still having to listen to them, and you're still being open to what they're saying.
I'm going to guess he's with a customer again.
You would have been correct. So the last question I have, I guess, would be this, is that how do you differentiate between you being actually unbiased and you setting your bias aside?
With the intent of understanding?
How do you think that actually answers the question I asked?
Well, that's how I would set my bias aside. Like if I enter something with an intent to understand, as opposed instead of an intent to be right or wrong, then I'm open to what they're saying. And
I thought you always went with the intent to prove.
That I do, like for me myself, when I am like for my own things, yes. But when it comes to when you're dealing with, when I deal with people, or when I seek to understand myself, I seek to prove. Like I test theories, I guess. But with other people, I seek to understand.
Why would you not seek to disprove, or even just seek to understand without proving or disproving either way?
Because I don't. Who's to say we're right and wrong? I mean, why would?
Apparently you, because you want to prove yourself. I'm curious why you try to prove yourself instead of try to honestly inquire without a goal of proof or disproof.
My goal? Okay, so maybe my words are not correct. So I need to expand my vocabulary in this opposed to way. That way I can be better understood. But my ultimate goal is to be able to show how what we have in common.
Do you think that you are truly seeking to understand if your main focus is to seek proof, right? If you are looking to prove what you think to be correct, are you really focused on finding understanding?
Yes, because the proof comes from the understanding.
What if the proof you find does not lead that to you being correct?
It depends on what it is that I'm trying to prove to being correct about.
What I'm saying is what if on this journey, on this search, you find proof of something and that proof is not in line with what you believe to be the truth? What happens then?
Then I grow. Then I...
Do you change your understanding? Do you change your ideas?
Well, when it comes to religion, I don't have it's not a firm, hey, well, this is set in stone thing. My beliefs, I believe in God, and I believe that we're all here to be able to help as far as help each other. I mean, it never changes. That part doesn't change. So the, how to say it?
So what if I were to give you proof that those things were not true? What happens then?
I would be, that would be interesting. I would be, well, I'd love to hear it. Because the proof, what makes, I would ask you what would make your proof true? You know, like what would make your proof real? Like, is it hard
Whatever
evidence?
it was, yeah, so no, it's like, I'm not actually trying to do this, I'm just trying to present a hypothetical. So in this hypothetical, whatever you would need to prove that to you, whatever you would need to be able to accept that as truth, that's what it would be.
I still wouldn't accept it.
Even if I had proof that met your criteria for accepting something as proof. You would just blatantly ignore your own criteria for what the truth is in favor of disbelief.
No, because right now, hypothetically, it sounds like you're able to, hypothetically, like when you put it down as far as process-wise goes, then I would ultimately have to say, yes, you're right, or no, I'm wrong, and give in or something. But realistically, though, when the situations like that arise, there's always a
Wait, but we're not talking about realistically. I'm talking about the hypothetical that I presented.
Well, the hypothetical, then yes, I would have to. I'd have to accept your truth, but for the time, because I mean that's what it is that you've proven. If you've proven it to be true, but if I don't feel it like accepted in my heart, then I would continue on figuring out. Okay, well, where does this tie into? How does this work? How does it like? How does this connect to everything else?
So you would ignore the evidence and continue to try to rationalize the belief?
No, I would grow from it. I would, okay, if this is what this is, well then maybe then recalibrate. I would start exploring. Okay, well, if this is where the proof is here, well, let's go down this way. Let's explore this theory then. Let's go.
A lot of rabbit trails, huh?
Well, it really is, though.
Kat or Hammy, did either of you have any more questions for this guest?
How do you determine what the truth is?
I believe the truth is different for everybody.
Okay, that's not an answer.
I determine it by what feels right with me. Like what
constitutes feeling right? What does it mean for something to feel right?
I don't know how to explain it. That's something that, I mean, you either would have to experience or, I mean, I believe it's something that it's hard to explain. Like you don't get, and it feels right. You don't get the knot in your chest. You don't get the hesitation. Like it just flows. Like you just
sounds like what you're saying is that whatever you have a preference towards. Like I have a preference towards X, Y, and Z thing, and so that's what I believe.
Well, yes. I mean, yes, because we were all made to have our own preferences. I mean, I don't believe anybody's preference is right and anyone's is wrong. I believe that we were all given our own, like we're individuals for a reason.
Right, but does preference equal truth?
It believes in self-truth.
What is a self-truth?
What holds true for me may not hold true for you. Like it's something that works for me, but maybe it doesn't work for you. Like I wear size 5 shoes, but maybe you don't.
I do not, in fact. Can you determine like truths about the universe or the world or the nature of reality or or anything this way?
Okay, repeat that and just a little bit. How do I?
Can you use this idea, these self-truths, this idea of it feeling right and that meaning that it's true? Like, do you use that to determine truth about the nature of reality or the universe? Or
Yes.
And how does this method reveal those truths to you? How can you say with certainty that going by what you feel is right is a good determination of what is true?
Because when it aligns like with the universe, and it's vast. Like there's so much everything out there. I mean, I believe that it's true for me that what is true for me and what I put into this world, it's maybe it doesn't fit everybody holistically, but it's true for me and it works for me and it makes a difference. I do my part.
What does that mean, you do your part?
I do my part. Like I show up, I be me. Like I don't.
You do your part to what? Like for what? Like what? I don't know what that means.
Okay, so it's kind of hard to have this conversation when as far as when I don't know what your beliefs are, because in order for me to be able to better explain mine, like I would normally tie it into like, okay, well, how, like what yours
Here's
is.
Here's the thing. We spend, I don't know, 40 plus hours a week, every week, talking to people about their beliefs. I don't think that it is important for you to know what we think, for us to be able to understand what you think, considering we do this as much as we do full-time jobs, right? So we have a pretty good understanding of how, of belief systems.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is that in order for me to be able to better communicate, and because is for me to be able to understand what the other person's what their point is, like in a debate. I mean, you know somebody else's.
Why do you need somebody's belief as a comparison instead of just saying what it is that you believe?
Because it helps me to tie into how you would relate to your belief, would help me to be able to explain how how I believe in mine, like the same feelings, the same emotion, the same like the conviction or this or that, or how you would just know.
What if somebody doesn't have a belief? Yeah, what if there's somebody that doesn't have any beliefs? How would you relate it to them?
The same way that you don't believe. I mean, when you wake up in the morning, you believe the sun's going to be there, right? I mean,
I have evidence that the sun is going to be there.
But we wake up, we all believe in something. Like everybody, we believe in something. We either believe in that people are just made to be mean, or we believe that people are nice. I mean, there's a belief. It's an expectation.
Yeah, but okay. But what I'm saying is not all of these things are beliefs, right? Like, for me, maybe we're defining beliefs differently, but for me, if I have evidence to support like something, then it's not a belief because I have evidence for why I think that. So, I don't have to have like conviction or faith or anything to know that this is true. So I'm asking you, how would you explain what you believe to somebody who doesn't hold any of those types of beliefs about anything, anything that isn't evidence-based?
I would call it faith.
Okay, but I don't have any faith. So how would you then, how do you explain faith to somebody?
You can't. I mean, that's where we remain a mystery, because faith is believing in something that you can't see, something that you don't, that you, even without understanding. And if you don't, I mean, The same way that you don't believe that something is true, the same way that you don't expect for something to happen. It's still faith. It's faith in.
What if
It is
I
not
told you
faith.
No,
that
it's not faith. That's okay.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
It's not. But what if I told you that I don't have any faith in anything because I find faith useless? How does that help you describe what it is that you feel with your beliefs?
It would make me give. Okay, I would have to show how you do have faith in something. So when you walk into the middle of the street and there's a car coming, do you believe that car is going to hit you? Or do you believe if you move out?
But that's not faith because
That's not faith.
Because when I walk into the middle of the street, the car doesn't hit me every other time historically, so I have evidence that the car is likely not going to hit me.
But
Oh my God, what do you mean, but? Are you just here to wait? Are you just here to argue, or are you actually here to question your beliefs? Because I haven't heard a single thing that is an indication that you are capable of questioning.
Oh, am I supposed to question my beliefs?
Oh my God.
Can you question your beliefs?
Your beliefs.
What did you think that meant?
Yes. Oh no. I mean, yes, I am questioning it. I'm not. Okay, so I'm not questioning it, but I'm listening to what you're saying, and I mean, and you're as far as poking the holes in what I believe, it's causing me to.
Who said? Hold on. Who said that we're trying to poke holes in your beliefs?
No, I'm not saying that you're trying to. I'm saying because when I say something, and then you guys are, and you're poking holes in it to see where the flaws are at, like to see, like, oh well, what about this? What about that?
I'm trying to see if you can question it, and it seems pretty clear that you're in complete defense and not capable of questioning it. Is it? Why did you request that?
Because I'm all interested in hearing how you guys how you are able to. I am questioning it because normally I speak with the conviction and I automatically talk. So I mean the pausing and the having to think about what it is that I'm saying is me questioning what it is that.
Why did you request up today?
So that way I can see see if you guys if I'm able to if I am able to question it.
Why is questioning your beliefs a good thing? Why would we be asking this question?
To find out if you really stand for what you believe in.
To see if you stand for it.
Not stand for it, but to see if you really believe in what you believe in. Do you know what you're believing in? Is that wrong?
What does questioning your beliefs mean to you?
It means doubting that it means exploring the possibility that they're not right. Taking something that you've heard and then being like, okay, well, it could have went a different way.
Do you think that you do this?
Every day.
How do you do this?
With new information.
Do you always, at the end of every day, do you come to the same conclusion?
That there's still more to learn, yes.
No, I mean about what you believe. Do you come to the same conclusion?
Yes.
Okay, so I kind of have a process for this within myself, right? When I have an idea or a thought or I'm mulling something over, I have a questioning process for this that I do, and Thrayle knows about this because he's been subjected to it many times. But I usually spend several days in my own head questioning it, and then I bring it to a group of people who I think are much smarter than I am, and I ask them to question me about it. And almost every time I come to a different conclusion than the one that I had in the days before. And even in those days I spend questioning myself about it, I come to a different conclusion at the end of every day. So do you think and this is good. This is okay. This is how we make progress and we learn things, right? But do you think that if you are coming to the same conclusion every day, that you are effectively questioning these beliefs?
I don't think I'm effectively doing it, no.
How might you more effectively do it moving forward?
By seeking more things that go more outside of what it is that I believe in. By seeking the opposite.
Thrayle, I think that was kind of a W. I think we
I
got.
think it was close. It was.
Yeah, I really think
Josephine,
we got.
I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions that you did openly and to the best that you could. I feel like there was a little bit of trailing and a few times you wanted to divert. I think, well, I hope that you take away from this conversation and keep questioning your beliefs. And maybe another time we'll have more questions for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We can give some W's for Josephine in the chat. There was some questioning there at the very end. Good job, Kat.
I'm really happy with how that. Yeah, no, I was really happy with how with where we got with that, because I didn't know that it was going to get there. But good job, Josephine.
I have come now to the understanding that Kat thinks I'm dumb.
That is a wild claim, dude.
I can back it up, because you said that whenever you have a thing that you have, you go to people who you think are smart. And so then you have never once came to me and asked me to question.
You're not ever in the Discord when I go to question things. It's usually Thrayle and Hazel, maybe Philly, maybe Slippy's really good. But you're not ever in the Discord, and that's where I take it.
And if you want to join the Discord, there's a link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. Of course, you want to make sure you read the rules when you get there. Otherwise, it might look a little lonely. But if you can't agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone.
If you need any help with the Discord, feel free to DM Thrayle or one of the mods, but really just DM one of the mods, because Thrayle doesn't answer his DMs that good. And if you want to know what kind of things I question, and question me thoroughly, that's where you go.
To show you how well Thrayle doesn't answer DMs. Thrayle, did you ever email him?
Email who and the where?
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I haven't. I've even seen him on TikTok once a few weeks ago in another live, but I forgot. After that, I was like, I need to email him.
I was listening to TBV earlier, and there was a guy there that needed a Thrayle scary dad voice consent speech, and you weren't there to do it, but he really needed it. And I was like, insert. I was like, this is where the Thrayle scary dad voice consent speech would go if he was here with you.
Yeah, there's a disturbing number of young men on TikTok that don't know what consent is, or at least project a lack of understanding all over the platform.
Enforce a boundary Thrayle set down, because this dude was like, oh, well, can I do this? And he said no. And he's like, oh, well, it would have. I wanted to say this. And I was like, yeah, no, you're not doing that. You just said no.
Oh, is that the guy whose girlfriend called him earlier?
No, it was some other dude.
No, not you, Hammy. Sorry, I'm looking at the comments and talking.
I don't. It might have been.
Yes, it is the guy whose girlfriend called him earlier. Well, Thrayle seems to be making a coffee right now. One moment.
Oh.
Also, I don't see you in the requests. That would help.
Indeed, that would help.
Mm-hmm.
My dog is so cute.
Hello?
Welcome back. Leave my name out of it. Can you remind us
Hi,
your
sorry.
age for TikTok TOS?
30 Canada.
I'm sorry, say that again.
38 from Canada.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I do, yes. I believe in per se alien beings, yes.
What does that mean?
From my understanding, I think that it's more than just. It's hard to say because, like, my background is my background is Muslim, so it takes a lot of me to say this. But sorry,
I'm sorry, your background's Muslim, but you're not Muslim anymore.
no, I actually never was. A lot of my family, my father's side is Muslim. They portrayed it. They like pray five times a day, everything else. And then when I tried to learn it, I didn't feel like I was part of it. So I inut myself from it. And I felt as a black sheep of the family and my father's side. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But, okay, so, how did that, I'm sorry, I interrupted, I just wanted to clarify. How does that relate to to the aliens?
To be honest, the only thing I think about of so much I had in my life, I think that they actually exist more so than in just religion of how people say. I went to Mexico. I saw the pyramids and Aztecs and everything else, and I saw like pictures of how they had, and I was like, "That's not normal. It's not human," and it made me think more about it. I was talking before about this earlier tonight too.
Yeah, can you refresh my memory on where we left off at?
Ancient aliens.
Yeah, I think we left about ancient aliens actually, because sorry, my girlfriend called me and I was like, my apology. And we were talking and I forgot to leave, unfortunately, like about that.
Why do you find this compelling? Why do you find this theory compelling?
There's a lot of matters that I think are factors that I believe are compelling because of how just in life, if you think about like the world, how there's pyramids and how they're like depicted or how they're built, and then like Aztecs in Mexico, which when I saw it, I was like, wow. And it kind of bogged my mind. Yeah.
Do you think that because because you don't understand something, that means there's a supernatural explanation for it?
So you think because I don't understand anything, I went to something that's supernatural? Is that what you're...
Do you think that because you don't understand something like how they managed to build the pyramids, that means that there is a supernatural explanation for that thing. Is that like why? Why is that? Like, could it not just be something you just don't understand?
I mean, for me, I've always had the fear of the unknown as a child. That's like how I was as a person. So like for me, I was always like that. That was like my fear. So like, if I didn't understand something, that was my fear.
Is your I'm sorry, that words are
Go
hard.
ahead. No, I understand you. It's okay.
You said, so if you don't understand something, you're afraid of that. That is a fear for you.
Correct. That's like a fear unknown. Exactly. So I always want to understand something. That's like I want to like figure it out.
Why is that scary? Why is that scary to you, to not understand things?
I think because it was just how maybe I've been raised, possibly, or maybe it's who I am as a person. I'm not sure exactly, but I always want.
Do you think that it's possible for humans to understand everything, to understand all the things?
To be honest with you, before I like in this chat, I was like hard to actually realize what that concept was, and right now I understand it. It helped me. Like this chat has helped me understand the situation of myself, which I love about.
So do you think it is possible for humans to understand all the things?
I think that some things maybe you have to not understand to let it go to understand, if that makes sense.
Not really, but what I'm saying here is like I don't think that it is possible or feasible or like reasonable for us to expect to be able to understand even most things, let alone all things. So I don't understand why it is scary why the idea of not understanding things would be scary, because it just really seems like an unrealistic expectation,
Because if you don't understand something, it doesn't mean that you not realize it later on in your life. As experience overall. So just right now, you're thinking like, oh, I don't get it. Doesn't mean you will not understand it later on. It's like experience in life, same thing. And maybe
Right,
that's
but
how life is.
just because I don't get it right now
Right.
doesn't make it scary that I don't get it.
Exactly. And that's where I understand now. I did not realize that before. And that's why I love this place.
That's good to hear.
Do
you think that this alien explanation helps you gain further understanding of things?
It may be a comfort. I'm not gonna say it's not like a comfort blanket or like you get me what I'm saying, like a comfort blanket, like a scapegoat, trying to be like, oh, it makes you feel better than like how you feel.
Why is that comforting? Why is the alien idea comforting?
Because it's the closest thing that I can think of in my life. Because like things I've experienced, I've experienced some strange things. I went to a car accident. I had 90% of dying, and then I survived.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have an experience, or like what are you saying?
No, I did. I broke both my femurs. Like as I'm talking, I broke my femurs, my leg. I broke my wrists.
No, it's femurs are a bad one to break. That sucks. I'm sorry.
I broke both my fingers and my leg. Yeah.
Right, but
and my foot. Sorry.
I'm asking if you like had some sort of experience like during this that led you to believe that there's like something more than just us, I suppose, or if this, or just the fact that you survived it at all is what you're trying to reference here.
You're actually very smart, because before that I was an atheist. I didn't believe anything. I cold-hearted believe anything else, and then after that whole situation, I believe it was a higher power for sure, and that's when it opened me up into other understandings.
Why did that make you believe there was a higher power?
To be honest with you, I think that as a human, you drop to a point where you have to hold on to something.
Why?
And sorry?
Why do you have to hold on to something? What?
Because we don't, you feel empty. And it's not just that. I think it's just your ego gets like, it's in conflict. A lot of people have egos. I had an ego. Even before I was in here, I had an ego. And that's where it like was attacking me. Not right now, I don't. And that's why I love this place, because I don't have that.
Really quickly, I need to speak past both of you because I will lose the list otherwise. I gotta make sure I thank Lambscum Poetry, Angela, Shell, Branch, Sheena Lee, Heather's Descent, Hammy, Danny Grass, Tech Omea,
My girlfriend's calling me again. My God.
Cat the Witch. I appreciate all of you so much for helping with the goal. Thank you, guys. We'll go ahead and let you go then.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
I love you. I'm
much appreciate if you come back after drinking some water and taking a nap, maybe.
I've been very talky tonight, you guys. I'm sorry.
You're welcome for reaching that live goal, Thrayle.
Shut up.
No such thing. You should know me by now, Cat.
Yeah, I know, yeah. Some nights I come up here and I'm like extra talky, and I feel like I've been extra talky tonight. But I've been having a really fun time asking these people questions.
Well, it's fine because we missed the cookies for like several days. Because you decided to go out on an adventure.
How dare I?
Exactly, how dare
you? Time. Woo! It's Torrid time. Oh, and Blake's here.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Blake. How are you doing?
Good. I just had a shower thought, and I need y'all's thoughts. Does apologize mean to express regret in English instead of a formal defense like apologia because of religion?
Yes. It's the two aren't actually like in reference of each other.
Okay, yeah, I don't actually know the etymology, but it just cracks me up every time I hear apologia.
Shower thought is so high above my caliber of shower thoughts. This is wild.
I have those usual dumb shower thoughts like, why do we drive in the parkway and park in the driveway?
Right, my shower thoughts are like so much less intellectual than that.
Yeah. Blake's up here trying to solve world problems in the shower, and I'm just like, God, why do we drive on the parkway?
I mean, don't give me too much credit. Apparently it's a false cognate. So
Joke's on you. I don't know what those words mean.
seemingly related, but not actually.
I can't get the floating skull to sit right over the other one. I can't get the camera far enough away right now.
Floating skull ever thought about getting good?
I don't know what you mean.
Like embarazada versus embarrassed, whereas embarazada means pregnant, but sounds very much like embarrassed. That's a false cognate.
Embarazada.
I'm embarrassed of what's going on right now.
So high, so much more intellectual than I would ever come up with in the shower.
I don't know what embarazada means.
to get pregnant.
Said it means pregnant.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was distracted for the moment. I apologize.
Yeah, if you actually want to say embarrassed, you say tengo vergüenza.
Tengo Maganza. Got it.
No.
Oh. Is that what he said?
Thrayle just said no. No.
That's how you
Tingo
know I need a night
extravaganza.
off. I'm gonna tell Hammy he's wrong.
Oh!
You should.
Thrayle, we don't do that here.
Yeah, except unless your name is Hammy, then we do.
Oh. Hammy. Tell yourself you're wrong.
Oh.
No.
Hold on. Can I turn my camera for just a split second?
Okay.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, Hammy's getting special privileges tonight. Look at that.
I'll have a camera for a moment with permission.
Hammy, you are wrong. You are wrong.
That's a really, really good. That was a good use of the camera. I think that was a great use of the camera.
Okay, I'm back. What happened?
You know what? We'll clip it.
Okay.
But if anybody has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate. We're not here to argue. We are here to see if you can question your belief in a god or gods or anything like that, be it mermaid, yeti, alien, Sasquatch, Santa Jesus. Did I leave one? Winnie the Pooh Mothman, sorry. Yeah, if it's, any amalgamation of that or something else, and you can question that belief, then go ahead and request up.
The Tao of Pooh is on audiobook on Spotify for free for everybody to listen to. Just FYI.
Is Pooh read by Jim Cummings?
One moment. It's not Pooh. It's the Tao of Pooh, but it is narrated by somebody named Simon Vance.
So not Pooh.
So not Pooh.
Well,
Pooh is
look,
not
but Shannon
narrated.
read it and she said it was great. Look at that. It's a sparkling recommendation.
It is a sparkling recommendation. Still not
Oh,
read
it's
by
not
Pooh.
It's not
No,
read
it's
by
not
Pooh.
read by Pooh. No, it's the Tao of Pooh.
I'm
Wait, what
very
was it?
disappointed in the lack of Pooh.
The
Like
Tao
Winnie
of
the Pooh?
Yeah,
Like Winnie
the
the
Tao of Pooh, like Winnie the Pooh. From what I understand, it's a rewrite or retelling of the Tao Te Ching.
Mm-hmm. In the context of Winnie the Pooh.
Oh, I love that.
Oh, yeah. What's this about a whirlpool that I was told about?
There's a whirlpool?
Oh, it was last night. I wasn't even on panel, but I was just thinking
I heard something about water, lava, beaver dam, whirlpool.
Oh, well, that was a reassessment of that game because a guest brought up a whirlpool, and Rab thought that was like a beautiful metaphor for how everything is like stagnant but moving at the same time, or appear
Yeah,
like.
but why is it fucking with my rock, paper, scissors?
It's like people who try to throw in like lightsaber or laser beam or,
Yeah, like why are we adding whirlpools to the rock, paper, scissors?
It doesn't make sense.
Okay, good. Yeah, so no whirlpools are being added.
As far as I know, it's not canon, and I'm still reconsidering the Beaver Dam, but I think it might be the strongest.
No, the Beaver Dam stays. This
then you
is
need to
not a
add-
dictatorship. This is me, you, and Morgan. We're in this together, and the Beaver Dam stays 2-1.
But then we need to add dynamite for the beaver dam.
No, because it's only 3 things. Do you know how to play rock, paper, scissors?
Yeah, but if you're doing rock, paper, scissors, beaver dam...
But that's not what we're doing. We're doing water, lava, beaver dam.
Well, see, I think that the whirlpool replaced the water because it feels...
That could happen, but then you'd have to say it different. It'd be lava, whirlpool, Beaver Dam.
Water, lava, beaver dam is canon, and it is the end-all, be-all.
Yeah, I guess Iceland didn't need the whirlpool aspect of the water to...
No, they did it with just the water.
Yeah, just salt
I
water.
don't like what any of this is. So please, if you have a belief in a god, no segue now. If you have a belief in a god, just request that, please.
Beaver Dam is a city in Wisconsin. Jesus Christ. That place is a mess.
Also, I love that I can say that Iceland did it with water. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I do. I like volcanoes. Oh my gosh, the volcano like threw rocks all over the place yesterday.
Hey, look, we've got a new person.
Raining rocks.
What's Batcolyte?
Hello, Skibbity. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 20.
What year were you born?
2006.
Do you own a 9-volt battery?
Yeah, the ghetto bird. It's in the bag. I'll get up. Hold on. What's Batcolyte though?
We're not here to answer questions, but we are here to see if you can question your beliefs. If you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, then we're here to see if you can question that. If you can't get far enough away from that smoke detector, then I think we will go ahead and move on.
Over there, bro. It's
That was the quickest one of the night.
Raining rocks. The road got closed, like the main road got closed because the volcano was raining rocks.
That's kind of neat.
Yeah, it was
I
pretty
want
cool.
to see it from a very great distance.
So before I knew it was raining rocks, I just knew, had an inclination that it was erupting. I pulled up the live stream and it had like both vents going at like 1,500 feet. Like, they were huge. It was a huge fucking lava thing. It's crazy.
Yeah, it seems like the eruptions, at least the last two, have kind of like ramped up, or at least been like really like the same volume or a little bit more, but just like spewed out so much faster than the previous eruptions.
So much lava. I need to go look at like the stats on it, that I haven't yet.
We haven't seen Pele in a while.
The eruptions have been so much faster the last couple of times that it hasn't been like a 14 or 16 hour eruption like the last couple times. But when it hits on the stream, we'll pull it back up.
I don't think it's gone for 14 or 16 hours in like months, really. They've gotten like a lot. I feel like. What?
No, go ahead. I thought you were done.
Oh, I feel like as like the eruption has gone on, they've been like shorter bursts, but like a lot higher volume, if that makes sense.
We haven't seen Pele in a while, Cat.
I mean, I see Pele all the time, but you guys haven't now. Been a lot of daytime eruptions these last few months. and I'm not going to the park during the day for many reasons, but mostly because it costs $30 and because traffic will be terrible.
That's understandable.
And it's
One of
way
these
cooler
days
to
we'll
look
see
at at
Pele
night
again.
anyway.
One of these days we'll see Pele again.
And if you believe in Pele, request up. It would be a very refreshing conversation.
The AI currently says that we are debating if water, lava, or beaver dam is a better rock, paper, scissors move.
That's terrible.
I don't think that it understood. But maybe if somebody does understand at least your own belief in a god or gods, higher power or something like that, and you can question it, then go ahead and request up.
I'm almost considering being questioned myself.
You are awfully questionable, Hammy.
I am. So if we don't get anybody requesting up, I might have to subject myself to it.
Subject yourself to it. Is the questioning an arduous thing, is it?
No.
What do you mean by subject yourself?
Meaning, make myself actually say, go ahead, they're all question. Questioning itself is not bad, it's just saying, just getting around to saying it usually takes a minute because, I don't know, it's just, I don't really, because I really much rather talk to believers. And so, whenever there's a lull in believers, like, let's question something.
Do you knock on wood?
Do I knock on wood? No. The only time I ever do the knock on wood thing is jokingly, I'll knock on my head and say knock on wood. That
You'll knock on your head. So you never knock on wood. Do you walk under ladders?
No, but that's for practicality reasons.
Does it make you think twice if a black cat crosses your path?
Oh, absolutely not. I love black cats. I'd get in the cat's way just to go and see it.
You work in customer service. Have you, do you have any qualms with saying the words, "It's awfully quiet tonight"?
No. The only qualms I have is whenever I think that I'm like, oh, this is a really good guess. Well, I can question him. And then all of a sudden, the very second that thought crosses my mind, that's when customers start coming in. And I'm like, where were you like an hour ago when there was somebody up here that I wasn't even somewhat paying attention to because they were going off on weird different tangents that had nothing to do with the question.
So would you say that that's almost like a woo belief? That as soon as somebody asks you a good question or you have a good question for someone, that you'll have a customer.
No, I wouldn't say it's a woo belief. I would say it's more of a pattern. Because
Is it an actual pattern, or is there some confirmation bias leaning towards a conclusion?
I mean, there could be a little bit of confirmation bias. I think that at best it's a pattern. At worst, it's coincidence that every time I do have good questions I want to ask someone, somebody comes in.
Well, you know what? In absence of another request. Oh, wait, I do see. My apologies, we've left them waiting. And
Oh.
Hello.
Welcome back. So you said your age was 29, you believe in ancient aliens. I have a question, though, because you've been up here a few times tonight.
Correct.
Have you been drinking tonight?
No, sir.
Okay. When you say you believe in ancient aliens, is it like a belief that this definitely happened, or is this kind of just a amusing thing, the thought that you think is kind of fun?
So my background is Muslim.
Yeah, you told us that earlier, but that's not answering my question.
The reason why I believe in ancient aliens is because I think the more I've read about it, the more I just of myself of believing in it.
I didn't understand your answer. Can you say that again?
And the more I watched like the show, the more I justified about what I thought I believed about it myself.
Have you ever looked up any of the repudiations of the show, or the rebuttals against the show, and the information it presents?
Yes, I have. Yes. And it actually made me depict in depth about what I thought about what my belief was, but some facts I felt like I foretell that was per se realistic.
Was there any information from the show that you looked up afterwards that you then decided wasn't necessarily true?
Yes, 100%.
What's an example of that?
They said there was a picture of a flotation thing of an angel in history, and they said that this was an alien or whatever. So they thought that in the Bible, they were saying that if there's something in a flotation device, they said it was an angel, they said it was an alien. And I was like, that was one part. I mean, I went to Mexico myself, and I saw things that the pictures they were not human in the pyramid themselves, and that's what made me feel more like.
But to go back to Blake's kind of question, have you seen the criticisms of the people where they discuss those things?
I have, and that's where I actually made me stop from thinking about it as being real. This is actually foretell, almost hearsay. But then at the same time, I went to Mexico myself, and I saw the Aztecs there, and I saw things that were not human. the pictures I
What do you
saw.
mean you saw things that were not human?
Go ahead, Hammy. It's fine. Go ahead.
I said, what do you mean that you saw things that were not human? What does that mean?
One in Mexico, I saw like one of the pyramid. The picture saw the people; they were not humanoid. And go ahead. Yeah.
Are you familiar with the lore of the different cultures from the time frame we built the pyramids?
I'm not. No.
So would you be surprised if you found out that the Aztec and the other ancient cultures of the time, their gods were depicted as part man, part something else, whether it be beast or like birds or animals of other sorts?
Could they be sentient? Could they be sentient at that time?
The Aztecs?
Sure.
Yes, the Aztecs were sentient.
Mm-hmm.
Where's
The
this
Aztecs. Okay, sorry.
What do you mean, could they be sentient? What does that what does that have to do with Hammy's questioning?
I'm saying, could they be smarter than we think they are? Could they be more technological than we think?
No, these were gods of, like, for instance, I forget the name of him, but there's a god who's part man, part hawk, who was the sun god. These were just being stories that they would tell each other, and they created a religion out of it.
Like, for example, you saw the angel and had the cultural understanding to see, oh, that's an angel. Like, I understand that that is a combination of a human and a bird, at least in like Christian depictions. Like, it's a human with bird wings to depict that they're have like supernatural abilities. And because you understood the cultural context of that with angels, you dismissed that. So do you think that if you had the cultural context of these other societies, that you might be more able to dismiss some of the other kind of like loose ties that the show is pointing out?
So, when I was talking about my car accident, I had a very bad car accident. I had 9% of dying. And most doctors said that you should have been pretty much dead. It was very bad. It was a very, very bad car accident I had.
How is that related to Blake's question?
So I was an atheist before that. And after my car accident is where I catch on a belief that. With your question, what I'm saying is that I don't have a belief. I don't have that much knowledge about what I believe in, but there's enough understanding for myself to believe what I believe in myself, what I think is true.
Do you remember what question I asked you?
I'm sorry, I don't. Maybe I went through like my head. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Sorry. Go
Oh,
ahead.
no worries.
My
Yeah,
apologies.
car accident can shake you up and leave you with some issues, so no worries, we can work with you. What I was saying is that you understood to dismiss the angel. Like, an angel is an example within like European society. The way that we depict them as a human with angels is also like a combination of like a human animal hybrid. But because you understood that it was an angel and like where that story came from, you dismissed that story as not being an angel, or I mean not being an alien. So if you understood the other cultures as well as you did the culture that the angel came from, do you think that you might dismiss some of the other ancient alien stories?
100%. If it was an alien or not, it'd be an agent too. It'd be an angel as well. There's no way I would not say it's not alien or angel. It could be both. One or other. I'm not going to dismiss one another for sure.
But the question is that whenever it comes to these ancient cultures, such as the depictions of these characters in
It could
Mexico,
be an angel. Yeah.
Well, no, not that it could be an angel.
Let
but
Hemi
if
finish
you
his
have-
question. Sorry, Hemi.
Sorry.
Not a problem. It's as if you had the cultural context of what these animals or what these creatures were, that you would then just dismiss them as those creatures and not aliens.
True. Yes. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. You're right. Yeah. I'm very open-minded with my belief. Highly open-minded.
So,
Go ahead.
Thrayle, is it okay to recommend him watch a particular content creator?
Go ahead. I'm open.
That's what you've got to do.
It's Thrayle's show. I want to make sure that it's okay with him.
I'd love to, for sure.
So there's a content creator both here on TikTok and on YouTube by the name of Mini Minuteman.
I'm sorry, what?
Mini Minuteman.
Yeah, great recommendation.
Mini Minuteman. Okay. All right.
Yeah. He does a lot of archaeology content.
Okay.
And he also talks a lot about things like like, so for instance, in Egypt, you know how there's a depiction of what looks like a light bulb?
Mm-hmm.
He covers that. He just recently put out a 2-part series on ancient aliens.
Okay.
The show.
Okay.
So, I would highly recommend watching him. He does a lot of fantastic content.
I want to blow your mind right now. Have you heard of Zeitgeist, Hemi?
Oh no.
Oh no. Are you talking about the documentary the documentary you can find on YouTube?
They actually sent me a CD back then when I was a child.
I would tell you, like, okay, I'm going to give you the same exact advice that somebody gave me whenever I was talking about Zeitgeist, because whenever I first became an atheist, I got pulled into the Zeitgeist movement.
Oh my God! So here you go.
So,
okay, go ahead, please.
So what I'm going to tell you is the same advice. Look up what we actually know about Horus and compare it to what Zeitgeist says about Horus. And you tell me where the similarities are
But they talk
and
about
where
like
the differences
Zoroaster.
are.
They talk about Zoroaster, like about the sun god, you know, like all that.
Until you look up Horus and then go back and look at what Zeitgeist says about him, that's all I'm going to tell you right now, because it's getting into educating you again, and that's not what we do here.
Blake or Kat, do either of you have any more questions for this guest before we move on?
No, I'm good right now.
Nope, I think we've given you a lot of homework to do, so...
Appreciate you leaving my name.
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate all of you.
That you
to
keep
tell me
asking questions, and I hope that you come back another time. Sorry for the abrupt cut there. I just wanted to make sure that we do move forward. And if anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request up. We're not here for a debate. We're not here to argue or burgle your gods or tell you that you're wrong. We just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? next guest is not loading in. Yeah, I was really hoping that would time out right.
What's a zeitgeist?
Zeitgeist is this quote unquote documentary that came out years and years ago. And it's broken up into two parts. The first part is basically talking about the Bible, and it makes connections to astrology, and it talks about how there was plenty of Christ-like figures all throughout other religions, and it ties a bunch of different gods into a Christ-like figure.
It's basically taxes and religion are made up and controlled by horrible people.
Yeah. And then the second half is just 9/11 conspiracy theories.
Oops.
Are these horrible people a certain group of people?
I don't think it makes the direct connection. I can't remember. It's been
It doesn't say it directly.
20 years since I saw it.
Oh, it does say it directly?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, no, okay.
So basically, what they try to do is they try to say that all the Bible is a retelling of the stars and what the stars have to say. And it's making loose connections between, oh, this is the bull in the stars, and this here person and this event in the Bible is the bull. And it does a lot of weird connection things, and it doesn't ever outright say it.
And leave my name out. I know you want to talk about it, but that's not what we're here to talk about. So we are here to see if anyone's got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and is capable of questioning that belief. And if that's you, if you think you can question your belief, then go ahead and request on up.
Sorry, guys. Sometimes the entirely non-religious person needs a little context because I missed some things, you know.
Mm-hmm. Understandable. I think that sound of my empty cup means it might be time for another blueberry coffee.
That's exactly what that sounds like, actually. Like sound for sound.
That is like a cowboy tin can mug sound, if I've ever heard one, for sure.
Do you see the cup in the picture? The cup in the picture is exactly the kind of cup I'm using.
Oh, like a Moscow Mule situation?
Kinda.
Oh, I see.
It's a good cup.
Yes.
I was thinking more like the ceramic one, like you would take out camping.
What ceramic cups are you taking camping? Why are you taking ceramics camping?
It's
ceramic covered aluminum.
Ceramic coated. Yeah.
These are weird.
Yeah, I've never heard of that before.
You know those blue cups that have the matching like coffee pot thing?
They have little speckles all over them.
Oh, is
Yeah.
that like
Okay, yeah, I have seen the speckle pottery. I guess that's just not...
aluminum. That's aluminum covered in ceramic.
It doesn't look like pottery, Blake. It's a metal cup. It's just got a very, very thin layer of ceramic on it. Actually, I didn't. Is it ceramic and something else? I don't
Okay,
know.
I might not be imagining the right thing.
I know what you're talking about. Oh, Brad's back.
Brad is back. Welcome back, Brad. Or is he asleep?
I hope he's asleep.
I
Poor
think
guy
we
deserves
caught
some
asleep.
rest.
Yeah, we caught
Oh,
asleep
yeah.
on Brad. Hope he rests well.
That was totally asleep.
Yeah. I can't get the lighting quite right so that the skull is just there.
My gosh, this whole like having a new phone thing has just been really good for me.
Ooh, you got an upgrade? Congrats, that's exciting.
Is it there? Yeah, no, I just gotta get it in just the right position. Nope, it's gone. But if anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. We really just want to know if you even can question that belief, and if you can, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? Oh, no, I didn't mean to accept him up, but we just let you back down. So we're going to go ahead and set you back down again. Because, yeah, we've talked to you enough tonight, but maybe another time. It'll start to feel like badgering after a while, I promise. It's better if we give you a break.
I decided to be provocative. I decided to do something provocative in order to encourage believers.
Oh, is this you being provocative? God's favorite.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I could put up one of my debate prompts if we really want to be provocative.
No.
No, we don't want to be that provocative.
No.
I think that the Are You Afraid to Question banner and the God's Favorite sweatshirt are probably enough.
It's pretty provocative, I guess. Maybe we just need, it is morning. We haven't played a song all night. It's pretty good. It means we've had good conversations, at least a lot of requests anyways.
No, I think we've had conversations. We've had a lot of conversations.
We shouldn't assign them value.
I could always just put up the flood not real.
No. Flood not real. What kind of guest are you encouraging with that?
Just any. Look, just any.
Not
just
a specific.
Any that believe in a global flood. Just any that believe in a global flood. That's it. There's a few of them out there who believe in a global flood.
Mm-hmm. Just a few.
Oh, Morgan says that she wants to question me.
I think that's not a bad idea. If Morgan wants to question Hammy, you'll have to request it.
All you have to do is request stuff.
Oh shit. Hammy's about to get all kinds of questions, apparently.
I love it. I got my monster Java in my hand. I got my...
Everybody wants to
Bring it
question
on.
Hammy.
What kind of monster Java?
Yeah, it does make a difference.
Salted caramel.
It's a good one. Good choice.
It's an okay one.
It's not as good as the Irish.
Look, my favorite was
the Irish
the Kona blend, but they stopped making it.
Yeah.
They stopped making the Kona blend.
Oh, Kona coffee is it's pretty good. Kona coffee. It's pretty good.
Well,
you know what though? A lot of it's not grown in Kona. It's grown in Captain Cook. So it's just kind of a lie. It's Kona adjacent coffee.
Well, all I know is that Monster had Kona Blend coffee, or Kona Blend Java, and they stopped making it, and I'm incredibly mad at it because that was 3 years ago.
Well, just know that the coffee was likely grown in Captain Cook, not Kona, and it's just Kona adjacent and kind of a liar. But there's no way to grow coffee in Kona. Like it's a city. It's not a city, but it tries to be a city. Captain Cook just doesn't get any of the credit for growing all the coffee. Probably because he is a terrible person. I don't know why they still have a town named after him, but they do.
Look at all the pirates. Were any of them actually good people?
Not good, but were a couple that did some good things at times. Like Jean Lafitte is a Creole pirate of mixed descent that did a couple good things, but then they also did some terrible things.
I'm pretty sure Captain Cook got murdered by the Hawaiians because he was just a terrible fucking person.
There was also a lot of hella gay pirates, so I do stand them.
I love
the two women. Pirates.
Yeah, be gay, do crime.
Be gay, do crime. That's my new slogan.
That has been a good slogan for several years.
Be gay, do crimes.
Thank you, George Santos. He didn't really come up with it, but it's just, that's when it like really became a thing because everybody was like, "Oh my god, he's the embodiment of be gay, do crime."
I tend to be not very good at the be gay part because I'm scared of women, but I could make an effort. That it sounds scary, but way scarier than the do crime part, actually.
Yeah, it's just kind of a comment on like if you are like not accepted into society at a certain point, you don't feel compelled to follow society's rules.
No, I really like the sentiment. Like, I'm really into the sentiment of this. Women are just scary, so the BK part is hard. But I do like them. They're just scary. I don't know how you straight men do it, because women are terrifying.
See, this is interesting to me because I have the reverse feeling.
What, that women are terrifying?
Yes.
You don't think that women are terrifying?
Not as much, but maybe that is inherent sexism in me.
Maybe.
Look at Blake deconstructing his sexism.
It's good. It's a good thing. I think that you don't think women are terrifying because they're not usually mean to you.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is that
yeah?
Well, sometimes there is like a like straight woman, not like fetishization of gay men. Well, yeah, there's that too. But the I don't know. It's there's this weird like, oh, you're a toy I can play with kind of thing sometimes.
No, I know what you're saying, and as this like pretty much straight woman who's most of my friends are gay men, I like really try not to like fall into that, because it's not like an intentional thing. It's just a thing that happens.
Hmm. Yeah, it comes from a good place of being like, oh, this is a person that
This
will,
is a safe person that I can
yeah,
be,
this is a safe person, but it's also like taking that person's agency away in a little bit and not treating them the same way that you treat other social interactions.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we had a request.
What's up, niggers?
Oh, see. Now he disappeared. Look at that. Whoever was quick on the block there. Hell yeah. W mods.
You're welcome. Thank you. I've gotten better at learning how to use all the things on TikTok, and so now I can be quick on the draw and don't have to fumble over it.
I appreciate it. I try to do as quick on the draw mod actions as I can. I have two screens, so it always fucks me up a little bit.
I know. That is
Especially
why
when I'm doing two things at once.
Right, exactly. That is why. That's why it's good to have good mods, because you can't do it all by yourself. Beth says people don't come here because you're rude, and you should try not being so rude. Also, Thrayle, it's just some constructive criticism for you, if you didn't notice it.
I was coming up here to say that, to make sure it was read.
Make sure that I know that I'm rude. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
It's good to know that I'm rude about the badass. I wonder if that's a belief that you can question.
But Shannon in the comments, she's like, well, you weren't the nicest guest, the kindest of guests, so.
Yeah, we've tried to question Beth many times, and it usually goes one of two ways, and rarely do we actually get Beth to question her beliefs. It's kind of, yeah, that in the comments. We appreciate you, Beth, but I don't know that you're exactly questioning any beliefs.
Cat, I almost spilled out my fucking coffee when I read that.
Well, I mean, how could you be rude to Beth? She just, doesn't ever really question her beliefs.
Hey,
And she doesn't
Beth,
ever really.
Beth really likes Tool, though.
I speak the truth.
Okay, You're gonna get a lot of slack from me if you really like Tool. Well, actually, I think I'm a bigger A Perfect Circle and Pussifer fan. Minor Canon is just. Oh.
We can try to see if Beth can question again. Do any of you want to try? Here. We'll remove the board so it doesn't look so full. Good morning, Tetra.
Good morning, Tetra.
Tetra, good morning.
I heard she made it to your live. Was it yesterday? Had a good time.
Yeah, she did make it to my live yesterday. She hung out for a very long time, asked a couple questions about Norse paganism. It was pretty cool.
Oh my god, I'm getting to see Mrs. Thrayle. I think this is the first time.
She's pretty dope.
At least I think so.
Adorable. Stop it.
Okay, well, let's see if Beth can question today. Hello, Beth. Can you remind us your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm so old.
How old?
I'm like 30. Is your wife on here?
Yes.
What? Oh my gosh, I have to talk to her. Where's the wife?
She's in the comments. But Beth, you're on the panel and we're questioning you about
Oh,
your
I thought
beliefs.
she was like in the speaking thing.
No. So,
Oh.
Beth, do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
We know this.
I know.
And you don't.
I know.
And you live your life. Like, this is what you do all day, every day, is just trying to convince people that there is no God, which means that you really care a lot about it.
But Beth,
It's very
I
strange.
think it's very interesting that you think that I try to convince people there's no God.
It's 100% what you're doing.
I'm not.
And, you know, I
If
was
you'd
a
watched the,
vegetarian for 7 years.
if you'd watched the live, in a clear state of mind, I think you'd recognize that I'm not trying to convince anyone
Babe,
of anything.
I've watched you
I'm
for
simply
like
trying to see if people can question their beliefs. So let's see if you can,
No.
Beth.
Okay.
So you
I
said
watched
you
you
do
for
have a belief in a
very long
God.
time.
You said you do have a belief in a God. Which God do you believe in?
The one that made me exist.
Which one is that?
Do you believe in a God?
What I believe doesn't make a difference to the answers to your questions.
Right, that's what you want to say. You're just so full of shit. So,
Is that full
where
of
do you
shit
think
to
you
say
came
that?
from?
I'm sorry, you just accused me of being full of shit. What did
Yes.
you mean by that?
You're full of shit.
What
Where do you
does
think
that
you
mean?
came from?
What does
Where do you
that
think you
mean?
came from?
Beth, I'm not here to answer
I'm
your
literally
questions.
saying English to you.
Right, but I'm not
My
here
sweet,
to answer
beautiful,
your...
I love you.
Gotta mute you because you're talking over me. I'm not here to answer your questions. But if you can question your beliefs. We'll still have a very cordial
And you
conversation.
question
But
yours?
I don't think, yeah, I do it all the time. But I don't think you're actually here to do
Question
that.
your
And
beliefs.
since you can't behave on panel, Beth, I'm going to go ahead and set you
And
back
you
down.
want what?
And we're going to just keep moving forward. Well, we gave it a shot.
Well, that went,
Well, I had a blood pressure.
That went worse than any time I've ever seen her get up here.
No, it was just immediate this time. Just
Last night was it yesterday? I think it was either yesterday or the day before. It was much quicker because
oh god,
she was slurring speech right off the bat. And I was just like, I'm just gonna keep moving. Did you have a good one? Yeah, I know that our other request is a sleeper, and so I'm going to go ahead and clear the queue. And now, if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods or higher powers, or really anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs in a coherent way, well then, go ahead and request up. We're not looking to debate or argue. Nobody's trying to burgle your god or prove you wrong. We really just want to know if you even can question your beliefs.
Oh, Heretical and Morgan are up here.
They both had questions for you.
What?
I'm assuming that you saying hold on because you're a bit preoccupied. Because to me, at least, that was unintelligent.
No, I was saying I'll let Morgan.
I'm busy.
Also busy. I'll have to wait.
This is
We'll be back.
what they do, folks. This is what they do.
This is what they do. Confirmed, because we just saw them both do it.
Okay. Hammy, are you ready?
Oh, I'm always ready.
Before you do, I gotta thank everybody for the 80,000 times you've tapped this screen. Thank you guys so much for tapping. Also for sharing 26 times. That's still pretty good, but I bet we could do better than that. Every time we click that bent little arrow and copy the link or repost, those things help get us out to the FYP and maybe get a few more people curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. All right, Heretical.
This is what he does, folks. This is what he does. Hammy, are you ready?
He's ready.
All right. Why?
Why what?
Well, that was a really good question. Look at him already answering a question with a question. We do have a guest joining us. No degree. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
50.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I'm a Christian. I believe that Jesus Christ is my Savior, and I believe in the God of the Bible.
Do you follow any
Father,
particular...
Son, Holy Spirit.
Do you follow any particular denomination?
No, not really. I'm currently attending a Wesleyan denomination.
I see. Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes.
Do you believe the stories to be true and literal?
Yes. I believe
The 6-day creation is true and literal.
I do hold to a literal 6-day creation, yes.
Why do you believe that?
Well, as you were saying, I believe that that's kind of the most reasonable interpretation of what the scripture teaches. Now, there are some Christians who don't believe you have to view it that way, but I think that's the most reasonable based off of all the passages.
I guess you're saying that it's the most reasonable interpretation is that it's a 6-day literal creation.
Yeah, I think that is the most reasonable view on what the Bible teaches there.
Right.
I was trying to say.
Why do you believe what the Bible teaches there was what I was asking, though.
Oh, because I hold this Bible as to be authoritative from God, divinely inspired.
Oh. Do you believe that there are any errors, flaws, contradictions, or problems with the text at all?
I guess it depends on, I believe the Bible is inerrant. If there could be, like, as far as marks of the pen, things like this, misspellings, that could be possible, but the doctrine itself is error free. No errors in the doctrine, what it teaches.
You're saying it's inerrant, it's error free in what it teaches, but there could be flaws within it. There could be
like one ancient manuscript might have a word misspelled or something like that. It could be misspellings, mismarks, something like that. But I think that the doctrine is error free.
Mm-hmm. What about, for example, if one book were to reference an action carried out by a character, and then another book said that was a different character that did it?
Well, that wouldn't necessarily mean a contradiction. Oh. It could be saying something in a couple different ways.
What do you mean by that?
Like, well, I'm trying to think of one. Like the census that David was incited. One says that Satan...
Chronicles and Samuel, right?
Yeah, and then the other ones... But one of them says the anger of the Lord again was kindled against the people, and God incited David to take a census. But you see there when it says the anger of the Lord, that they had done something apparently prior to anger God, and that could have been provoked by Satan. So in two different senses, Satan could have provoked them that led to this. And
so you're saying...
tempted, or and David was tempted, and then God allowed it because he was going to punish them.
So you're saying that in that instance where it says God incited David to count the Hebrews or to enumerate the Hebrews, and then that other one it says the devil did it.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be a contradiction.
You're saying that in that case that either way, both God and the devil probably played a role.
Yeah, well, I mean, since Satan can't do anything that without God allowing it, then yes.
Well,
kind of like Job, the book of Job. What's that?
What about a contradiction like, say, when Jesus was born?
I don't know what you mean. I don't know of any contradictions when Jesus was born.
Like, you know how Matthew talks about King Herod and and the prophecy thing, right? Well, King Luke, for instance, I believe, talks about the census, and that census happened under Kieris. Something
according
like that.
According to Luke.
Census. Yeah, the very first census. And that's when Jesus was born. And both of those events are like 10 years apart.
Well, I would hold the Bible as authoritative on that. So I would say that the Bible is right and not the outside sources.
I'm not understanding.
Well, because when they say that the census was 10 years apart, they're getting that information from Josephus, as far as I understand. I'd say Josephus is likely in error, not the Bible.
Are you saying they would only get that from Josephus?
Well, that's where I've heard it came from, because it
Well,
didn't come from the Bible.
What Hammy is asking, it did come from the Bible. Actually, exactly, it came from the Bible. What Hammy's asking is, at the beginning of Matthew, it says that when Jesus was born, King Herod was ruling, and at the beginning of Luke, it says that when Jesus was born, the census was going on, and that was under the governor Quirinius. Now, the problem here is that these two things did not overlap. In fact, they happened about a decade apart, meaning that King Herod had been unalived for about a decade by the time that Quirinius was governor. So they could not have been happening at the same time, which is about a 10-year discrepancy in the birth of Jesus.
Yeah, but
That's
according to
what Hammy's
whom
asking.
did they not? I don't understand when you said they do not overlap. According to whom?
This is
According to
according
the
to
Gospels.
actual.
Well, the Gospels don't say this.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Yes, they
They
do.
don't say anything about
Before we
them
get
not
into it,
overlapping or anything.
yeah,
So
before
who
this
says they
starts
don't
getting into,
overlap?
stop for a moment. No degree. Stop for just a moment. I'm not trying to interrupt you to be rude. I'm just saying before this gets into a debate, which this live is not a debate, and it seems like there's a growing back and forth here rather than questioning. I need to break in and slow us down. And make sure that I thank Morgan Le Fay, also 80s Baby, Joe Chupacabro, Bats, and Shell for helping with the previous goal. You guys are all amazing. I really appreciate you so much. Thank you. So you're saying that there's no indication within the Gospels of a contradiction in the time of the birth.
Correct.
Because I'm
Yeah.
not quite done speaking.
Oh, sorry.
Because you're saying that this information about when the census was would have been given by an external source. Is that correct?
Yes, because there's no contradiction between Luke and Matthew here.
So, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. Yeah. So I'm now kind of confused because the whole entire reason why Mary and Joseph and Matthew were in Bethlehem was because they were in the process of fleeing. And that's just the town that they ended up stopping in. Whereas in Luke, they had to go back there for a census because that's where Joseph's family hailed from. So, which one is it?
I'm not sure what your question is here.
Well, were they in Bethlehem because they were fleeing King Herod, or were they in Bethlehem?
They were in
Bethlehem
because of the census. Yeah, that's what it says.
So Matthew is wrong whenever they said that they were in Bethlehem because they were fleeing.
Matthew doesn't say that.
Well, why were they in Bethlehem in Matthew? What does Matthew say?
Well, Matthew, I don't even think Matthew even mentions them being in Bethlehem at all. I'm not sure where you get that from.
I'm pretty sure it does, because that also tells about the birth of Jesus being in Bethlehem, doesn't it?
And Matthew doesn't have the birth narrative.
I could be wrong. Go ahead there.
Well, I was just gonna say good morning to Bats. Hello, Bats. How you doing?
Oh, good morning. I was still tapping. I wasn't sure I was still up here. Did you want me to reference where in the Bible, where in Matthew it talks about the birth of Christ, or
Yes.
ask a question after that? If I guess maybe then.
Yeah, I'm unaware of Matthew giving the birth narrative.
It's in chapter
gives
1.
the wise men coming to see the boy, but that's not the birth narrative.
Well, they have the angel appearing to Joseph. They have and everything there. Let's see. Let me look for a second. Okay, in verse 13, it talks about their flight into Egypt to escape Herod.
Yes. Because they found out that Herod had killed all the young ones, but from birth to like up to 2 years old for the timeline. But when they found Jesus, they said they found the boy, worshipped him, given these gifts and stuff. But he was not at that point. He'd already been born. But it doesn't even say they found him in Bethlehem. They just went to Bethlehem.
No degree. May I ask what version of the Bible you use?
Pretty much any of them, mostly.
If Mary and Joseph were going to Egypt to flee Herod the Great, after the census, how were they fleeing the ghost of Herod had he already been dead? Unalive, excuse me.
Well, I'm not sure. I don't see where that there's. I would just say he wasn't already dead.
Well, do you disregard multiple Roman accounts and archaeological findings that suggest that Herod actually wasn't alive before the census?
Yes, I'd hold the Bible as authoritative over those sources. Yes.
Yeah, he disregards anything that's outside of the Bible.
Not that I disregard it. I would just hold the Bible as the final say here.
So you disregard multiple sources. Josephus, the Roman occupation, and archaeological findings.
Sure, but I'm trying to figure out here where the Bible contradicts here, because y'all were saying there's a contradiction in the Bible, but I don't see the contradictions. You're just saying it contradicts with outside sources, right?
Really quickly, I'm just going to break in and thank Shell and Claire, also Wisdom Eye, and Cat the Witch. Thank you guys so much for helping with that previous goal.
Hell yeah, we've got the best audience on TikTok up here.
Hell yeah.
No degree?
Yes.
This isn't meant to mean. I'm not trying to be mean, but I just have to know, why did you request up today?
Well, I mean, I just figured I'd come up and talk about what I believe.
Prepared to question your beliefs.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I enjoy it.
In what way do you question your beliefs?
Well, the claim here was that there was a contradiction between Matthew and Luke.
We'll get back to that in a moment. In what way do you question your beliefs?
In what way?
Yeah.
By debating and having conversations with atheists. Let them bring up problems. Yeah.
And when they bring up problems, do you consider those problems?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I wasn't quite finished.
No.
Do you consider those problems in a thorough way, or do you only seek to confirm that the Bible is true?
Well, it just so happens it usually just confirms the Bible's true. But yeah, I do seek to understand what problems they're supposedly coming up with. And saying, okay, well, look, if this can be reconciled, then you can't call it a problem anymore.
What does it mean to seek?
Go ahead.
To understand. What does it mean to you to seek to understand the problems that are presented to you? Like, what process would you use to understand this?
And really quickly, I gotta thank Bridget for that. That was awesome.
Was there a question there? I couldn't hear.
Yes, there was. I asked what it means to you to seek to understand. What is the process you would use to find understanding of the problems that are presented to you?
Well, I might look at a few sources. First of all, I'd look at the Bible. Like, for example, here, like with the Matthew, Luke, both of them mention Herod as being alive. So they wouldn't be contradicting each other. But so then you're saying
where is it talking about Herod and Luke?
It mentions him like I think it's like the first verse of this. Early on in Luke, let me check. Hold on just a second. Luke chapter 1, verse 6. In the days of Herod, king of Judah, there was a priest named Zechariah.
Okay. Anyway, sorry, that I shouldn't have asked that. That was not what I was trying to get at. That's my bad. But how do you confirm, or how do you find understanding of the things that the issues that people present to you? Do you? What I'm really asking here is, are you making a genuine effort to understand, or are you making a genuine effort to prove yourself right?
Well, it just so happens that I believe that because I believe that Scripture is God breathed, I think it'll stand up to anything. I do hold that position.
Is that a presupposition?
Yes,
So
but
then
it just so
any
happens.
question, you keep starting with "it just so happens" before you do a kind of condescension cockwalk, and I'm really curious. If it just so happens that you presuppose that the Bible is always true, and someone offers you a question that could potentially contradict something, and you say, well, you'd have to use an external source, or you'd have to believe something outside the Bible for that to be true, or for that to be a problem. Is that you actually considering the problem, the supposed contradiction or question, or is that you just saying, well, I already presuppose the Bible's true, so it just so happens that it's true?
Well, I do presuppose the Bible's true, but it is so happens that it's
Why do you
always
presuppose the Bible is true?
Why?
Yes.
Because, well, I mean, I could get into accepting Christ as my Savior. I always believed God existed. That's always been self-evident. And then there came a point where I heard the gospel. It drew me to the person of Jesus. I accepted Christ as my Savior, and kind of the rest is history there.
You're kind of saying what happened, but in no point in there did you answer a why. Why do you believe that the Bible
Well, I
is
did
true
say because
as a
it's
presupposition?
self-evident. It
Why
was
do you
self-evident
accept
to me.
Christ as your Savior?
Well, I think that was something that just a drawing, I believe, by God, the Spirit, to Christ that I couldn't actually really explain other than thinking of something that I saw that I'd been missing in my life that had always needed but never realized until I heard the gospel of Jesus. So that would be kind of a spiritual faith experience that I had there.
Would you say that your beliefs give you comfort and purpose?
Yes.
So then I guess I have to ask you a question then. Which would you prefer, a comfortable lie or an uncomfortable truth?
Uncomfortable truth.
Do you think you can find truth if you closed-mindedly question your beliefs with bias, presuppositions, and assumptions?
Well, I think everybody, and this is what I've come to realize over the last several years, that we can't get away from presuppositions. That's just necessary. Some of the presuppositions we hold end up leading us to where we would just have to even question our own reasoning. Some of us would give us confidence to say that our reasoning can be accurate and trustworthy.
So what you're saying is you can't truly question open-mindedly without bias.
We necessary bias it. Like if I were to ask y'all, what's the evidence for the reliability of your cognitive faculties? You couldn't give me any evidence because the moment you start speaking about evidence, you've already assumed your cognitive faculties are reliable to begin with. But then if you're studying something like science
hang
and
on,
stuff.
hang on just a moment. No degree. We don't need the whole monologue. Go ahead.
Is it possible to... Oh, sorry. Oh, now I've lost my question. I'm so sorry.
Do you think your cognitive faculties are reliable? No degree.
Repeat that question.
Do you find your own cognitive faculties reliable?
Well, yeah, I think that they are reliable. I believe they're reliable because I believe God created me with reliable cognitive faculties from the beginning. Now, I can be wrong about stuff.
Okay,
but
that's good.
that's why I'm open-minded, saying, okay, well, am I wrong? And that's why I like having these conversations with people and seeing, okay, well, have they seen something that
well,
I've
I don't
missed?
need the monologue. Okay. If why do you think that you're okay? No, you already said it's because God created you that way. That does that seem like a really good way to determine the reliability of something? Is just because God made it that way?
Yeah, I'll tell you why. Because if we look at what we currently hold to, our scientific theories and things like that, like say the theory of evolution in science, what that teaches us is that our cognitive faculties are still evolving. We don't really know where they've evolved from. We don't know how reliable they're going to evolve to. We also know that they can be prone to mistakes and stuff. So essentially, in one theory, the theory of evolution, you have a tool that you're not even sure how accurate it is to begin with. And then in the other one, under Christianity, you have a tool that was created in God's image and likeness with the ability complete from the beginning to reason. So one would offer you an incomplete tool, one would offer you the complete tool. And I'd say the belief that your tool is complete from the beginning at obtaining knowledge is better than the one that's incomplete.
Do you think that it is better, or do you think that it is more comforting or more understandable to think that? I think that like I don't know what metric you're using the word better by, but is better to you having full understanding of something rather than having questions about it that we might not answer?
Well, I think in this regard, you'd have to say something like, okay, I have a tool. I don't really know if it's broken or not. It might be, it might not be. Or you have a tool that is fully complete, capable of obtaining knowledge. And I think in just the starting point, the presupposition that would give you reason to trust your own reasoning, but with the other, you might not have the reason to trust your own reasoning. And I don't think atheists have the reason to trust their own reasoning.
Did that even answer Kat's question?
No, it didn't. Not remotely.
But no degree.
How do you determine what the truth is?
Oh, sorry, Kat.
And just one more. How do you determine what the truth is?
Through prayer, studying scripture, and things like that. And then just reading, like if I'm looking at the news or something, I just kind of look at multiple sources.
You determine the truth by prayer and studying scripture, so you're assuming scripture is true and your prayers are true.
Well, I believe
How
that
is this a reliable?
God reveals.
Are you a fallible human being?
Yes.
No, he doesn't think so. He's just saying that for.
I'm a fallible human being who has the infallible indwelling of the Holy Spirit. The Spirit of truth, as Scripture calls it.
Can anyone else who believes in their God do the same?
No.
Yes.
Why can anyone else who wholeheartedly believes in their God and that their God is truth do the exact same, make the exact same prepositions?
Because under Islam, to believe that, because of the belief that the Holy Spirit dwells. Well, what I'm saying is nobody else believes that God Himself dwells inside your body and spirit.
How do you know? How do you know what other people believe? Have you studied I'm still speaking. Have you studied every world religion?
Well, not all of them, no.
Okay, so then how could you possibly know?
Well, out of the ones I've had conversations with, no one believes that.
No one believes that a God is both within them and outside. No one believes that.
Well, I guess if you're a pantheist, you might believe that God is a universe, but that has problems in and of itself.
Condescension here.
That's all he
How
has
do
is
you
condescension.
survive as an adult human being in this world?
How did I survive as an adult? The grace of
How
God.
are you still like a functioning adult person that exists on this, like
The grace of God, of course.
Bless
degree,
his heart. I'm
No,
done.
no,
No,
no.
no degree.
Oh my
This
gosh.
article's hilarious.
He wasn't
I had one
questioning
question.
y'all. He wasn't questioning at all. There's no point.
Sorry, that question was kind of rude, but I couldn't help it.
How do you get through as an adult? By the grace of God.
I still had one question I wanted to ask.
What was the question? I'm so curious.
Sorry, my southern just came out.
It really did.
So hard.
Yeah, everybody's cognitively perfect, but everyone's wrong but me.
Right, that was a valid question though, right? I feel like it was a valid question.
Mm-hmm. Perfectly
It was
valid.
It was a very good question.
a little leading, but yeah.
How do you survive as an adult human being?
I just don't think he like. I'm curious if he believes he's open-minded because he agreed that he was closed-minded. Then he said he was open-minded.
I think I'm more floored by Thrayle's use of bless his heart.
I've never heard that before. That was crazy.
Oh, bless your little heart.
I just don't understand how you can say things like, "Oh, I use scripture to determine the truth about everything," and then be a functioning adult human being in this world. Like that's just not. It just doesn't. I don't know. Something is amiss.
Yeah, at a certain level, I don't know if they're trying to convince themselves or if it is just like a performance that
It's
they know
performance.
gives them like social clout. Yeah.
Yeah, it may not, maybe it's not a performance entirely, but there's a lot of performance there. Every answer was designed intentionally to incite somebody else to be upset or try to argue or debate. And it didn't work because he's incapable of an honest dialogue, and it was pretty clear what he was doing from the start.
So how's the coffee going?
The coffee is great. I'm on my second cup.
Delicious.
I know. It's awful late for a second cup. But, I don't know. I'm not sure if this will be a late life. I have a mind to make up real quick.
While Thrayle makes up his mind, if you have a belief in a god, God's higher power, or anything else like that, and you can question that belief, request up.
I mean, I suppose I could have let him stay on panel a little longer, and then we'd have something to question, but there's nothing honest coming out of his mouth. There's nothing direct towards your questions. It was...
Well, he's the type of person that requires a second cup of coffee, and I haven't had my first yet.
There's a point in time with some people where it's just like this is my I give up question. This is my you are beyond hope question, and that was how do you survive as an adult human being in this world was one of those questions.
Oh dear.
That's hilarious, Huggy.
So apparently it's not just the scripture.
Interesting. Barfing Toaster, he did that to Fish. He's trying to bait a debate. That's all he wanted. He wanted somebody to argue with him and try to get heated with. So that's why most of his answers were designed or worded in such a way that were intentionally diminishing of some other belief.
You can't argue if God is real if you already presuppose he's real. I don't even understand how that makes sense.
Because God bounce.
Oh, dear sweet Jesus, bless his heart.
Shannon, probably. Probably not. It's probably more like Christian mingle or farmers only.
It's definitely farmers only.
I don't know. I've been on Christian Mingle when I was younger. It's a weird place. Lots of people posing with fish.
I bet you there's some depraved shit in Christian Mingle.
Oh, probably. Hopefully that's not where the questioning goes next. But I do need to step away for just a minute, so I'll be back. Should we do a song?
Yes.
That'd be delightful. I haven't heard one yet.
Yeah, I haven't played any since the start of the show. I almost don't know where to take us. I think I know.
Can you question your beliefs? To question a belief is to knock on the door of the house you built in your sleep. Some walls are made of inheritance, some of fear dressed as certainty, some of stories repeated until they forgot they were stories. But curiosity is a quiet crowbar. It does not destroy the house, it opens a window. And suddenly, fresh weather enters the mind. Dust dances in golden light, and you remember you are not the house, you are the sky. It was built beneath.
A belief questioned does not mean a belief betrayed. Only that your spirit has chosen growth over furniture. Ask gently, wonder wildly. Let mystery keep a chair at the table. For the bravest souls are not those losers, but those willing to fall in love with better questions.
question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God, a higher power, or anything like that? Request on up. Not here to debate or argue, or even burgle your God. But there's always room for one more in the shed.
Oh, hell yeah. That was a good one. They both were good. The first one was one of my favorites. It doesn't destroy the house. It opens a window.
The stars, their names, they shrugged and blinked, then slept. If some great mind had made this maze, it must have drank, then left. Does any God survive the way we talk, the way we live? If I outgrow the tales I'm told, is there a wiser God to give, or just our fear, dressed up as heaven? They say a king in clouds counts every thought I think, yet can't fix what a village well in steady hands could sink. Does any God survive a child who's learned to doubt and read? If truth is stitched from second thoughts, who's really feeding whom with creed? Is it a voice or just an echo? If faith falls down at one good question, was it ever built to stand? If gods grow small each time I test them, were they molded by my hand? Does any God survive the jokes we trade at closing time? If laughter pokes a hole in fear and lets the mortal daylight shine, what kind of God
Lovely, Bridget. Thank you.
can breathe in daylight?
Thank you, Bridget.
Hell yeah.
Best one. It's the best one.
Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God, a higher power, or anything like that?
Hell yeah. Thank you, Bridget and Quantum, for the gifts. You guys are amazing. Appreciate you.
Best audience on TikTok. I love how that song, the last one, almost sounds like the vast landscape of the desert, and then you got a deep voice telling you, request on up. And it's like, yes!
It makes me think of the Cave of Wonders from Aladdin.
The Cave of Wonders from Aladdin.
We
See,
can
I'm
barely
thinking,
hear you, Kat. Are you covering the mic?
I know what the problem is.
Sorry, Kat, I didn't mean to overtalk you.
Hear me now?
Much better.
Much more better.
So I learned this really interesting thing about Bluetooth from Rav the other day, actually. And so you know how like there's like phones used to be like a switchboard operator, like they moved all the switches around and stuff. Do you know what I'm talking about? Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
That's how Bluetooth works too, just like way faster and like a way like yeah. So sometimes if your switches aren't right and your Bluetooth headphones have been on for a long time and they're not figuring themselves out, you have to do that.
Gotcha. Like errors build up in the connections and then it just like stops working eventually.
Yeah, because there's no operator operating the switchboard. It's just like, operating itself. So
You did it again, Thrayle. You matched it up perfectly.
There you go.
It's hard to get it there just right, but it's still not quite far enough away.
See, now you're gonna have to like attach a puppet string to the jaw or something.
I tried that earlier. It pulled that off the wall.
Oh no.
I'm gonna need to make a stand.
I got a restriction, I think it was Tuesday, for harassment and bullying, but it was because I was calling TikTok dirty words.
Yeah, that might do it.
It did.
Takes the words and the tone, and if it sounds bullyish, then you might get that flag. Did you see his striped shirt and tie? I don't think you saw a striped shirt and tie.
It was probably the skeletal structure and the sternum on the skeleton. Yeah.
Yeah, might look like a striped shirt and tie.
But if you can question your beliefs and you know what it is you believe or why you believe, do like the song says and request on up. As someone from Discord didn't believe I had that voice, so I did it, and it was fun.
Yeah, hell yeah. People think I got the creepy voice. You haven't heard bats.
Creepy. I'm adorable.
Absolutely.
Just a little bat.
Just a little bat, a little 20 bats in a trench coat wandering about the streets. Not creepy at all.
Not once. Especially not at 3 a.m.
Sorry, Tetra. Can't help it. Diaphragm, vocals, and all that.
if you had to choose 3 animals in a trench coat that you could be, like instead of you, like a person, you were 3 animals in a trench coat, what animals would you be?
fat cat and a rat.
Do they all have to be different?
They can be, but they don't have to be.
Then I'm going back to just being a trench coat of bats.
Just a trench coat of bats.
How we disguise ourselves to appear human is our business. I like to pretend that I'm human because I don't always believe it, thanks to everybody's questioning my beliefs.
I'm trying to narrow it down to like even just 3. I can't even think of like an animal.
It could be a jaguarundi.
That's so specific and so niche.
Well, you kind of like your profile picture kind of reminds me of a movie I saw where somebody turned into a female Black Panther. It could be panthers.
Interesting. What movie?
I don't remember the name, but they turned into a panther. It had to do with some sort of like a kind of like a werewolf, but with cats. It was a B film.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Does it have to be an animal, or can it be like just any kind of creature?
I would say because that's kind of my struggle too.
What do you mean,
A
any kind of
bobblehead
creature?
Thrayle. Is it bobbling? Looks like it's bobbling on mine.
Yeah, it's bobbling.
Oh, if you ever do merch Thrayle, bobbleheaded Thrayle for people who are put on their cars would be hilarious. It'd be perfect. Which is can you question your beliefs at the bottom of it? Yeah.
Shut up and
Okay, but
take
what
my
other
money.
kind of creatures did you mean, Radical?
I don't know. The rules aren't specific enough for me.
Same.
Well, it's not my question. I stole it from Z, so.
Well, I know my answer, but I just don't know if it's a valid answer.
Not here, so we can make up the rules.
I think it'd be 3 Martian fire yetis in a coat.
Valid answer.
I hate it here sometimes.
If I can be any animal, including fictitious, chupacabras are kind of cool.
Are you saying the Martian fire yeti is fictitious?
Yeah, I was about to say Martian fire yetis aren't fictitious.
Oh, I didn't say they were, but if we're gonna add other fictional creatures. Martian fire yeti is wonderful. He's always a pleasure to be around.
I don't. It just in my brain, it's just woodland creatures. There's no specific. That's it. That's my answer.
I think he'd be a dolphin.
Fuck you.
Dolphins give me the ick.
Dolphins also give me the ick.
If you've got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and questioning doesn't give you the ick, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate or argue. We're not here to tear you down or make you look like a fool, although you may accomplish that entirely on your own. We're here just to see if you can question your beliefs, and if you can, well then what is it you believe, and why do you believe it?
Perfect segue from ick.
You're welcome.
Yeah. It didn't work. It was a great segue, but yeah, no, it didn't work.
Very smooth. Very impressed. Much good.
Maybe if Morgan puts back on that New Yorker accent or whatever accent that was. Like, we're questioning here. Come on up.
Hey, we're questioning. Yeah, what's the matter with you? You ain't got no questions.
Close. Very close.
I think I'll get drawn and quartered if I try to do a New York accent.
Oh, New Yorkers are nice people. They just like their space.
Mm-hmm.
Godwin says, how about a Boston accent? I know what a Boston accent sounds like, and reading that doesn't sound like a Boston
That's not
accent
it.
to me.
I'm glad we had the same thought.
You gotta park the car over at Harvard Yard.
You pack the car at the Harvard Yard and give the man a quarter.
A Boston accent just sounds like you have something hot in your mouth and you need to just keep your mouth open very wide so you can talk.
You want to know what's wild? The New England accent is the closest original accent of like the English settlers that came here.
It trips me out because sometimes there's also in like northern Maine, they have like there's like a like remnants of like the Acadian accent,
As I say, yeah,
and
up in Acadia. Ha ha ha.
then like all of a sudden or like Quebecois, and so it sounds like very similar to like the Cajun or like Jamaican accent, and then it like breaks my brain.
Sorry.
Hey, guys.
We have a new guest. Hey, Godwin, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm over 18, and
How far over?
friendly. Oh,
I
I'm
don't
pretty
know what you
well
mean.
over.
Yeah, and I don't know what you mean by friendly either.
Oh, I'm an atheist.
I see. Can you question your belief, your lack of belief?
Yes, I can. And I came up to do the Boston accent for y'all because I'm from Boston.
I see. How far over 18 are you?
Oh, I'm 55.
I see. And why don't you believe in a god or gods or anything like that?
Because there's no good evidence, and there's a lot of evidence to the contrary. In short.
Can you think of what might convince you that a god exists?
I struggle with that one because how could I know I'm not being fooled, or how could I know I'm not having a mental breakdown, or if it was written in stars in the sky and everybody at the same time saw it, how could I know it wasn't space aliens or some sort of a hallucinogen put in our liquids? Or, I guess I don't know. But I would like to do the Boston accent for you. Oh, by the way, Blake, you're right. Yeah, the main accent is sort of like a remainder of, I think, what Bats was talking about, like the old English, how it evolved by the settlers. But we're
I'm a
here.
little surprised you haven't answered the questions in the accent.
Oh, I'm sorry. I used to be
I
Christian,
fucked you all up, didn't I?
and I
Godwin,
fell out of Christianity. Yeah.
he said he's surprised that you didn't answer the questions in the accent.
Oh, I'm wicked sorry. Yeah.
Wicked. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that was awful harsh of me. I'm wicked sorry about that. We're here
Kiss a man.
to make you question your beliefs. There are no R's in Boston.
No Oz.
So we'll question our beliefs.
Where did you park the car?
I parked the car at Car Park.
At the car park?
There is a park called Car Park, and it's hilarious because no one pronounces
Park
it
it at
Car Park.
Dorchester?
Dorchester. D-A-W. Dorchester.
Did you park it at Dorchester?
Parked it at Harvard Yard, and then parked it at Dorchester.
I feel like I'm at home.
Yeah, it's tough to shake, but put a few drinks in me.
Every time I want to hear the Boston accent, I tend to look at that Hyundai Sonata commercial where it had
Yes, with John Krasinski and
and he's like,
who was it?
oh, you ain't gonna fit that car in there.
You
ain't got a pocket
can't park that car there.
He's like, hey, Chris, stop being smarty pants.
He's got Smart Pack.
Hey, he can't park that there. He's got
There.
Smart Park.
Smart Park. I remember that commercial. Holy shit.
This is a ghost car.
Hey, Batcolyte, I'm very sorry I didn't hear you ask the question. You are sort of quiet, and I wanted to tell you a funny story. I had that TikTok glitch where two lives will play at the same time, and one of them was your live, and I didn't know for like the longest time because you're so quiet, and then suddenly no one was talking, and I could hear your voice in the background doing its thing. I think it's funny. I'm sorry. I love your shtick, though. I love the show.
I appreciate that. I'm not quite sure what a shtick is, but if that's what I'm doing, then
You got a great shtick going, Thrayle.
can you define shtick?
Yeah, your thing, your modus operandi, your way of doing stuff, your chutzpah.
Your shtick got a good spiel to it.
So many questions are being raised.
Godwin, I will let you know here. Don't do what I do, because I usually say the wrong things.
I'll try. I do the same thing myself. Thanks for having me up, guys. I'm at work. I just kind of wanted to come up and goof on the Boston accent. It's nice to meet you all.
I appreciate you, Godwin. Yeah, appreciate you. I hope you keep asking questions, and maybe another time we'll ask you more about why you don't believe. But thank
Cool
you.
beans. Take care.
Mm-hmm. Big W's to Godwin.
Awesome sauce.
I don't even think chutzpah is the right word there to use there.
He's right though, Thrayle. Your shtick got a good spiel to it.
My shtick has a good spiel. Or is it just shtick and spiel? I'm not sure which one.
You think got a good thing going for it.
There's definitely a sh sound in front of both.
You stick the spiel into the stock. Yeah,
Yeah, and you got the zhuzh.
The zhuzh.
My zhuzh and my rigmarole, apparently, are all
And chutzpah.
in good order. So is my chutzpah.
But if your shtick gets a good spiel to it and you have a belief that can be questioned, please request on up. We would love to hear your spiel.
Our spiel is waiting for your shtick. Our shtick might be waiting for your spiel. But either way, if you can question your beliefs, that's really what we're here for. There's like no middle lighting. I don't like the bright light.
Bright light bad.
You can get little compact size lights. You just peel the sticker off, put it on, click it, and you can replace the batteries. It's a soft light, and you can put it just about anywhere. It lasts me in my closet for hours.
Those are neat. I might need something a little more hardwired or rechargeable.
Bro asks why we don't all like bright light. Mine's mainly because I work overnight, so during the daylight it sucks.
I know
Just,
that.
Jimmy, I don't know that it requires one, but I keep getting restrictions for just static background, so I occasionally, do a partial face reveal there.
I don't like bright light because I'm photosensitive.
So if you take a picture of the Morgan, make sure you do it without the flash.
Please and thank you.
I don't
I
like
did
light.
not see the Waldo picture yet. But I'll have to find that one. I did see the puppet pictures. Those were awesome.
I'm not I don't like physical light, but I do like intellectual light. I think putting light on a situation intellectually is fun. First learned it from the Luciferians, I guess. Not that their method was perfect.
Oh yeah, send it in the mod chat there. That'd be great. Either or, Huggy.
If anyone else wanted to go see the photo that's been talked about in the chat in the Discord, how would they go about seeing that and doing all the other wonderful things that we do in Discord?
Well, they'd have to go check out the link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one of those would take you there. That first link goes to the Discord. They just then have to make sure they read the rules. Otherwise, it might look a little lonely. But if they can agree to them, they should find out that they're not alone.
That's another question I often wonder is, are we alone?
What does that even mean?
Like, what of our reality do we know for sure is not just us and our perceptions?
Not just us and our perception.
I refer to myself in multiple sometimes. I forget. I'm just one physical person.
God, I hope no degree is not something I created in my mind.
I've created much more annoying people in my mind.
I'm still surprised at myself for that response. I should have been more respectful.
I think
No, I think
he
that
was
was well
disrespectful first.
warranted.
He was
That was
disrespectful
well
first.
warranted.
Yeah, he was being very religiously superior and condescending. He was being disrespectful first and for a very long time.
That was quite honestly an underwhelming reaction from you, Thrayle.
If bless your heart is the harshest thing you've said to someone today, I think you're doing great.
And we all hate the condescending tone.
Yeah, but I mean, Texas, it's a pretty harsh thing to say. Bless your heart.
Yes, it is.
Actions have consequences, Thrayle. And those consequences should meet the severity of those actions.
But
I
you
was
know he's said bless your heart like 3 times a day already. And by him, I mean no degree.
put off by, oh, I'll pray for you, because that means not only are they condescending, but they're going to gossip about me too.
Are they gossiping to God?
To God, to their prayer group, to whoever.
It makes me think of a particular Will Smith moment.
Well, parents might not understand, but if you understand your beliefs and what it is you believe and why you believe, please request up. We're not here to destroy your beliefs, but help you examine them. Sorry, a bit of a 90s reference. Aging myself here.
You're all right. Look at that. We lost a heretical, but we gained a drip. Hello, Drip. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm 37. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, and do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I'm a fifth generation Appalachian witch, and I'm also a shaman in hoodoo, and I practice Christianity, and then I also practice demonology. So we're gonna have some fun, right?
I don't know. Can you question your beliefs?
I don't know. I mean, it's not too much. I mean, I can measure my beliefs. So are they beliefs or are they science?
Can you question your beliefs was the question I asked.
Question God? I don't know. It's a trick question. I thought you were going to question my beliefs.
It's not a trick question.
I do question the practices and how they're implied in humanity, but as far as my personal like experiences and beliefs, I don't question them now.
Why not?
Well, they're measured. You know, there's no need to question. It's life. It's the planet. It's the solar system. What is there to question? It's math.
Do you think that you're being coherent right now?
No.
Okay. Well, why did you request up? To speak incoherently and not answer questions.
Nothing.
I should have let him answer that one.
Answering questions.
To question beliefs, and he stated that he can't.
That would have been such an interesting combination to question if we could ask you questions.
It would have been. And if he thinks he can question, he's certainly welcome to request backup. But I would suggest that he think a little bit about what this live is, and if he really wants to participate, or if he just wants to speak at us and teach us and tell us and sermonize.
That was a quite conglomerate of beliefs, though, like Appalachian witch, demonology, Christianity, hoodoo, excuse me.
He can't question one of them. Does he really believe them, or are they just the outfit he's put on for the day?
Yeah, it seems like a strange combination, but actually geographically, like, makes sense within Georgia. Yeah.
None of those sound connected, but they are.
Putting off witches and whatnot now?
Appalachian witches. I have met very few of those, but they are fascinating. It was a pity we couldn't. Pity he couldn't question.
Yeah, there's a triracial group of people called the Melungeons in the Appalachians, and kind of were scattered, but they're have very eclectic beliefs.
Yep.
Was it something similar to what apparently we did to crows?
Nah.
Wait, what?
I don't know. Crows keeps telling us how we scared her off the first go round.
Oh, well, you know.
No, I don't think this was the same.
No, the guest stated that they couldn't question.
Oh, well, in that case, yeah, no.
But if you can question, you're back.
I'd like to try again. Welcome back, Drip. Why did you request backup?
I guess I can address the crossroad that I've always had. I do question one belief, because I told you I practice demonology as well as Christianity.
So
I'm not sure if it's okay to be a demon, but I thrive, and
okay to be a demon.
Yeah. Is it okay to be a demon?
Are you saying you are a demon?
I practice demonology. Do you understand what that means? I summon demons into myself.
I think my understanding of demonology and your understanding of demonology are different.
So, just to clarify, you, because you practice Appalachian, let me just make sure I understand correctly, Appalachian witchcraft, hoodoo, and Christianity are your beliefs. And you also practice demonology by inviting demons into yourself. And so the way you question is by practicing demonology and being a Christian. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, how is that? It's so confusing, right?
It sounds like you're an edgelord who's just up here to kind of tell us things, but you're not actually able to question your beliefs. That doesn't sound like questioning your beliefs. That sounds like trying on a pair of sunglasses for the day while it's raining.
Interesting.
I don't actually hear
opinion.
why you're requesting up to a panel where we question beliefs if you're not capable of questioning your beliefs, just trying on ones that contrast other ones you don't question.
Well, okay, so here's a question. I believe that Jesus was a witch, and he was...
I believe Jesus was a witch, but I can't question it.
Wild statement.
Here's a question. let me make a statement that doesn't end in a question mark.
I mean, he was a necromancer.
Here's a question. I believe I exist.
It's too bad. With that many beliefs, I was curious of what his favorite divination tactics were.
And Shake, Jesus wasn't a wizard. He would at least bare minimum be a warlock.
He was a necromancer. He brought people back from the unalivement.
Was he an Oathbreaker?
But he derived his power from the man upstairs.
So he's a paladin.
I think he was a skin desire. He's making people eat people.
You not wrong.
And touch his feet, apparently.
That's a duende thing, nibbling on your toes.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you gotta wear shoes when you're in the Amazon jungle. It's one of many reasons.
Wait, I figured it out. Jesus was a cleric, and Lazarus, who he brought back, was like on his final saving throw, but he had lay hands on him.
Oh, he had lay on hands. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Roll for your preposition. Yeah. Precept. Yeah. Words. What are they? Words. Tongue moving too fast.
Mm-hmm.
Joke's on you. I don't know what words mean.
Make it very difficult to communicate.
So I have good news, and I have bad news.
Oh, no, bad news first.
No. Don't. No, I saw him down there. Don't you dare say that that's the bad news.
Oh, that's not bad news.
That's the worst news ever, Matt.
The bad news is not a person.
How I receive this information oscillates so much from day to day.
Well, I hope the good news is the 90K.
I would say 90K is damn good news, so appreciate everybody for the 90,000 taps. No, the bad news, if that's what we're doing first, is no Batcolyte tonight.
Okay, and what's the good news?
Batcolyte all day.
Yo.
Oh my gosh. I hope the coffee lasts.
Same. I need to go make some.
So if you have a belief, if you're able to question beliefs until you drop, like Thrayle is apparently, request on up, please. We're going to be up here for a while, and if you have a belief and you know what it is you believe and why you believe, we'd be very curious in examining that. We're not here to destroy or take away your beliefs, but merely to examine them. So we have several boxes, and a pink and blue person you can tap to escort you to your seat, if you so choose.
The idea of the little blue and pink people escorting me anywhere seems weird to me.
What do you have against the ushers?
I don't know. Just doesn't seem right in my head.
Not in black suits, so we're all good.
Morgan, I'm still waiting for you to question me.
Morgan's teacupping right now. I think they'll be back.
I have good
I'm
news as
sorry.
well.
I was busy doing my job.
I have good news.
Oh, what's the good news, Kat?
Tyler just got cooked at chess. I didn't get cooked. Yes, you did.
Yeah, cooked, basted, and battered.
I was getting destroyed this morning. I need to go back in and get my score up.
Now you got cooked.
But if you would also like to get cooked in chess by Kat, there's always a Discord link in Thrayle and Batcolyte's bio. I think Thrayle plays a really good game of chess too. I've only gotten beat once, but that's only because I've played once. No, twice actually. Well, if you count that, it would be two halves of a game.
Yeah, we did play 2 halves of a game. It might look a little empty. That's true. Shakezilla, that's true. But, of course, if anybody goes to that Discord and reads the rules, they should find out they're not alone. If they can agree to them, of course. I almost need a candle. I think that's what I need. It's almost the
Ooh, that
perfect
would be
light right
good.
there.
Have you ever seen the tall ones that are like the spinal column?
Yeah, but that would probably burn down too quick.
Mm-hmm.
You can buy rechargeable or battery operated ones too if you don't want flammable object in a small shed.
Yeah, that might be the better option. I do have a candle in the shed. I will not put it in the vocal booth. That would be inviting disaster.
Electrical fire!
Candles in the shed, but there's always room for one. Oh, wait, no, that's the wrong thing.
But if you have a candle and your candle has a light, and let your light so shine before men, so forth and all that, please request on up. If you have a belief in a God, God's higher power, or anything like that, even energy, we'll accept that as well. If you can define it, please request up and question your beliefs. We have 2 boxes available and several questions to ask you.
Morgan, are you still at work?
Maybe.
So you're just gonna leave me in suspense because you were over here like, oh, I need a question, Hammy, and it's like,
That's not what I said. Don't be putting words in my mouth.
oh, what did you say?
I said I would like to question Hammy.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, that was Heretical who said that he needed to question me.
Mm-hmm.
Then never mind. You're excused.
Thanks, babe.
I always wondered why you were ham and not bacon. Definitely the better part of the pig.
Well, there's a reason why I'm hammy.
Well said.
Thank you.
Oh, that was pretty, Grace. I love the panther claw.
Hell yeah. Appreciate you, Grace.
Hell yeah. Got the goal achieved already. This is truly the best audience on TikTok. You guys are always so supportive. We appreciate you.
Hell yeah. Thank you guys so much. Maybe it'll give it to me on this screen. There we go. Thank you, Drip the Dragon, also Braj, Oren, thank you, Aaron, and Big D, capital B, and Claire. And also I did say Shell and Cat. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate y'all. You guys are amazing. Oh, we had a request, but maybe it was a mistap. I appreciate all the taps, by the way. We're up to 93,000 likes. Really amazing. I'm sure that if we all kept tapping, we could break that 100K in no time. And who knows how many people with a belief in a god or gods might, I don't know, find the courage or the curiosity to request up and question their beliefs. Almost thought we lost the music. It's still there. It's just very faint.
Hey, Thrayle.
Yeah, Hammy.
Think it's time for a song?
It might be. I think we could probably work one of those out. Did you have one in mind?
I'm always torn between Italian restaurant and carnival.
Get some jammy tunes up in here, damn.
Carnival it is.
I think we do need to wake up.
Well, I was also going to say more good news. If Thrayle is going to take the night off, that means I think I'll probably do negative theology tonight. I think that's the prompt. The negative theology prompt. Maybe not all night, but for a while. See how it goes. What is negative theology, GoPro? That is a great question that will be answered if you come to my live later.
Did you think that she was going to give away the whole entire reason for her live, like right here, right now?
It's a really good prompt, though. It's a really good prompt. It's maybe my favorite one that I've run. So.
Well, if Thrayle's gonna be on all day and Kat's going live, I might need to get some rest because I haven't really had much. And if I'm going to be in the comments tapping away, my little fingers need to sleep. So,
Understandable, Pat.
yeah. So
I
if
appreciate you.
I appreciate you too. And I did want to, however, make a rant about something. Jesus was allegedly born in the reign of the Emperor of Augustus, while Herod the Great ruled Judea. Augustus ruled Rome, the empire, from 24 BC to 14 AD, and Herod the Great ruled
I was gonna see how long they went. I could hear the break building in their voice. Thank you, Pat. Appreciate you.
Joe, did you hear me just say to GoPro that...
Yes, he did. That's why he said it.
Mm.
He needs to be on my side of the GoPro debacle.
Mm-hmm. What does that even mean?
Everyone's
What,
over
the
here.
the hateful side?
No, we don't.
We should be on the hateful side? No, we should not. That is not the answer. Wrong. You're wrong,
Hey.
Hammy.
Hey. I do not hate GoPro. I dislike him greatly.
What's the real difference?
One is hate and one is dislike greatly.
God, what's the functional difference?
Hate is still stronger than dislike greatly.
By what?
Isn't your goal?
Do what?
Oh, sorry. Morgan's question was probably more productive than mine.
I said by what metric?
What do you mean by what metric?
How do you quantify that hate is greater than dislike greatly?
It's the same, like when you go to the opposite side whenever it comes to love and like. If you like someone, that doesn't mean you love them.
But do you like them?
Fuck, Cat. God damn it. Hammy was finally getting what he wanted out of me, and now he threw me off, and I don't remember what the fuck I was gonna ask.
Damn it. It was so good, though. It was right there. And it was a great illustration of his weird, arbitrary, value
I think
statements
it's a
that he's
great
making.
time. I think it's a great time.
How is it a weird...
That goes with this background.
How is it weird?
How are you well, Morgan just asked you this. How are you quantifying the value?
How am I...
Between
how am I
the
quantifying
value difference between dislike greatly and hate. Like, how are you quantifying the value difference there?
Dislike is still, even when it's greatly disliked, hatred still has a lot more filling into it than even greatly disliked. I can greatly dislike something and still not be so strongly affected by it that I absolutely hate it. How do I know it?
Like, how do you know?
Well,
what is the functional difference here? Like, I mean, like in the function of greatly disliking something versus hating something, how is it functionally different?
The level of energy I put into it.
What is energy, Hammy?
In this instance, it's the time, and there's another time and value I put into it.
Do you put more or less
So
time
greatly
or value into
disliking.
something that you hate than something
Can
you greatly
you
dislike?
say that one more time?
Do you put more or less time and value into hating something or greatly disliking it?
You put more time into hating it.
Why? Why would you do that?
Hmm?
Why would you do that?
That's just what people do whenever they hate something. They spend more time on the thing they hate than they do on something they dislike.
Why would you spend... are we saying that hate is a more negative feeling than greatly dislike?
Yes.
Why would you spend more time and energy on a feeling that is, like, extremely negative?
Because to both extremes, hate and love, you spend more energy and time into it than you would if you just dislike something or like it. But we have a new guest.
Hello, my name is Regan. I'm 37.
Regan, do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes. I'm a Norse practitioner, although I'm also what someone would call a math pagan. I'm always finding some kind of evidence that whatever is out there, whatever controls the cosmos, we don't know what it is, even if it's just an uncaring idiot god that just thought us up in a fever dream. But still, I want to go on what Kat and Hammy
So
were.
that's not quite how this panel works, Reagan. So we're here to see if you can question your belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that. Hammy doesn't believe in a god, so we were questioning something else. So you believe in the Norse pagan gods, is that correct?
Yes.
And in what way do you believe in these gods?
I believe in them as thought forms. I believe gods are thought forms, pretty much personal belief systems are supposed to be personal, but over time we have caused these thought forms to pretty much take on their own kind of sentience, I guess you would call it.
What is a thought form?
Give me a second. Coffee. A thought form pretty much is an idea that has pretty much taken its own, well, gained its own life, its own momentum. Because if one person believes in just a group of gods that nobody else does, then their own thought form has a very small amount of momentum, pretty much. It's kind of like collective consciousness. More people believe in a thing, the more potency it has.
Do you know what an egregore is?
A what?
An egregore.
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you.
An egregore?
Egregore? No, please help me out.
That's what you just described.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you believe that the belief in these things makes them exist in a sentient way, that they become beings?
Not in a fully sentient, but a pseudo sentient. Because
what does that mean?
So without the cultural collective consciousness that gives the entity its mythology, its stories, and whatever personality it would have because of the cultural background of it.
What is collective consciousness?
Yes. Without that, the thought form wouldn't have no sentience because nobody would have given it any kind of structure. So because of that, it's not fully sentient due to the fact that it requires the...
So is it even a being, or is it just an idea?
It's an idea. But...
So then in what way is it existing? Is it... You just mean that ideas of gods exist, and some people do things in their name, which makes it seem like they have power.
That, my friend, is the whole conundrum. So, give me a second. With the whole people doing terrible things in the name of their God and causing further issues with that God, regardless of where it's coming from. Give me a sec. Sorry, I just had to take my morning meds. Where was I? Help me out again. I'm sorry, these meds are...
We're trying to see in what way you believe your gods exist.
Ideas, pretty much. Ideas that have taken a bit more momentum than like an idea to fix a bike or something is just transient. It's there 1 second, gone the next.
So do you think there's any actual like being with thoughts and agency?
I think there is one, but we don't know what the hell it is. Because with the mathematical symmetries of the Logan numbers and the Fibonacci sequence being found in all of nature, it's one of those things that it makes me question whether or not this entity even realizes we exist. Because we could be nothing more than a thought.
So
Go ahead. Honey.
So you said this entity, and you also said that you follow the Norse gods.
Yes.
Is it a singular entity or is it multiple?
Don't know. We'll never know. That's the thing, is that's the beauty of it, is we don't know. And to disagree with even if I were to disagree with somebody who believes in the Christian gods, doesn't mean I don't believe in the Christian God, but doesn't mean that I got to sit there and say, oh, I hate it. No, it's one of those, hey.
That wasn't the question asked at all.
Yeah.
Right.
So if you believe in this singular entity, but you believe it like in the gods,
I theorize.
Oh, you theorize about this. Okay.
I theorize. I don't believe in it. I theorize because it's one of those things that's always nagging in the back of my head. Hey,
Okay.
where our gods are nothing more than what we have culturally created, but what about everything else? We don't know what that is, so we're just giving it names.
So, which god do you tend to work with?
I work with Freya and Loki the most.
Freya and Loki.
Hey, Region, did you read your edits yet?
Yes.
All of them?
I've got a copy of the Caroline Larrington Oxford.
Okay. Well, yesterday you said that you didn't read all of them, so I was worried if you read them all yet.
No, I didn't read all the sagas.
Well, it's the Eddas going, front to back, poetic and prose.
I have poetic and prose sitting right here. I don't have the sagas. I only have the Niall saga right now.
Awesome, and you, like I said, you've read the prose and poetic Eddas front to back, cover to cover.
Yes, because I'm looking right at. I've read poetic at least 4 times within.
Have you read the Havamal?
Yes, that is one of those things I'm reading at least once a week.
You read the Havamal once a week?
I read a couple of stanzas from the Havamal at least once a week. Try and meditate on how to actually live as a better person.
Which translation of the Havamal do you have?
The Oxford Caroline Larrington.
These are just really different questions than these are the same questions I asked yesterday when you were on my panel, and then you said that you hadn't read all of them, so I was just kind of confused.
No.
Sure.
I think you misunderstood my context. I
didn't.
So, Reagan, when you read the Havamal, do you believe that is what is that?
To me, that's just how to live with man. How to live with people around you. You can find the similar teachings throughout almost every culture.
Practicing Norse pagan?
4 years.
4 years.
Do you think it like cheapens or diminishes like cultures when you say you can find the same teachings in every culture?
No, I think it actually broadens the possibility that we have a beautiful history of mankind actually doing trade and whatever.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, there's I find it beautiful. I don't think it cheapens it. I find it absolutely beautiful, showing that mankind can actually one day agree to disagree.
So what got you on the Norse path?
I had gone down a very dark and detrimental path that was headed towards a MAGA thing. And I realized it because a friend of mine was trying to point it out to me. And when I realized it, I said, okay, I've got to do some changes here because I'm becoming the very thing I don't like. And I did a long meditation, asked whatever it was out there that was trying to contact me, show me what I'm supposed to be seeing. And I saw 2 cats and a beautiful woman with a sword. And I'm like, I know exactly who that is.
What makes you think something was trying to contact you? What does that mean?
Jungian, in the sense.
I don't know what that means. Like, I know who Jung is, but what do you mean?
The animus. The animus / anima.
What are you saying? Like, you're just using words now. What is the meaning behind them, and how does it respond to the question that I asked?
The anima / animus in Jungian, in the Jungian pillar would be, so you have the 7 centers of the psyche and everything. The anima is right outside of the shadow, and then the shadow, and then the self. The self is the most centermost, and the anima / animus is this thing that's supposed to be guiding you and protecting you to become better, so you become closer to your true self and able to incorporate your shadow, all the negative things, all the things that you don't like about yourself that you project onto other people. So that
what was the question that I asked you?
Dude, you would have to give me just a second, man.
If you don't know what question you're answering, then how are you supposed to answer it effectively?
You hush. I can't even remember right now. I may have to go, guys.
Oh,
Maybe another time,
one last-
Reagan. Well, go ahead, Hammy.
So I just had a quick question. What do you think about women as warriors?
I think it's beautiful. I think it's absolutely beautiful. How I spar with my wife all the time, and she lays me on my back, and I think it's one of the most beautiful things in the world to have a woman fighting right by your side, because they are some of the most fierce protectors you will ever meet.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, well, maybe another time, Reagan. Hope you keep asking questions. And if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you or argue. We're not here to burgle your gods or make you look like a fool. We really just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it?
So many questions.
Examples.
Hmm?
I said examples.
Examples? You want examples of the questions I wanted? I had?
What's the most pressing one? Maybe he can hear it and take it away.
Well, the first one was why he would think being a warrior is beautiful. That's more or less coming from the former military in me. Then I had other questions about influences.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to figure out influences, so. But it is what it is.
But boundaries are good, and we like it when people have them and voice them.
I'm sorry, that came out muffled for me, Kat. I did not understand a word you said.
I said, but boundaries are good, and we like it when people voice their boundaries. W boundaries.
I'm sorry, it still came out
So very muffled, but still I understood it. And she said, W boundaries. Boundaries are good, and good for people to express them, so glad he was able to feel that that was a boundary for him.
We always want to encourage boundaries.
Indeed. Morgan, I haven't seen through the Oxford, I think he said.
Mm-hmm.
The Havamal.
Yeah, that's right.
How does it form its stanzas?
I'm gonna be honest, Heretical's a lot more familiar with it than I am.
Okay. So I just have Crawford's.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or something like that. And maybe you think you can question that belief. If that sounds like you, then you think you can question whatever belief it is. Well, bring that questioning attitude right up here to the panel. We're not going to debate you. We're not looking to tear you apart or prove you wrong. We just want to know, can you question your beliefs?
We have someone, Thrayle.
No, we don't.
No, mind.
No, we do. But don't announce that, because then, you put me on the spot to point out that that's Uncle Rory, and I'm not sure if we're...
You're not sure if you're ready for that?
We can let the audience vote for Uncle Rory.
Do you have an Uncle Rory poll? Oh, Kat has not had the pleasure.
Oh, good.
Look, if I had to suffer through GoPro because Kat was like, oh, he needs to, then Kat should have to go through Uncle Rory.
I see. Now we're spitefully voting for guests. Okay, yeah, no, absolutely. I'll do it.
Of course, it's a spiteful vote for that.
Yeah, no, I'm down. I'll do it. Yeah, let's go.
Oh, I mean, Kat and Uncle Rory are both voting yes. There's Cat DeWitch, there's Hammy. Yeah, look at that, all those ones.
Good morning, Batcolyte. Good morning, everyone here. It's a
Did you
pleasure
just
to be
say good morning, Batcolyte? Oh, I like him already.
Listen, I'm not here to tell people how to think, Cat. Okay, that's not the mission. Okay, I'm not gonna be that guy. All right. But I will tell you this, Cat. I don't believe in genies in a bottle or wizards. I'm not saying they don't exist, Cat. I'm just saying I'm not convinced. Okay, and that applies to your gods as well. Now, Cat.
Gods.
Oh, Cat. My sweet, tender cat. You know, Cat, I've followed you around a little bit here, lurking in the
Have you?
background.
That's a little weird.
And your voice has this mysterious type of ancient melody, kind of like a gentle midnight breeze. You know, when you talk, and your voice dances through the air, the rhythm entwining with the natural pulse of the universe.
What are we talking about?
Alright,
What is
Lori.
happening? Hold
Let's.
up. Yeah, what are we talking about? I thought I asked you what gods you don't believe in.
Ah, yes. What gods I don't believe in. Now, if you were listening to what I just said, and apparently you weren't, it sounds like you have two
Apparently.
mouths. It sounds like you have two mouths and no ears.
I guess
What
so.
I said,
so.
Kat, was that I'm not saying gods don't exist. I'm saying I'm not convinced. Okay?
Right, so you don't believe in them.
That's not what I said. Okay?
That's what you said.
If I say to you,
Why
if
are
I
you
say,
not convinced?
that's the question. That is the question, because there's no evidence, Kat. And what is evidence? Evidence is any type of verifiable data that points to something specific. And you don't have it, Kat.
So why are we even here if you don't
Yes.
believe in gods? Because there's no evidence. Because guess what? Like, Dad, I
Yes.
don't either. And now we're just like having some weird non-belief circle jerk. Like, what are we doing here?
Your question, why are we here, is, well, from a scientific point of view, Kat, humans exist because of a long chain
I don't
of
care about why
natural
humans are here.
processes.
Why
You
are
asked the
you
question.
and I
You asked the
having
question.
this conversation right now?
Because we're conscious and we're aware. And our brains evolved a long time ago, Kat, to help us survive. And
What happened to your
awareness.
mustache?
You have no idea what I look like, Kat. So whether or not I have a mustache or not, and I'm not claiming to have one. Why is this so funny to everyone?
I remember the picture.
You don't see it. You don't. Look. Why are we asking questions at all? Don't answer that. Don't answer that. It was a rhetorical question. That was a rhetorical question. Don't answer that.
Why would you ask a rhetorical
That's
question?
so funny. Why would you ask a rhetorical question to a panel full of people who love questions?
Because humans are unusual. Because we're curious, and our brains look for patterns and explanations. And because of that curiosity, my confused friends, that curiosity has led us to science and philosophy.
Is your inner dialogue this pretentious?
It's not about being pretentious, my dear. The fact that I have a master's degree in biomedical engineering with a focus in data science from Johns Hopkins University is a fact. It has nothing to do with pretension, okay?
That was so pretentious.
But if you're going to ask, why, the problem is this, okay? Your ego, you have, of all the people I've ever met in my life, I think I've never met anyone with an ego like you. You have, how do you even fit your ego through the doorway?
Wait, whose ego are you addressing?
I can't even say her name. I can't.
Mine? Morgan's? Thrayle's?
You can do it.
If you think it's you, then it's probably you. Ego is that little voice in your head that says, this is about me. So if you're hearing this and you think it's you.
Well, I was making no assumptions on who you were talking about. That's why I asked who you were talking about.
And you seem to be struggling to say the name, so I was simply encouraging you.
How about I ask you a question for a change?
That's not quite how the panel works.
You know, when ego runs the show like this, everything becomes personal.
Oh, it's Thrayle's ego. Okay, there we go. Figure it out.
Someone disagrees with you and they're attacking me.
I don't think anybody has accused you of any attacks.
Someone interrupts you. I'm being disrespected. See what I'm doing here? That's a fragile ego. And your ego is fragile because it's loud and it's scared.
Yeah, I think, you're right. We're definitely the ones with the loud, scared egos, right? That's certainly us. We're the ones that come up on other people's shows to monologue about nothing. for no reason.
I see what
That's
you're doing.
definitely us.
Let me tell you something, okay? I know I'm old enough to be your father, maybe your grandfather. Okay.
Maybe great grandfather.
It's possible.
I like guys that are old enough to be my father.
You
Lay it
do.
on me.
I've been with more women than you have hairs on your head, little sis. Look, the fact of the matter is this. A strong ego is actually quieter, okay? It doesn't need to win every sentence. It doesn't need the applause you need.
What applause do I need?
God.
It can hear you're wrong without collapsing, right?
Hey, Uncle Rory.
Yes, my
where
friend.
were you? Where were you born again? I remembered something about a town in England.
Yes, Great Britain. A small county called Shropshire, right on the border of Wales.
Shropshire. Oh,
that's right.
Hey, can you be wrong? Uncle Rory will just leave that.
You know, it's funny you ask me that. I've struggled with that question. And the answer is yes. Of course I can be wrong. Every human can be wrong. But being wrong is not a weakness. In fact, the ability to admit I might be wrong is one of the strongest signs of an honest thinker.
When was the last time you were wrong?
Yes.
I know that master's degree from Johns Hopkins makes it really hard to be wrong. And you do have all the knowledge of the world at your disposal, but I'm sure you have been wrong before.
and he had the life skills of his town, of his county, Shropshire.
Shropshire.
Yeah.
Shropshire.
You know, there was one time when I was younger that I thought I was wrong, but I had been mistaken. And
of course, you had to be mistaken.
Are you saying you were wrong about being wrong? Is that what you just said?
No, that's not what I said. Listen to what I said. You know, everyone is wrong from time to time. It's part of being human. The tricky thing is that most of us don't always notice the moment we're wrong because we only realize it after new information shows up, okay? Now, you were sure you remembered a date or a fact correctly. Then you check and it's different, right? Or you predicted how something would turn out and it went the other way.
Why do you think you are more intellectually, why do you have this sense of intellectual superiority to everybody else up here? Why do you think that you're smarter than everybody else?
I'm not going to make that claim. The onus is on you. I'll let you decide that. I am not going to come up here and toot my own horn, so to speak. But I'll tell you what.
Right. Well, I decided that you're not smarter than all of us, but you seem to think that you are. Yeah, I
never
did.
said that. I never made that claim, my dear.
No, you didn't make that claim, but your actions say a lot. And the way, your tone of voice and the things you say and the way you say them. So why do you think you're smarter than all of us?
I think it comes down to confidence. Confidence means you think you're right based on current evidence. But humility means you know...
Is that what confidence means?
Well, it does. And humility means you know new evidence could prove you wrong. Okay? And both can exist at the same time.
Can you tell me what dictionary you used for that definition?
I used the Encyclopedia Britannica, New American Dictionary.
Mm-hmm. Can one of you Google to see what the definition of that for, like, because I can't decipher it. I mean, I could decipher
I know you
it
can't.
now.
I know you can't.
I
know you can't because you don't want to. You don't want to.
No, I'm just really engaged in this. I'm really engaged in the dialogue we're having right now. So, I was asking one of my friends to help me out.
That was the Encyclopedia Britannica New
American stuff.
New American.
New American. Okay.
Encyclopedia Britannica New American Edition 2026.
Okay, no, don't worry. I got my tablet right here.
Thank you so much, honey.
Of course, Encyclopedia.
They don't have. They don't have an online version. You have to get the book.
It doesn't exist online. You have to buy
It doesn't
the book.
exist online.
Is that like your girlfriend that goes
Wait,
to another school?
hold on.
No, you have to go to the library.
It was New American Edition.
It's in the library.
Is that like your girlfriend that doesn't go to this school? It's like that. It definitely exists. though?
She's from Canada. You wouldn't know her.
Yeah.
I had a girl once. This is a true story.
Not once.
I had a girlfriend once, and God, it had to be about, geez, I don't know, 23 years old, maybe.
I'm sorry, Uncle Rory. I'm sorry. I just need a little bit of help here.
Oh, that's always disappointing.
I know. I'm incredibly disappointed in the fact that he doesn't get to finish the story real quick. But so I'm looking for the place to buy this book, and I'm not even finding it.
You actually have to go to encyclopedia.com because they don't go on Amazon.
Encyclopedia.com.
Oh, encyclopedia.com.
It might be .org.
Okay.
It might be .org or .edu. I'm not sure. Probably .net, not .net. .edu. Go to Encyclopedia Britannica.
So what about the girlfriend that you had one time? The one girlfriend that you ever had? One?
Oh shit, my boss is coming. I gotta go.
And that cat was Uncle Rory.
That was great. I'm so glad we did that.
I know. I love Uncle Rory. It's hilarious.
I was just resisting asking what their specialization in biomedical engineering was the entire time.
He has a
And it's
master's
funny
degree.
because as he went to go leave, you could hear the bit just leave his voice.
Yep.
He's like, "Oh shit, my boss is coming. I gotta go."
Yeah, no, that was great. Thanks, Thrayle. I'm so glad we did that, actually.
Yeah, it was something.
It was definitely something.
I don't think he was expecting for me to be as sassy as I was.
Eric says you could have convinced me that was staged. The funny thing is that whenever Uncle Rory's involved, it's always staged. He's just the only performer.
Yeah, the stalking thing was weird, but whatever.
Yeah, once he kept going on about your voice thing, that's whenever I was like, yeah, okay, well, let's move past that, please. That's weird. Stop. Yeah, yeah. Typical solo board behavior.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
I saw that too.
Well. What do we have here?
Looks like we have a Jaren.
No fucking way.
Good morning.
What's going on, guys?
Good morning.
Oh, we just had Uncle Rory.
Oh, that's...
You say that like you birthed him.
Look, Thrayle, what I do in my private time is none of your business.
We manifested him as a retaliation against me for GoPro, and it backfired on him. So
It wasn't a retaliation. I just love it when he comes up here. I honestly thought you would get a kick out of him.
I had a great time. I had a really great time.
So what you up to, Jan?
When sweet Uncle Rory shows up into the live, he's really the only one who's having a great time.
Yeah.
Everyone else is just kind of having a time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did tell me that he had been stalking me and go on some monologue about my voice. So that was fun.
This is how I described it, Jared. I told somebody in the chat that because they said you could have convinced me that was staged, and I was like, the thing is when Uncle Rory is involved, it's always staged. He's just the only one performing.
And it belongs to sweet Uncle Roy.
Until his boss comes, and then he runs away.
Every single time.
So, quick question. I was to believe that there would be a face reveal of Thrayle today. Is that correct?
You didn't see it? It was just there.
It was there.
Mm-hmm.
I demand a face with skin.
He doesn't have one of those.
Why
Jaren.
would there be a face with skin?
He is a skeleton man. Why do you think there's skin on a skeleton man?
I want to know what Thrayle looked like before he died.
Oh well, nobody knows
so
that.
The lore is that he was actually Socrates.
Well,
that
he
makes
can Socrates nuts. I want to see his face.
Does anybody have a bust of Socrates?
Jaren, what if he had went to your meetup and then just told everybody he was somebody else and you had seen his face and didn't even know it was him?
There's about a 1,000% chance we would recognize his voice.
Oh, he's really good at doing voices.
Yeah, I don't know how you would recognize my voice if I just came up and said, "Hey, man, I'm a big fan. Can you sign my copy of Christ Before Jesus?"
Yeah.
Did
I don't know. They might detect the meat wad in that.
Yeah, that was pretty clearly Thrayle. Thrayle, you very obviously have a voice of like an elderly lion made out of concrete. Like, we know exactly who you are.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Not gonna lie, since he pointed out that it does sound just like higher pitched
An elderly lion.
Made of concrete. Which is the most interesting part of that to me, because like, I didn't know concrete lions had voice boxes, like vocal cords or anything like that.
Somebody never saw Between the Lions.
And it shows.
Well, I am. But when did that come out?
Worry about it.
I am 30 years old. Not
Jaren,
quite, but I'm trying to get used to saying it. So.
Jaren Cat was deprived of all media.
That is also true. And not for religious reasons, just because my mom was an asshole. But I had something and I forgot about it.
You see, Cat, a television is.
I live in the jungle. I don't have a television. There's no TV in the jungle. Sometimes there's TV in the jungle, but not at my house.
I was gonna say there is PBS because I was forced to. Well, I guess in the swamp because I was forced to hold those rabbit ears so we could watch Zoom a lot.
Okay, well, yeah, I definitely did watch PBS in the swamp, but there is no television in the jungle.
This guy,
There's
PBS.
jungle things happening.
Pretty sure the Wild Thornberrys had a TV.
They were in the safari, not the jungle.
Yeah, close enough.
Literally,
Weren't they really?
Documentary.
Wasn't that a cartoon about like a glamping family? Just like glamping.
No, they were glampers. They were literally like they were filming a documentary.
Also, like, what I do is pretty much glamping. I just live. It's just static glamping.
That clearly caught Jaren off guard.
When you glamp, Cat, do you also have a like little Tarzan boy voiced by the bassist of Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Did Flea really voice him?
He did.
Mm-hmm.
I have a little Tarzan boy that's not a little, that's actually, it's a man and not voiced by Flea. Um, but other than that, no, no
Do you
children.
still call him Donnie?
No, I should though.
You should.
That'd be funny. I cooked him at chess earlier. He was not happy that I told the whole room that.
You know who else came up today, Jaren?
Darth Dawkins.
No. Fucking no degree.
I wish it was Darth Dawkins.
I actually, right.
Yeah,
Me too.
me too.
I actually ended the conversation by saying, bless his heart.
That was good.
Like the entire Texan in him came out.
All of it at once.
I've still never heard Darth Hawkins' voice.
You don't want no.
I decided.
It's not necessarily that his voice is bad. It's just the words.
Well, I decided like a year ago that I was just gonna let that happen organically, and it still hasn't. So I just.
Yeah, it's not really a very annoying. Like, you know the voice. It's kind of nasally. I'm just, to be honest, I'm just surprised that he can actually make sounds with his head so far up his own ass.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those things where it's like, like I said, it's not a horrendous voice at all, but it's just the words are so terrible. They're the worst.
Also, Jaren, yesterday morning, or I guess the morning before yesterday for you, I was in your room when that guy came up and said that he had cooked you the day before, and then proceeded to not know anything he was talking about, and you kept asking him if he needed to look at the recipe again, and I thought that was fucking hilarious.
Oh, yeah, the recipe.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about now. I don't remember the actual person, but I know the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I can definitely remember the conversations better than...
the guy kept saying that you were cooked.
Yeah, I remember that. And I think he was bringing up something that he had talked about before. I think it may have been something about First Clement, if I remember correctly.
It was. Because in my head, I was about to say Clementine.
Clementine.
Yeah. I was just going to be like, yeah, look, I was in the request, and if I would have came up and been like, look, he convinced me because of Clementine, because that's what we called him, because he had the Clementines all around. That's how we know those letters are from him. They're near Clementines.
I just was so tickled.
Oh, my
by,
darling.
do you need to look at the recipe again? I was like, shit.
Yeah, well, there are quite a few people who will stop by the live and they will see this fairly aggressive lettering saying Jesus never existed, and they think that's the most absurd thing that they've ever heard of, and it should only take about 5 seconds to disprove it. But when they actually get into it, they realize that, oh no, this goes a lot deeper than I thought it did, and I have barely scratched the surface of this topic. So they just kind of resort to saying that they cooked without ever turning on the beat.
I think the funniest ones is whenever they think that they can just throw out some names, especially the ones about Tacitus. And here comes Jaren. He's like, yeah, Tacitus. Yep. He's one of the people who talked about. Oh, and then he pulls up the actual letter or the actual document from Tacitus.
Hell yeah!
And he's like, you see right here. You see this, and he's like going through it all. And that's whenever they realize, oh, he has all the receipts.
Even the receipts in Latin.
Mm-hmm.
So, Thrayle, question for you, my post-mortem friend. You a mythicist?
I don't know. I kind
Good
of,
answer.
yeah, I kind of question that, both sides of it.
Does it matter if Jesus existed?
Nope.
I like how he wrote a whole book about it, and he's like, no, it doesn't really matter.
Well, if you think about it, like, to the religion itself, it really doesn't. Because if Jesus didn't exist, then there's still ways that the religion itself could have come about. If Jesus was an amalgamation of people, there's clearly still a way that it could have came about. And if he was a person, that's the obvious way that it could have came about.
Does Jesus have to even have been an amalgamation of people, or could it have just been a story?
Yeah. That's why I said nope so quickly. It can 100% be a mythology because it was, and the religion still be here because it is.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have to be real. It doesn't really matter if he's real or not. It's still a whole bunch of people wishing their religion on other people, forcing it onto other people based off of a mythology.
Did you ever see Paula Gia's video on how it could have came about without a Christ?
I don't know if I've seen that one.
So one of my favorite questions to ask people is, does the God have to necessarily exist for it to be meaningful? And I think that the obvious answer for a lot of us is no, right? Um, but oftentimes, especially with Christians, the answer is yes. Um, and I wonder what, like, I wonder how you have such conviction, or like base your entire life or worldview around something that might not be real, but it all hinges on it being real. Like, that's like really dissonant to me. I don't know. I don't understand how that works. It's quite interesting, amusing.
Realistically, the main point of what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get people to think about these things. And, well, as Thrayle says, are you able to question your beliefs? Like, are you able to do it? Are you able to actually have these very real conversations about whether or not Jesus even existed? And if you can't, then move along. But if you can, let's talk about it. And you might be surprised to find that there's no evidence for him. There's actually evidence against him, and that this is just a mythology. So you probably shouldn't be worrying about it, especially in your daily life.
I see
Right,
the
and like,
early. Oh, go ahead, Kat.
well, it's just like if you are going to hinge your entire like worldview, or like your morality or whatever on this thing that might not exist, and then also like let it completely shatter that worldview, like it seems like a good way to fuck yourself up is what it seems like.
I see. I see the early these years with mythicism. I see it as kind of like the same early stages of when people first started questioning whether or not Moses existed, because it's getting the same type of pushback. It's getting the same type of arguments against it, against the position that Moses didn't exist. And then as time went on, it became kind of consensus that he didn't. I don't know if if Jesus mythicism will get to that level, but I mean, it could. It definitely could.
wonder. We have a guest request. Oh, well, that's not the request I just saw. That one. Maybe though. Yeah, there they
Do you
are.
believe in
Hello,
math?
Danielle. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Good morning.
Good morning. You're very difficult to hear. It sounds like you've put your phone in your
Do you believe
pocket
in
and you've
math?
gone for a jog. We can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
It's like you're covering
Can you
up
hear
your
me now?
microphone. Are you covering up your microphone with your hand?
Hold on. Now. Can you hear me now?
It hasn't changed.
I don't know.
Okay, well, maybe another time.
Okay.
Behave yourselves.
I'm behaving. I don't know what you're talking about. It is going to be a very
Oh, it's
interesting
gonna be
day.
a wild ride today.
You know what? I ain't got shit to do, so let's go.
All right. Well, let's see what the Ayatollah has to say.
Oh, good. Perfect.
Hi.
Hello, can I get your age for
Hi.
TikTok TOS?
I'm 30.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe strongly in God.
Which god do you believe in?
The one.
Which one?
The one. There is only one. There is no many gods. Only one.
Odin?
You know which
Odin
I mean.
Allfather?
Is it Odin, as Hammy's asking, or is it Marduk?
You
Which
know
one?
exactly which I mean. You
I
know.
don't know which one. Is it
It's
Allah?
Odin.
The one you shade.
It's
The
Odin.
one you shade.
Is it Allah?
It's the one you shade.
Odin.
The one. Yeah, I'm not hearing the last word there. What are you saying?
It's Odin. He found it. It's Odin.
So you believe in Odin?
He says so.
Is that the one god that you believe in?
The one God is the one God. You know which I mean.
I don't know which you mean. I speak to
Let's not
dozens.
stuck
So
there.
stop talking over me. There's no reason for you to shout. I speak to dozens of people a
Not
night.
something.
Okay, I speak to dozens of people a night. They all believe in different kinds of gods. Many of them believe in a one god. And it turns out they all believe in something kind of different. Can you tell me what god it is you believe in?
I will tell you, but let's make a deal. I will ask you one question and you will ask me one question. Let's do that. No deal?
No deal.
Why do you have the reverb on?
Why not? Why not?
Because that's not what this live is about.
It's about talking, right?
No, it's not about talking. It's about seeing.
Communicating.
No, it's about seeing if you can question your beliefs.
It's about interrogating me?
It's about
What?
questioning your beliefs. Oh, I'm sorry.
By
Here,
asking
let me make this
questions?
better. It's called questioning your belief. Was that better? Do I need to talk with that?
Dude, you want to
loudness?
ask me questions?
That is weird that the reverb is up all the way. Let me turn my reverb up too. Here.
Yeah, here we go. We'll
Put
go
on
do
God
it.
voice.
We can go stadium for stadium here. Ayatollah, can you actually question your beliefs?
You mean if I believe that God is not real?
That's
if I can
a
imagine
question.
that's what you're asking?
We're asking you, it's not even necessarily about if God exists, it's just can you question your beliefs?
Also, you want me to imagine that God doesn't exist, to question
Sure,
him,
let's
right?
try that for a
Because
moment.
I'm sure he exists.
Let's try that for a moment, Ayatollah. Is that something that you're even capable of? Are you capable of entertaining hypothetical scenarios that might be contrary to the way that you believe?
So I should imagine that I have 3 legs, for example, because I only have 2. I don't know what you mean.
Could you imagine that?
Yeah, I have 3 legs. You're right. I'm imagining that right now.
Okay. So if you're not capable of having a conversation about what it is you believe and questioning your beliefs,
Dude, you are an edgelord. All of you are edgelords.
Oh,
That's what you are, nothing more.
Wow.
Goodbye.
Interesting.
And now I'm turning my volume down so that way my gain's all the way down.
Gosh,
You're
the
listening
Ayatollah's
to
palace
Edgelord
needed some
Thrayle on the
tapestries.
Batcolyte.
I have yet to find the button that turns off my reverb. Oh, wait, no. Wait. Oh, wait, I got knobs. Hold on.
You got knobs. Uh-oh.
I've got sliders.
Oh, no, don't do that.
None of that?
No, none of that. That was unfortunate. I was really hopeful that one of those guys could question their belief in a god or something.
Yeah.
Did you really think the guy who's named Ayatollah was going to be able to question his beliefs? Like, honestly, Thrayle, come on.
There was hope, Kat. Are you trying to say that we shouldn't have hope?
I'm giving you a look right now.
You're giving me a look?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Jaren, I've got a question for you.
What's up?
How could you not believe in Jesus when I'm right here?
Bitch.
I look like white Jesus.
Oh.
Oh, Hammy.
Yes.
Maybe you look like hot Jesus in the elevator. Maybe.
Well, hold on. I said white Jesus, not hot Jesus. So
well, hot Jesus. Do you know what hot Jesus looks like?
I don't even know. I didn't even know hot Jesus was a thing.
Wow, you don't know about hot Jesus? That's fucking
No, he
tragic.
He hasn't been here for New Lamp. Thank you, Donna.
What? You don't know about
Wait,
hot
wait,
elevator
is this the
Jesus?
elevator Jesus?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I know about the elevator Jesus.
Keanu Reeves. That's not Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, well, hot elevator Jesus is white.
Ground Force, no. I literally, with the long hair and beard, look like white Jesus.
Wow, he just ignored me completely and talked to the comments.
He did.
Typical fucking man. I should fucking drop him for that, yeah.
Whoa. I didn't hear you.
Jesus Christ is King Edgelords. Jesus Christ is King Edgelords. Fucking Edgelords. Satanistic Edgelords.
Oh wait, I gotta turn my volume
You
back.
are all Edgelords.
Darn it.
We're just gonna keep going. It's boring as fuck. Yeah. Once was mildly, almost maybe amusing. Twice was just sad, really sad.
It's even lamer the second time.
Yeah.
Was it Electric Boogaloo lame?
Reverb 2. This time it's personal.
So, Kat, what was it that you were asking me?
I don't even remember. Something about hot Jesus in the elevator.
Yeah.
Being white and, yeah, elevator Jesus is white and, has dreamy black eyes and long hair.
He was 11 feet tall.
He was 11 feet tall.
Look, the only person who is that
He was 11 feet tall.
the only person who is almost that tall is Philly. Okay.
And she's only 7 feet tall.
Yeah, she's 7 feet tall, so she's closer to that than anyone else.
Right, but she's not hot Jesus.
Oh.
So you're the one that claimed
Jaren's
to be
got a
hot
drop.
Jesus.
Well.
Hell yeah, appreciate you, Jaren. Anybody not following Christ before Jesus? What the fuck is wrong with you? Follow that
Wait,
guy.
Jaren, before
He's
you
gonna
leave,
go live, I'm sure.
Yeah, before you leave, give it enough time so that way they can follow you.
All right, well, you got like 5 or 6 seconds, guys.
They're already following him. Right,
Okay,
they're already
yeah.
following him.
All right.
Everybody follow him. Catch you later, Jaren. Appreciate you. I got to drop Jaren.
How did that feel, Thrayle?
He was running. He was running from the question room. Yeah. This is what they do, folks.
He couldn't question his belief.
He couldn't. He couldn't do it.
I'm glad I'm not the only one,
Never.
Sebastian. The Philly lore is one of those things where I'm like, I just don't even know if she's actually tall.
She is
Or
7
not.
feet. Look, I don't know how many
Here's
times
the
I gotta
thing.
say it. She's 7 foot tall.
Here's the thing. I've seen a picture of her, and she is 7 feet tall. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I once thought I met her, but then I realized it was just a short tree.
You know, the comments are making a very good point right now about Hammy.
What? Look! I didn't hear her. Stop coming at me.
Hey, I'm gonna come to Hammy's defense on this. Being prior military, our hearing is never the same.
No.
No
Whose side
offense,
are
but
you
I like
on?
don't believe any of you.
Do what?
Huh?
Damn, the comments are coming for Hammy right now.
Look, this is how bad my hearing is, right? Whenever you get out of the military, you have to go through this whole entire out process where you have to take a hearing test. And so I'm in the booth and I put the headphones on and they said, and in the headphones they say, hey, it'll the test is about to begin. Once you start hearing beeps, go ahead and click the little button and you're good. So I was like, all right. So I started hearing beeps and I started clicking the button. Heard it again, clicked it. Did it about 5 or 6 times. And all of a sudden in the headphones it said, the test hasn't begun yet. And I was like, oh. My bad.
Experience.
That just sounds like you were on some hallucinogenic substances, like when I hallucinated the music the other morning.
They're not that nice to us.
I'm just saying.
I will say, in my defense, though, it did not help that I could hear my heartbeat at the same time.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
Am I coming through now?
You are coming through.
Now we hear you. Good morning, Philly.
Good morning. I get mistaken for a tree a lot, Hammy.
I had a feeling you did.
Yeah.
Knowing this community, I need a picture of you next to a vehicle or something of a standard size to confirm this is not a bit.
What is a bit? Is it like a shtick?
I feel like a bit fits within somebody's shtick.
Blake, are you sure you didn't make up this bit thing?
Would I lie?
She wouldn't lie.
I don't know.
feels like this is something that's low enough stakes. It doesn't really matter.
Look, Philly is 7 feet tall. There's nothing you need to question about that, Blake.
I don't know. I believe in questioning beliefs.
But this isn't a belief, though, is it? This is factual that you're 7 feet tall. It's just science.
Science.
Wait, is Hammy more convicted that Philly is 7 feet tall than Philly is?
Philly. Psst, Philly.
Yes. What?
You don't have to answer that.
Oh, okay.
No.
Oh, hi, Thrayle.
Yeah, I think that was more for you, though.
Oh, for me? Psst, Billy.
Yeah.
Are you less convinced than I am?
I don't know. How do we measure being convinced?
Thrayle, how do we measure being convinced?
When did Hammy become the arbiter of what questions had to be answered and which ones didn't?
Joke's on you. I didn't hear that.
I asked when you became the arbiter of what questions had to be answered and which ones didn't.
Four.
Oh,
Yeah.
4. Yeah, that's the right answer. Good job.
I thought so.
I think there's a real guest request.
There might be. We don't have to whisper, though. So, Plasma Squirrel, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
42, but you already know me, Thrayle.
What name do I know you by?
Kev.
Kev. I see. I'm probably not remembering everything, so I'm going to ask some of the same questions. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure if you believe?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I believe or not. I've been studying cellular biology and the complexity of the cell and the cellular processes, specifically how proteins work and everything else, how the cell can proofread itself for mistakes and regulate itself through the cell cycle and have specific checkpoints, leads me to the conclusion that it might have been designed. But I do not believe in religion as it's stated in any sort of Bible or whatever, because I believe that is the word of man set up to control the masses through spirituality.
Mitochondria.
Let's back up just a little bit. What does design mean?
Design? Intentionally put together for a specific purpose.
Is there anything that is not designed?
Well, I would say everything in science is not specifically designed unless it's due to material science or medical science or anything like that. But fundamental particles, atoms, but even then, I mean, maybe they might be designed. I don't know. I mean, fundamentally, we can't look at them and make a determination if they're designed or not. But
then what is it that you said indicates to you that things would be designed or created?
Just the complexity of biological processes. It just seems so not complex as in, oh wow, it's so complex,
according
but
to your rubric of whatever kind that they're designed.
What was that? Sorry, just repeat that. Sorry.
You look at things and then decide they're complex enough according to your rubric of complexity, and then decide that they're designed. Is that the process?
Well, it's not just complexity, though. It's complexity with a purpose for, a process that means that they perform that process extremely well, even though entropy also rules because of telomeres and things like that.
So, I have a quick question. This is just like getting really, really minute into the body. So, you think that the human body is intelligently designed?
I believe that biological processes might be intelligently designed as we see them on Earth. Not saying that is the be-all, end-all of biological processes, because I'm also torn between galactic seeding as well.
Oh, well.
But then I would have to come up with a beginning of
slow
that
down
galactic
there.
seeding.
Slow down there, Kev. Slow down there, Kev. Hammy already had a follow-up.
Yeah.
The galactic seeding. Go back.
Yeah. So when you look at certain functions of the body, of the human body, like Thrayle, what's that word? The nerve.
The
recursive or something like that.
Recurrent laryngeal nerve. Yeah.
What intelligent designer would create that?
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? That's why I'm torn between galactic seeding, because an all-knowing, all-powerful intelligent designer would not intelligently design things with flaws. But say for instance, our planet, was going to be completely and utterly destroyed, and we knew that was going to happen in 150 to 200 years. It is perfectly feasible that we could create a generational starship in that amount of time to escape the mass extinction of our race.
Hold on. That's a whole nother can of worms that I am very, very interested in questioning.
I got
whiplash. My neck is actually hurting right now from it. So you're torn because of the unintelligence that you see in intelligent design.
Yes,
so
exactly. The unintelligence in intelligent design.
Yeah. So would it be fair to say then that this intelligent design isn't actually intelligent design?
Well, it depends how far we define intelligence, doesn't it? It doesn't have to be all intelligent to the point of
I'm not saying that
millions of IQ points.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that humans have to be like what's described as like Ubermensch, right? Like the Superman, where we're like the best of the best of the best.
Yeah.
But like there are definitely certain things when we look at the human body that are definitely not like even like I'm not all that smart, but if someone said, "Hey, we're going to create this nerve and it's going to go from the neck down around the heart back up, and like basically if it's moved in this particular way, you can cut off the vocal cords altogether." I personally would be like, "Hey, that's not a good thing."
Yeah.
So with that being in mind, can we say that the human body is actually intelligently designed?
But then also we could argue that maybe the intelligent design didn't create the human body, but created the cellular processes in the first place, and then let evolution take root.
Cellular process. So,
well, yeah, from like abogenesis all the way up till now.
So,
if that makes any sense, you know.
So basically, what you would have to do is this intelligent designer would create non-living chemistry. Then the intelligent designer would create the primordial earth conditions, such as the either the rapidly drying and refilling beds of water, or the vents in the ocean. Would then have to go and create lightning on this planet to then make that inorganic chemistry into organic chemistry, and then start intelligently designing. Why?
Well, if you had that power, why
because
not? Wouldn't
if
you?
evolution is taking place here at this point, then basically what you're saying is that the intelligent designer created all this stuff, the primordial earth stuff, and then just set it all in motion and walked away. In which case, where's the intelligent design in that?
Well, yeah, I mean, the intelligent designer, say you're a species and you exist for billions of years, and your species keeps on evolving constantly. And then you shed the biological processes that keep you as an individual. You know, you sort of evolve past biology, say, and you become some form of, I don't like using the word energy because energy is a hard thing to define when it comes past the ability to change, you know, from one state into the next, or one, you know what I mean, you know, because energy is the ability to do work within a system. So I don't like using the word energy. But instead of a physical being of biological process, you become a being of, and I hate the word energy, and then through that energy you can manipulate matter to a certain degree, and there you go, start creating things.
But in this scenario, all this intelligent designer did was create inorganic chemistry, and then created the early Earth conditions, and then just let it go. Because if you're saying
I'm not
that
sure if he created
evolution
the conditions, he probably just already knew the eventuality of them conditions, given the set of variables that exist within that time frame of planetary creation.
Right. So, but the problem is though, then where is the intelligent design in the human body? Because now we've gone all the way back to where this being is creating things way before life even began, and then just letting it all go into motion on its own. So, where's the intelligent design in the human body then?
I would say evolution. Evolution is the intelligent design.
So, evolution, which is, we know, is an unguided process that selects random mutations to then proceed forward, is intelligently designing bodies with unintelligible parts.
Well, intelligently designing bodies through trial and error, I guess, because, you know, the good things carry on, the bad things do not carry on, or they do carry on now because of medical science and ethics.
Well, I'm just curious.
Thing at all. I'm not saying that's a bad thing.
Yeah,
you know,
Plasma, but I'm just curious here because if it's intelligently designed, why would there need to be trial and error? This is a being that's all powerful, right?
Well, because that's how the scientific process works within all sorts of medicines. That's why we use other life forms to test.
Yeah, but the thing is that even with that scenario, with the medicine, even then, that medicine is intelligently designed enough, but it's not like this isn't like a one cure-all thing type of deal, right? But we are looking at a process that is unguided, that has no actual direction it's going, that the mechanism is random. And I'm trying to figure out, when you hear things like unguided, random, and no direction, where you see intelligence being involved there.
Well, because I don't believe that the intelligence is still designing. I believe that the intelligence designed, left, and let flourish.
So, but that's the problem
From
here,
the
is
cell
because
itself.
in order
You
for
know,
that to
from
be the
single
case,
cell to multi-cell
right?
to
I get that,
evolution.
Plasma.
Slow down, Plasma.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm a little bit educated in this, but whenever it comes to this, you were saying that there's an intelligent designer that uses random processes to then create what you call an intelligent designed human eventually.
No,
That
I'm not
is
saying necessarily intelligent designed human, because I'm just talking about cells and cellular processes. How them cells arrange themselves and create life forms is part of the evolutionary process.
Yeah, but we haven't even gotten like even just cellular. Even if we say skip humans, let's go all the way back to the very first cell, the single-celled organisms. To get from single-celled from intelligent designer to single-cell organism still takes a lot of random acts, a lot of random chances. Well, not even chances, but just randomness that is unguided with no clear line in sight.
Well, that's
How
not
is that?
necessarily true. If you're an intelligent designer, you have a metric to base your assumption of the progression of evolution upon, if you have anything to sort of compare it to. Like, you know, before we knew other Earths existed, you know, we thought we were the only one. But if we were more advanced and we could travel to them other Earths, we could then see how evolution worked on them other Earths. And then see how it would possibly work on something with similar conditions, or the potential.
So it
of
seems
similar
that you want to. It seems that you want to move away from the evolution talk and go into the space talk, because we went from
Well, any
the intelligent design body.
designer would be not just earthbound, would he? He would be universal bound, and also have the complete and utter history of the universe to go by.
Okay, so since we're backing away from the intelligent design of the body and the cells and all that, and we're going to this, tell me what makes you think that we will be able to travel the stars?
Quite simply because of, for a starters, you could take a particle accelerator and use boron dust and muons, which are heavy electrons. You can accelerate them through antimatter catalytic means in nuclear fusion to like, you could even create sort of 33% light speed, maybe even more. And you could accelerate something to light speed, given enough energy, given enough fuel. Well, not to light speed because of, you know, but still a good proportion of light speed. But then, using advanced physics, you could possibly do other things like decreasing relative mass to acceleration.
The
So
problem,
you
plasma.
keep your relative. Yeah.
Plasma. The problem is, whenever, like, the reason why, like, humans can't go at light speed or close to light speed, we would become spaghettified, right?
Yeah, I know that, because biological processes could not exist due to the geometry and the time dilation effects on biological molecules.
All right, so whenever we're talking about these things, I'm pretty sure since you discussed these things that you know there is people who work on trying to get us to the stars.
Yeah, I've got
This
friends that
entire
work at NASA and stuff like that. So,
well, there's NASA, but there's also like there's also the Starfleet people who they solely are trying to work on this. If what you're saying is even remotely plausible,
it's not given current physics.
Yeah, so
Mass it would need negative mass or something to create negative mass from mass itself, which would be
whenever
it's not
we're
going to happen.
yeah, exactly.
Not with
So
our current knowledge, but I always believe that physics is not a concrete or titanium ceiling. I think it's a glass ceiling that will get punched through when we extend our knowledge.
So the problem is that whenever we look towards the people who are working on this, the theoretical physicists, the astrophysicists, and all the people who are, I'm not going to assume your educational level, so I'm going to say who are definitely smarter than I am, right? Yeah. They're not as optimistic about that. Like they're still working on it, not trying to implement anything, and they're not even looking into this type of technology. So
yeah, the technology at the moment is plasma rockets through Vasimir and type pulsar fusion here in the UK. Russia's doing a plasma rocket.
So my question would be then, if they're not looking into that, what is it that you think that you know more than they do?
I absolutely do not know more than they do. I just see physics as not the absolute that they quite do. I believe that when our particle accelerators get better, we can then we can then look at higher energy state particles and then update our physics on higher energy state particles and then see where we go with that. Also, antimatter is a good option. The problem with antimatter is the creation of antimatter. We make tiny, tiny amounts of antimatter, and our penning traps can only contain tiny, tiny amounts of antimatter. But antimatter catalyzation is a realistic, possible source of better IP for the rockets, for rocket equation, for
but the problem is that they're not, if they are not looking into doing something like that, then this must be something that, if they're not looking into it, why do you think that it's the case?
The only reason why they're not looking into it is because of the monetary demands for it. It would bankrupt the whole world to create this. You know, you're talking trillions and trillions, hundreds of trillions of dollars.
So, I guess then my question,
it's not the technology's
hold on.
Possible. It's
my
the
final
funds
question would
aren't
be
possible.
my final question, because I have taken way too much of this time. It would be that if we know that is the case, what makes you think that anytime soon or anytime in the distant future that we will have the funds to do so?
Because I believe that when humanity wakes up from the banking system and realizes that money and inflation and all that are just concepts of control, I'm hoping that we will move past that system because it is completely and utterly unnecessary. Everyone pays tax, not because there's a law or a particle or something physical that exists that makes you pay tax. It's the banking system that is controlling governments and controlling the world, so you have to pay for your governments. Instead, if all the governments said no to the banks, we're going to create another system, we would advance hundreds of years, in decades, because we would get rid of the system that is holding us down. because part of the reason that puts people off this sort of research is knowing the cost of it.
Does anybody else have more questions for Kev?
No, thanks.
But also I wanted to talk about God as well, and the fact that he knows us before we are born, so it doesn't matter if you're an
How
atheist.
is that a fact? How is that a fact?
Well, even if it's not a fact, under Christianity, it's
it's a fact?
mentioned 13 times in the Bible that he basically knows the beginning and the end. He is both the Alpha and the Omega. And if so, yeah, and he is responsible
believe
for the creation of
Christianity?
everyone. Go on, Thrayle, sorry.
Do you believe in Christianity? Do you believe
Absolutely not. It is.
Why are we talking about it?
Because I believe that if there is a God and he is responsible for the creation of everyone, then it doesn't matter what you believe, because you are only walking the path he already laid out for you. You know, if he knows you before you were born and he knows the end of you and he has a plan for everyone, then it doesn't matter what you believe. You're just following his plan by the very fact of existence.
Why are you deciding that a Christian-like God exists? Why are you deciding that whatever it is that you think created, designed, or implemented anything into place is the Christian God?
Oh, I absolutely do not. I believe that Christianity is only...
I'm sorry, then why would you assume that it is like the Christian God? You're giving it these attributes and referring to the Christian God. Why?
Because Christianity is one of the major religions, and I would like to point out that to the Christian audience that you guys have, that it doesn't matter what you believe if you are just following God's plan
This
for
isn't
you.
the place for you to be on a soapbox, friend.
I know, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. Also, I'd like to hear your guys' opinion upon it.
Right, but our opinions don't really matter too much to the topic, though, since we're trying to question beliefs. Why does it matter to you to believe that a creator created things at all?
I'm not sure it does. I just, through studying cellular biology, I just kept on thinking that it just cannot be random, this level of complexity and how good the cell is at doing its process. Even though you've got cell senescence and telomere shortening.
You see, it cannot be random. What is random?
Random?
You're rubbing your microphone. I'd appreciate you stop doing that. It's very, very loud.
Sorry, I was rubbing my thing with pencil, trying to think up what random is. I mean, random is just I know what it is, but I can't get it from the back of my mind to my mouth. It's like the odds of a specific outcome given an infinite set of variables. Well, not an infinite set of variables, because there's a finite set of variables when it comes to biology, proteins and amino acids and enzymes. And
so then what's random?
Organelles and stuff.
You're trying to inform me about something else, but what is random?
A specific outcome given a set of variables.
Is that really what random means? Specific outcomes given sets of variables?
Well, it'd be the opposite. Well, yeah, I don't want to say that I don't know, because they're trying to think of a better explanation than just chucking a load of pennies in the air.
I don't know?
Like,
is I don't know scary?
Yes. No. Yes. yes and no at the same time. I
Why is
I like to know what
scary?
I don't know so I can gain knowledge about what I don't know so I know. So I'm always driven to know.
Why is it scary to not know? And more so to admit it. Why is that so scary?
I don't mind admitting that I don't know things. I just would rather know things than not know them. Or at least have a credible, logical theory on things that I don't know. Especially when it's defining random. I know a metaphor for random, but I should know the definition really of random, shouldn't I? I've never bothered to learn it, to be fair. It's just one of them words that you always know the meaning of. You know what random means, so you never bother to actually look up the definition of it.
You think you do anyways.
Yeah.
But you were saying that the reason, one of the primary reasons you'd believe that things would be created would be because otherwise it would be random, and you don't see randomness in cellular biology, according to you. So if you don't see randomness, but you can't define it, how do you know you're not seeing it?
I mean, I do see randomness, but also I see that due to entropy, due to information loss, or, you know, the inherent tendency.
Doesn't that seem like an imperfect design then, if there is this information loss?
I'm not equating perfection and intelligence. I'm not saying that intelligence breeds perfection. I'm just saying that intelligence breeds some form of design.
Some form of design.
Yeah, it's like the combustion engine.
What was your delineation of design and not designed? How do you tell the difference?
How do I tell the difference between designed and not designed? Was that the question? Sorry, Thrayle?
Yes, that was the question.
Yeah. I would say that does it achieve the purpose that I believe it was set out to be designed to achieve? So the complexity of the cell and the intricacies of it all coming together to perform like you know, interphase and mitosis, ATP, all that sort of stuff. You know, I mean, like I've only really started studying cellular biology, to be fair. But yeah, that's
Have you
why I think
gotten
it's
to the
design, I
point
guess.
where you've studied vesicles yet?
No, I just know that they are an organelle within the cell, and I have not got to that stage yet.
Have you learned what they are beyond being a component of a cell, like what a vesicle is, like?
Nope.
Entirely?
Nope.
Do you believe that like just life is designed, or that like all of the universe is designed?
No, just biological processes, life, things like that. I mean, but not maybe not life as a whole, because you know, galactic seeding.
Like,
but then
well,
I'd have to trace that back to something.
Yeah, so that becomes a circle. So we can leave the galactic seeding on the table because that is kind of just circles back to another layer of needing to explain life. But so the like vesicles, well, if you haven't studied them, I don't want to just like go into a whole lecture on them. But
no, I'd be happy to listen to a lecture. I'm always up for learning. I'm writing my own textbook on this, so
Well, maybe you should finish your education before you start writing a textbook on it.
No, that's how I'm going to finish my education, by writing a textbook that goes all the way up to university, because textbooks are so fragmented.
I'm sorry, but if you're not educated on the subject, how can you be sure that your textbook isn't going to be a perpetual re-edit? Like you're going to have to go back and edit again and again.
Because
you won't know how to.
when-
I'm sorry, I'm not finished. You won't know how.
Go on, sorry.
Would you know how to even outline the text in a coherent way if you don't understand the subject matter?
Absolutely.
How can you do that?
Because you start with what makes you you, which is genetics, DNA, chromosomes,
I'm
genes.
sorry, with what makes you you?
Genetics.
Why is that
makes
the
you you.
obvious first step?
Well, the first step actually is setting out what a cell is, because obviously the DNA is inside the nucleus, so you have to set out what the cell is and every part of the cell. So you spend the first maybe 10 pages doing every single part of the cell, and I mean every part of the cell, every organelle, the cytoplasm, the structure, and everything else, the cell. So you do the cell first, then you do the genetics basics, DNA.
Have you heard of a protocell? Have you heard of a protocell?
No, but I would like to hear well, this is only on human biology, so eukaryotic cells. This is what my textbook's about, human biology. So I would imagine a protocell, though, is abogenesis, to do with that.
So, what is the purpose of this textbook, if I may ask?
To go all the way up to university. So every little thing has to be explained to the max,
What do you mean by go all the way up to university?
Well, A levels and then university.
Do you mean like it gets used within colleges?
Well,
or like you
if they
use the
want
writing
to
of
buy
the
my
textbook to
then
get.
then I will try and sell it. I mean, why not? I mean, the problem with textbooks is they're so fragmented. Like, they don't go into the level of depth that you require, that you want. They stop at basic surface level.
Plasma. Where would you... So where are you getting the information for all of this stuff?
I am getting it from Ninja Nerds, lecture series of cellular biology. And then every single thing that he says, I write down, and then I Google search, and then I cross-reference between sources, and I write down, and I ask for chronological order.
Plasma, you said you're getting it from who?
It's called Cellular Biology Ninja Nerds. He's a lecturer in some college or something.
So you're getting this from a lecturer, somebody who is educated in this, right?
Yeah.
You're getting it from online sources such as hopefully scholarly work.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So all of these people, they most likely went to college for this, right?
Yeah, of course.
So all this information they have in textbooks, correct?
Yeah, but I want to write my own textbook, because how can you know something?
The problem here,
you can learn it from a textbook, but if you write your own textbook...
Plasma, but the problem here is, why not just get the textbook that they used?
Because it's not... If I write my own textbook in a structured way that I want to write it, then that's going to last me all the way, all the way.
The thing is
the
that
way to
all the
what?
information. Oh yeah.
PhD level, simple as that.
So all the information that you want is already in the textbooks.
I know, but it's more fun writing your own.
So you.
By textbook, do you mean like just like an omnibus notes for yourself?
Yes, basically, but with 100% detail, yeah, not surface level, in chronological order, depending on what it is the subject that I'm doing. I mean, I did start it, but I ripped out the pages because they weren't detailed enough. And also that I was starting with the cell cycle, and I didn't want to start with the cell cycle. I wanted to start with the cell, then genetics, then conception, then fetal growth, then postnatal, then adolescence, then up to adult, because the cellular processes and everything else is different. You have different cells doing different things at different stages in life.
Plasma, I've got, I think, one final question, and I'm going on mute for the rest of the time here.
Yeah.
Which is, why did you request up here?
I just wanted to talk about the design of the cell and to see if, to question, I guess, if it is intelligently designed. I mean, but I've come to the conclusion that, if it is, then it's more likely galactic seeding. I don't know if it is intelligently designed or not. I can't come to that conclusion, but it definitely points towards it.
Would galactic seeding make why does no, I already answered this question. That just starts the cycle over, and then you have to explain the origin again. So we can stop bringing up galactic seeding. But compiling notes for yourself, is that the same thing as a textbook?
I believe it can be more than a textbook because you can lay it out chronologically. You can do, cycle diagrams. You can really dig deep into the research as well and look up research papers and, get the research on the latest and add that into it.
Well, yes, I agree. Notes are
I'm
very
not
important.
talking just bullet points here. I'm talking about full chronological order and processes. Every enzyme, every protein.
You don't have to go into a monologue after every
Yeah,
single
sorry.
question. We understand what you're saying.
Dominating the conversation isn't making you more coherent. It's actually making you less. So let other people question.
Yeah, I understand. Notes are important, yes, but do you understand how it is confusing when you say I'm writing a textbook versus I'm writing notes on this area that I'm studying, and that those mean very different things and have very different processes?
Yeah, because notes are only short things that are there to remind you of the knowledge, where textbooks go in depth, and that's why I would rather call what I'm doing writing a textbook, because notes seem to be very surface level.
Are they when you get to a collegiate level and are studying something like cellular biology, or are they exactly what you're describing when you're being a good student?
Well, I'm adding a little bit of why these things do what they do as well, and what can go wrong, and the outcomes of if that particular thing goes wrong. So it's not just like a little note, notes. I just want to, when I get to university, be able to just say, I know this, you know? Does that make sense to you? You know, sitting in the class and he goes, oh, does, you know, anyone know this list of whatever? And my hand goes up because I've written the bloody textbook on it. Where did you learn that? I wrote my own textbook on it. Okay. That's impressive.
Can you say that you wrote your own textbook when you don't have the credentials to, like, it, can you just, is it just writing a textbook the same thing as like getting a textbook approved through like the collegiate process?
Well, I mean, like once I've wrote it, and then get feedback from professors when I go to university and see what they say. I mean, my textbook might be one of them textbooks. You know, depends on what they say. You know, at the end of my university studies, if my textbook is that good, then I'd be an idiot not to sell it, and then it might be an actual textbook.
Are you sure that wouldn't be the other way around? Do most college students sell their class notes?
Well, I'd imagine not, but I would imagine their class notes are very surface level.
Have you ever seen like master's level or even like advanced anatomy or physiology notes and what they look like?
Yeah, I'd imagine they look exactly like what
you
I
imagine.
Yeah, because I'm not at that level of study, so when I say I would imagine, that's the only thing I can say because I cannot say.
Well, but was the question, can you imagine or have you seen?
I have not seen.
Because, like, if you want to write a textbook, like, I don't want to discourage you from being like, yeah, you can write a textbook one day. But the order of operations here seems to be a little strange in putting the cart before the horse, and also incorporating in this belief, which may be guiding your research. And when you're doing research, should you start with like the conclusion and research around it, or should you let the research guide the conclusion?
You should let the research guide the conclusion. You should have, your idea and then see if the research fits the conclusion. Well, you fit the conclusion around the research, obviously. But for instance, like, in the cell cycle in gap 1 phase, signaling...
Nope. We don't need that. We don't need that. Nope.
Okay,
don't
sorry.
Need the lecture. You seem to want to emulate your favorite lecturers in literally every answer. But do you actually care if people understand when you are speaking or are following?
I'm not sure how I could change the way I speak to get people to understand, I guess. I don't know.
Perhaps it could be by answering questions directly instead of trying to educate people on subject matters they're not asking you about.
Yeah, so sorry. It's just, I guess I'm just trying to defend my method, if that makes sense. I mean, I shouldn't try and defend anything.
Why not try to scrutinize it?
Yeah.
Why not scrutinize your method instead of try to defend it?
Because I cannot find fault in it. Like, I literally cannot. How can you not know something if you write?
Do your farts smell good, or do they smell a little bit sour sometimes?
What's that?
I'm imagining when you smell your farts, they smell like roses.
absolutely not. Absolutely not. But I would rather find a strategic way of learning that enhances learning past surface level. And that's what I do.
Yeah.
Yes, Sammy.
I'm not sure. Like, he seems like a nice guy and all, but I'm not sure why we are still talking after he said that he only came up here to discuss this stuff and not because he wanted to question.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. But if I get kicked, you guys have a fantastic rest of your day and keep up
Appreciate you,
what you're
Kev.
doing. You're
Keep
all
asking questions.
And learn what self-assembly and vesicles are.
You know what we usually do about this time of day?
We read a poem.
Music? Nope, we play music. We play really nice music.
We
And
play
we set
music.
the tone.
We play music while I proofread a poem. Yeah. I'm not going to proofread a poem. I'm not ready at all. We're not going anywhere near a poem. Not for hours yet. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to actually question your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. We're not looking for a debate or an argument. I'm not trying to burgle your gods or prove you wrong. I don't want to convert you or deconvert you. I really just want to know, what is it that you believe and why do you believe it? If you can question it.
Thrayle.
Yeah.
At this point in time, my farts smell like pure rage.
I hope the camera was off. I just had to lean in front of the host device. I'm sorry, what, you're never mind. If anybody's got a belief, please request up so we don't have to discuss whatever Hammy just said. The AI summary says, debating the merits of writing a textbook versus taking notes. Share your opinion. No, not the topic of the live.
Absolutely not, please. Please no.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I was just like, wait, so you're just taking notes?
I mean, that's kind of what it sounded like. I think.
So we have the plasma squirrel who is up here, but the squirrel in pearl said, just to be clear, I'm not related to plasma squirrel.
Distancing yourself. I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, like if you end up writing a textbook, good on you. But I think you're getting a little ahead of yourself with declaring it as a textbook.
I have a lot of words, but the words right now are not very nice.
I'm very proud of you, Hammy. You're doing a great job.
any of those words, what the fuck are we talking about? Because
Some of them, yes.
I did get a song. And I think that's where we should go next. While we wait for somebody who can actually question their beliefs. That was not the musical cue I meant to make. Let's try that again.
We started with dragons and missing black socks, then someone yelled cheese and we all took shots. You were ranting of onions, I swore it was love. Now we're arguing loudly about clouds up above. What the fuck are we talking about? Hey! Was it treasure, was it beer, was it doubt? Hey! Did we wander off the map inside our mouths? What the fuck are we talking about? Sing it loud! You insisted the shovel was king of the tools. I proposed that a spoon should be crowned in these stools. Then we drifted to politics of garden gnomes and the ethics of stealing each other's food. What the fuck are we talking about? Was it heartbreak? Was it stew? Was it gout? Did we trade in all our cents for another round? What the fuck are we talking about? Drink it down! Last thing I remember, you said time is a pie. Now we're 3 songs later, and I still don't know why. Oh, why? What the fuck are we talking about? Was it fortune? Was it frogs? Was it trout? If there's meaning in this mess, it's hiding out. What the fuck are we talking about? One more shout! Welcome in. Can you question your beliefs? Request on up. Do you have a belief in a god, goddesses? A higher power and you can question that belief. Request on up. We're not here to debate or burgle your gods. But there's always room for one more. In the shed. Step right in. Through the sound and the static. One skull, one mic. One question that rattles the attic. Thrayle's lantern. Bones bright as a star. If you're sure of your answers, you're already too far. Dry wind, dead road, tents made of tattered belief, mirage of a miracle, promising relief. Skeleton showman, grins from the dune, call in with your heaven, your haunting tune. Under the wings of light, we're calling out the sky. Is it God? Is it dust? Is it comfort? Is it trust? Every storm, every sigh. Hold it up, let it fly. We question the question. Try under the wings of white. Carnival candles flicker in the phone line hum. Tell me what you worship. Tell me why it comes. Is it fear of the ending? Or a friend in the storm? Is it something that saved you? Or just a ritual? Under the wings of wine, we're calling out the sky. Is it God? Is it dust? Is it comfort? Is it trust? Every score, every sigh. Hold it up, let it fly. We question the question. Try under the wings of If your truth starts shaking, let it shake, let it breathe. If your faith starts breaking, see what's hiding beneath. Under the wings of wine, we're calling out the sky. Not to conquer, not to fight, just to look, just to light. Every doubt, every cry, bat bright in the night. We question the answer, try under the wings of wine.
Hell yeah. Bat bright in the night, or in the daylight apparently, because we're going to go all day today. If anybody's got a belief in a god or God's higher power, or anything like that, and you are capable of questioning that belief, well, make sure you request up. We're not here to debate or argue. We're not here to tear you down. We just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? Appreciate you, Squirrel and Pearls.
Yeah,
All day, Kira. That means no Batcolyte tonight. I'm going to take a night off. I got some plans for tomorrow. And then we'll meet back here in darkness again after that. Maybe a little late, because it'll be Friday.
And we all know how Fridays are, Thrayle.
Oh, and I have a D&D game tomorrow, so...
What?
My point exactly.
Where's this D&D game?
In person, real life game.
Oh.
In his home?
Yeah.
He's like, it's in my house. Where else will it be, Hammy?
But I should thank everybody for the 111,000 times that you've all tapped the screen. Thank you guys so much for that. Also, thank you for all the shares, all the 65 times we've hit the bent arrow and either copied the link or sent the live to a friend. Of course, all of those help get us out to the FYP, so if we keep doing all of that, we might be able to get a few more believers who are curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. It's weird how the green screen keeps trying to put a body on me. Oh, we're doing great, Charlie. I think we are, anyways. I know I am. It is a beautiful day. I've got the studio door open, which gives me just enough light. Because I was having trouble getting that to show up on camera. Oh, they could leave if they really want to, Kira. The door is not locked. They're afraid to leave.
What could possibly be outside that is so scary?
Sandwich.
I don't like that soup heresy.
Kira's trying to coax the gods out of the ship. I mean...
Sir, you have enough gods.
My gosh, my computer kept turning off, and I couldn't figure out what was happening. And my dog was sitting on the power supply, and it was getting too hot and shutting off to high heat.
That's good that the power supply shuts off when it gets too hot instead of, melting.
Yeah, especially since my dog was like ready to melt and fuse and become one with it.
Let's see if I can do bobblehead Thrayle again. Nope. Not working. I need better control. 60-something gods. That's quite a few. Hey there, Jimmy. How you doing this morning?
Well, I like to answer honestly. I'm just friggin' miserable today, but it's really good to see all of you.
Good to see you too.
Always happy to see you, Jimmy.
Good to see you too, Morgan.
Hello. Always appreciate honesty.
There we go. Bobblehead Thrayle.
Nice. That should please the algorithm gods.
One can only hope.
Probably not. It's at least kept us from getting that same flag again.
I was say, who the hell knows at this point?
I keep almost peeking into frame.
You gotta retrain your spatial awareness.
Uh-huh. It's perfect because the head is just a little too big for the body. Makes a great bobblehead. Might be a little distracting when we get to questioning beliefs.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, is all I have to say.
Mm-hmm. I just need glowing green eyes and lower jaw control.
We'll get you a simple animatronic there. We'll get you set up, buddy.
Hell yeah. Still no request, though. Nobody with a belief that believes they can believably question that belief. Why don't you believe that? Cosmos says fear isn't real. It's just confusion. Tell that to my amygdala.
What's confusion? If we can't define fear because fear isn't real, what's confusion?
Oh, later, Blake. This is usually what happens every morning. We start to run out of believers who can question their beliefs. And then I play music until I eventually just decide to read a poem.
Now is a great time to repost and share. I know there's a lot of other creators that are regularly live during this time of day, but surely there's somebody who's waiting for somebody else to start and can spend a little time questioning their beliefs.
If we are going to be believerless much longer, I think I know what song we should listen to next.
For those who might think they do not have a belief, it might be worthwhile to contemplate that and see if there isn't a belief hidden in there somewhere.
As if the belief you don't have a belief is itself a belief, and perhaps one worth questioning.
This would be worthwhile.
I just did it again. Almost stuck my face in there. But I wonder if anybody will notice whose voice got stuck in here.
I stay up all night to question my beliefs. Something I decided when I was asleep. Where have I been guided? How far have I gone? What was decided? Where did I go wrong? My hidden assumptions, I'll ponder them deep and stay up all night to question my beliefs, examine my choices, replay my path,
made those decisions somewhere in the past. I'm wandering blindly, hiding from dread, reminded by stories somebody read. Where have I been guided? How far have I gone? What was decided? Where did I go wrong? My hidden assumptions, I'll ponder them deep and stay up all night to question my beliefs. The comfort of purpose, the prison of fate, longing for connection before it's too late. Anything greater than the base and mundane, something to give meaning to all of my pain. But where have I been guided? How far have I gone? What was decided? Where did I go wrong? My hidden assumptions, I'll ponder them deep and stay up all night to question my beliefs. My hidden assumptions, I'll ponder them deep and stay up all night to question my beliefs.
Hell yeah. Has Hammy had breakfast today? I don't know. Has Hammy had breakfast today?
Does only black coffee count?
Yeah. I don't know if that does.
It's alright, Thrayle. Not everybody can be a man.
Wait, what? Are you saying that because I enjoy my coffee light and sweet, that somehow that means I'm less manly? Enjoying a tasty beverage?
I'm so sorry. I couldn't help myself.
Can you question that belief?
Absolutely.
Nobody said that but you, but if the shoe fits, then...
Oh, damn. Oh, Wildot, you gave me 2 years. That's so kind.
Really quickly, I need to thank Donna B. Also, Public Forum, and Cat the Witch. Thank you guys so much for helping with the previous goal. You guys are amazing. Really appreciate you. And look, we got a Blake back.
Hello.
It was way funnier just because I was assigned female at birth. That's the only reason I said it.
Just for that, I think I need another cup of coffee.
You enjoy it however you like it, Thrayle.
I'm going to, with cream. Hello, Forrest. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, you can. My name is Forrest, and I am 19.
I asked for your age, not your name. We can read your name.
Okay.
Okay,
so
you're gonna talk over me.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. So what year were you born, Forrest?
I was born in 2007.
I don't even care.
Should be a name for that. There is a name?
You mean for acting insufferably?
Just for the voice mocking idiocy.
Yeah, it's called jealousy. Or insecurity, if you will.
Voice envy.
Ursula syndrome.
Poor unfortunate soul.
If only he ran. I mean, he's just asking for it.
Well, that's exciting, Barfing Toaster.
Is there a circle of hell for the package thieves?
Yeah, I think it's the mailroom.
Hell's mailroom. All those letters to Satan.
That is an Adult Swim cartoon I would watch for sure.
I'll tell my brother.
Thank the gods I'll finally be warm for once in my life.
I am back. I had to get a cup of blueberry coffee. I have it hot this time instead of iced. And I had a couple of blueberry donut holes.
Are you feeling okay? Are you sick?
Because I'm having hot coffee instead of iced.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't have ice in this studio.
Sorry.
It's really good hot, too.
All this time I've been making blueberry coffee, I've been drinking it black. Do cream and sugar, you know?
Well, you could do cream and sugar. I do a already sweetened vanilla cream, French vanilla.
And like that black coffee is for weenies. Color me weenie.
Hello, Fractal. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm 55.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
And which god do you believe in?
Well, I got myself a new god, Ahura Mazda.
When you say you got yourself a new god, what do you mean by that?
Well, you know what? I got a little bored with the old one, so I traded it in for a new one.
Yeah, so you traded it in for a new one.
Indeed.
Do you actually believe that either of these gods exist?
No, but I really enjoy reading, and the Book of Zoroaster was pretty. It was, it was a good ride. Ahura Mazda is the supreme creator, sublime, and
But do you believe that Ahura Mazda is a supreme creator?
Well, in fact, I don't. But I do like the idea of kind thoughts, kind words, and kind deeds, etc.
So, if you don't actually believe Ahura Mazda is the creator, are you actually like adopting Zoroastrianism, or is this more of like trying it on to kind of play around with, like cosplay?
Well, so yeah, I suppose so. I do like the unfurling of her wings, if you would put out some scripts or like I would buy the book for sure.
You would purchase a Bat Bowl.
I would. I'm actually looking forward to it. I'm hoping that you will actually release it because I'm with it. It's intriguing, and it's probably more realistic than. I mean, I will say I love the idea a lot more than the Yahweh guy.
But kind of like a Hara Mazda, you would just be putting it on as a costume.
Yeah. Well,
Let me ask you this, Fractal. Why? Well, it seems like, so I'm going to make an inference. Why don't you believe in a god?
It. So and there, and now you've tricked me into the real story. So I don't disbelieve and I don't believe. I think that there might be some type of ineffable source, but it's so obscure and like so unreachable that it doesn't do me any good to try to embrace it. Though I've tried through Christianity, Islam, Sikhism. Sikhism's beautiful. They got great food. So right now, I think the best that I can do with these gods is find great entertainment.
A religious tourist?
Yes, Jimmy.
Is there any danger of your religious tourism crossing a line of disrespect?
Oh, ooh, gosh, I should have let you finish that. No, sir. No, I don't want to be disrespectful to anybody. I'm a benevolent heretic.
If you don't fully dive into and fully respect religions that you claim to adopt, do you think that could potentially be disrespectful?
Well, so the ones that I have access to, I was baptized in Christianity a long time ago. I actually I went and celebrated Satguru Nanak's birthday in the Sikh temple and ate food with the Sikhs. The ones that I have access to, I have gone and fellowshipped with, Seventh Day Adventists, Jehovah Witnesses, Mormons, etc. It's really hard to find a Zoroastrian temple or church. Yeah. So the ones that I mean, like Gnosticism, to find like a Sethian group, here in Sacramento there isn't one. There's no Sethians around, or there's no Zoroastrians around to offend. But if there were, I would try to go fellowship with them so I could even learn more about it, and and give them some love and embrace them.
Does it matter to you if a god exists or not?
Well, at this point, no, it doesn't. There was a time, but now I think everything is going to be all right, no matter what the news says, or no matter, I think right now, everything's good. I'm in the moment and things seem to be okay right now. So, I think, there is a God in my life right now, and it's me. And the reason that is because I have a 20-year-old Chihuahua that's blind and deaf, and so I have to coddle her and take her to work with me and stuff. So she knows me as the only higher power, or us, my wife and I, and our son Tom. We're like her higher power. So she's our dog, and we're her gods. She's actually our god, and we're her dogs. See how that works? It's interchangeable.
Blake is asking if you are a god's pet. Is there a god that you are a pet of? Like your dog is a pet of you?
Well, I'm trying to be nice to all of them so that, like, when the time comes, like, if any of them are real, that they'll be like, oh, I remember you. You were cool with me, So, like, I'm trying to, like, Allah, okay, you're cool, Allah, I love you, And the only one that I really don't want to go spend eternity with is the Abrahamic God, the jealous guy,
Isn't that also Allah?
Yeah. So it is actually, huh? That's just semantics. The Allah, Jehovah, Yahweh, Brahma. Oh no, actually, I don't know. Brahma.
Would Brahma be the same?
Well, maybe Brahman. Yeah. I don't think so. Maybe Brahman's different. Shiva, Krishna. But the thing with Ahura Mazda that I find fascinating is it's self-begotten. So it's like the divine autogene of Gnosticism, like the self-begotten or the self-conceived one. So I'm finding some threads that actually they flow through a lot of these religions. Yeah, I think if I were to be something, it would be a what do you call it? A uni spiritualist or something. Yeah, that's what it is. Thanks, Jimmy. No, not Unitarian. No, isn't that a form of Christianity?
Yes, it is.
No, I wouldn't do. No, sorry.
Well, it's kind of a form of Christianity. I don't think they quite would call themselves that, but it is from Christianity.
A universalist, maybe, or like I would like to try.
Omnist?
I think.
There you go, an omnist. Yeah. I'd be, an omnist. Yeah, like a chameleon.
Are there some gods that would be upset with you being friends with all the gods?
I hope so.
Why do you hope there are gods that would be upset with you?
Oh, I think because at that point, if I could shake up something that powerful, it would probably pretty. For me, it would be exciting to be able to shake up a god. If I could get a god upset like that, my little puny butt, then I'd be like, see, look what I can do. I'm this little tiny being, and look what I'm doing. I'm shaking this god up,
If you were to find some evidence that a god did exist, would you worship it just for existing?
No. Anything that anything with that much authority and power, if it wants me to worship it, then it's not what it appears to be, or it's not what it's saying it is. But if there were a God that came along and said, worship me, and I think these gods, it seems like they want to make a deal. If you worship me, then I'll do this, or if you bow to me, then I'll do that, and I think, I would have to pass on it.
Why would you pass?
Oh, because I'm content. I'm happy. I've seen too many stories about, the genie, the proverbial genie that comes along and says, "Hey, I'll grant you these wishes." We know how that ends up. I'm content right now, man. Life is good. It's a beautiful day outside. The weather's perfect. Yeah, so I think I would pass because you don't know what's hidden in those promises.
What do you think might compel you to worship, or if not worship, at least venerate a god?
Oh, what could compel me to do it? Oh, well, I don't know.
That's a great answer.
Can you say more about your problem with veneration or worship?
Oh, well, so as I'm looking through the different beliefs and the way that people in history have done this, it occurs to me that uh, it's very divisive. So like we have this group of chosen people, we have that group of chosen people, and the planet. So now we have a planet um, loaded with people that have contempt prior to investigation towards other beliefs, identities, cultures, and the division is so thick now that we're like, I mean, politically and religiously, that we are on the, gosh, we could be on the brink of, well, I mean, not on the brink, actually, there's just terrible things going on there throughout history in the name of these gods. We've seen people march out and do the worst. So I don't think I want to be a part of a group of people that is saying to other people that they're wrong.
What if the group of people saying that others are wrong are only saying it to those who are wrong, who are verifiably wrong?
Yeah, I haven't found that yet. I mean, I'll keep looking, but yeah, I haven't.
You
I
haven't
haven't.
found anything that is verifiably wrong?
Well, no, I haven't found. I haven't found a group of people that know the truth. Um, and I personally, I don't know the truth either. You know, I've sat in and listened on panels about free will and the truth, and everybody seems to know the truth, and I don't know the truth. So like at this point in my life, I'm content with not knowing. It takes a burden off your shoulders when you don't know something. You know, it's okay not to know.
Is there anything it is not okay not to know?
Is there anything that's not okay not to know? Um, well, I'm going to rely on my moral compass at this point, and I'm going to keep delving into these books about mysticism and try to leave the religiosity behind and assimilate the positivity. Take what I can use, like good thoughts, good words, good deeds. The Book of Zoroaster. Um, uh, be a good doggy daddy, be a good brother, a good husband, a good friend, and just do my best. That's kind of where I'm at right now. I'm probably in error on many points, but I'm a work in progress, and I'm an old guy, so yeah, it took it. So it really it took me until I was um, well into my 40s to sober up and at that point I was still I think I was doing Sikhism when I got sober, and that's cool too. Uh, but now at this point, I think what's good is just just being a good guy and trying to be the best person I can today. If I can do that, I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm so I apologize. I have a commitment and I have to go. But
Appreciate you, Fractal. Maybe another
oh,
time we'll have more questions.
hey, if I find another God, can I come back up?
Yeah, only if you believe in it.
Oh gosh. Okay.
Or if there's a danger of you believing in it. We'll see on field. I appreciate you. I hope that you keep asking questions. We can give some W's there. He's questioning his questioning. And if anybody's got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate or argue. Not trying to burgle your gods. Just trying to see if you even can question it. And if you can, well then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Nope, wrong position. It needs lower. There you go. What is good? Not just to a dog, but in general.
Yeah.
What is good?
I mean, if you ask Conan the Barbarian, it's a really different answer.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, Joe. I don't know if you heard any of it. Oh. normally we'd be winding down. I'd have a poem ready. But we're going to go at least 5 more hours. So I wonder if there are any believers who have a belief that they believe they can believably question. If there's anybody who has a belief in a God and thinks they can question that, then go ahead and request up. I'm not looking to debate you or argue. I'm not looking to burgle your God. I really just want to know if you even can question it. And maybe I might have a few more questions for you. And we're up to 114,000 likes. That's really awesome. I appreciate everybody who's tapped the screen. And thank you guys for the 68 times you've shared the live. Of course, the more we do that, the more likely we might be able to get out to the FYP and maybe get a few more people who are curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. Joe says Conan is wrong. You mean the barbarian? Which Conan? It's very quiet down there. I think most of the people left are asleep. I wonder if there's anybody even awake in the room. Wouldn't surprise me if Kat had fallen asleep.
That also would not surprise me.
Mm-mm. Yeah, let's go ahead and set Kat down, I think. Of course, if you are awake, Kat, you can always request backup. But now it looks a little less intimidating. One less questioner up here to seem like they might burgle your God or, I don't know, decimate your belief. Kat does a lot of decimating, let me tell you. Decimating all of those beliefs.
Sure does. Taking spaghetti monsters from absurdist believers.
Cat DeWitch says, this cat is awake, but I'd rather not be. Well, I hope you do get some sleep, Cat. When it's time, of course. No, I don't have like a wish for random bouts of narcolepsy. That wouldn't be fun.
wanted to thank you, Thrayle, for playing my song. That was nice.
Hell yeah.
He plays it all the time. It's one of my favorites.
I must be asleep on it when it gets played, but it is really fun to hear it played here.
I really like it. I do tend to play it in the middle of the night, in the wee hours, when it's well, because it's one of the less likely to wake up the audience if they are sleeping. Keeps the mood, and I really like the lyrics. I really like you use a sort of chromatic descent on there, and I like that. I like that almost dissonant tone during the descent.
There is I don't, I have to figure out what chord that is. It's either is it a major seventh? It's not a major seventh, but right. And is it, there's an F that has a sixth in it, maybe? I have to analyze that chord. Right, and it's a little surprising each time, which I really dig.
I like it. I like it a lot. Yeah, one of the songs that I wrote that I'm most satisfied with has a descending chord pattern in the verses, and it uses a sort of chromatic moment of tension, and I really like that.
I'm trying to analyze it now in my head. I can't do it.
I was when I was teaching, I was very analytical, obviously, of the songs that I teach. I have to break them down into small parts that normally as musicians we don't. Well, I guess a lot of us, if we're not classically trained, don't think about some of the nuances that are actually intended in a song. So we might just do a facsimile that, seems like it might be close. But when I was teaching, I would get very detail oriented, and depending on the skill set of the student, I'd go all the way note for note, and break it down to its smallest nuances, the articulations, the little things that my brain is stopping now. I'm used to shutting down. But
Well, right. It's sort of wonderfully complex. There's this wonderful, when you're using passing notes and my keyboardist, I'm sort of lazy because my keyboardist will just sort of say, "Oh yeah, that's a blah blah blah," and he knows immediately, and I have to go note by note and try and figure out. Okay, well, I'm adding a 7, or is it a major 7? I'm terrible at it. I just like the way it feels on the guitar.
Saucy says, what did you play? I played bass, but I taught all stringed instruments. Well, I taught several stringed instruments. There's a lot more than I never taught the hurdy-gurdy. I've never played a hurdy-gurdy. I want to play a hurdy-gurdy now.
I want to play a hurdy-gurdy so bad.
That's one instrument I so desperately want to learn how to play.
The drone and the keyboard, right? So I think I could just start cranking on it. Play the keyboard.
I think there's a little bit more to it, but I'm not sure.
But I might be thinking of a
It
different.
uses strings, but there are, I think, hang on, I'll have to look.
About almost like I don't want to say piano hammers, but oh fuck, what the hell are they called? Oh, my music theory teacher is like rolling in his grave right now.
Yeah, it's like kind of like auto harp keys almost, except more of them, more options.
Yeah, it's used in Cajun music and stuff. But I don't think I've ever seen somebody play one live in Cajun music. They're like hard to get a hold of these days.
Is there any Slavic influence in Cajun culture?
I mean, there's a lot of different
I know that it's
influence.
like a big mix. I'm just curious if
But the European ancestry is more like Moorish and French from like the
French, right?
Aquitaine region, and like
Mhm.
but then there is also Islanos, which are people from the Canary Islands. So I have like some ancestors. The Quevedos are from the Canary Islands, but I don't know of any Slavic in my family, but I'm sure there are some, because like anybody who, if you have an ancestor from Acadia, you are Cajun. So there's a lot of different mixes that you can have there.
Right.
Say if you had an ancestor from Acadia that went to Louisiana, because there are like other
I was gonna say because it's
other
specifically
dispersions.
right, and I feel like the other dispersions are like where you get a lot of the like Appalachian folk and all the way up the mountain range.
Like brief colony in Illinois called oh gosh, I always get this wrong, Kaskaskia, and then some also went to, well, like some of the Haley Cajuns got exiled as far as like the Falkland Islands, and then some went and joined like the Métis in northwestern Canada and stuff. So we're all over.
think. I think we might need more music. I know I got a new song from Heretical, but I also know it's much louder than most of the songs that we play, including the carnival song, Wings of Why.
What about It's so hard to choose. I like so many.
I know, I really like Ain't Keep Up song. I'm thinking about that one.
Well, that's one. Go ahead and throw it in.
Hell yeah. And then, well, yeah, we could at least start there. Do I want a loud song that'll wake everyone up? I might, Joe. I've got one. It's just a matter of whether I want to play the loud one that will wake everyone up. We might work our way up to that.
Just gradually increase volume.
Well, or something like that. Cat says, I'm not asleep, you're asleep. Question mark. Joe, I would love to hear it. I'm very excited. Is everyone asleep? I don't think they're asleep. I think there's quite a few people awake in the comments. I think there's a few people surprised to see us even online. Hell yeah. In the meantime, I think I know just the way to start slowly increasing the volume.
question your belief. Do you have a belief in a God, a higher power, or anything like that? Request on up.
Yeah. Step in. Close the door behind you. Leave your shoes at the questions. Got a skeleton man in a handbill shed. Chalk on the walls, old thoughts all shed. Skull grin wide, no shame, no dread. Says hang up your halo, hat your cred. Dust on the Bible, dust on the Quran. Dust on that vision board, tarot in your palm. He don't rip it from you, just taps your arm. Can it stand in the storm if I pull this yarn? He got shells full of why, drawers full of how, mugs full of quiet, you can sit right now. Tax on the board, threads map your vow. Red line to the thing that you won't write down. He asks when you pray who you talking to. If they switch that name, would you still feel truth? If the rules all change, would the love come through? If the crowd went home, would it still be you in the shed with the skeleton man? Lay your faith on the table if you can. Can you walk out naked in your mind like that? If the ground got shaken, would you still stand back in the shed with the skeleton man? He the brushes off dust from your plans. Can you set that basis down in your hands? Say I don't know, I'm still not cracked. He say look, I ain't here to snatch your light. I'm here to see if you shine when I cut the hype. Flip through chapters, rituals, rites. Ask is this love or you scared of the night? You were born in a place where this God got praise. If you slid one border, would it all just change? Same sun, same lungs, same vein. So what made that voice in your head sound strange? He posed little questions like bones on a tray. Would you still choose this if no one stayed? If heaven was quiet, just dirt and decay, is kindness enough for you passion and faith? You can feel old answers start creaking, loose like a floorboard bending under finally truth. He don't laugh, don't clap, just nod at the proof. Every belief that lives can't handle the bruise in the shed with the skeleton man. Lay your faith on the table if you can. Can you walk out naked in your mind like that? If the ground got shaken, would you still stand back in the shed with the skeleton man? He just brushes off dust from your plans. Can you set that basis down in your hands? Say I don't know and still not cracked. Say maybe there's a maker, maybe just man. Maybe both dancing in the same cold fact, but the fear is the engine. You gon' crash. Love is the language you can learn. Relax, so he sits, no robe, no robes on a chair, just a rib cage, drum, heartbeat of the air. You confess, I'm afraid there's nothing there. He replied, now we starting from a place that's bare in the shed with the skeleton man. Lay your faith on the table if you can. Can you walk out naked in your mind like that? If the ground got shaken, would you still stand back in the shed with the skeleton man? He just brushes off dust from your plans. Can you set that basis down in your hands? Say I don't know and still not crack.
Lantern in the mist below. I shows the threads the forest know. You held your answers like a flame burning clear and bright, but every truth you swore was fixed flickers in the night. Maps you drew inside your mind drift like smoke in wind. Every road you thought was yours turns and bends again. quiet of the wood where the old roots wind. Others walk the hidden ways of a different kind, not by crown and not by throne, not by law or chart. Only those who saw the threads others passed apart. Lantern in the hollow air shows the patterns always there, not to guide and not to warn, only what was always worn. When the last shore answer breaks and the quiet patterns show, that is when you hear the call through the hollow in the fall. In the dark, the pages turn, ink and memory. Every path a story told in the hidden leaves. Tome of whispers, branch and bone keeps what time forgets. Every soul who heard the mist written in its steps. Lantern in the hollow air shows the ones already there, those who saw the threads beneath certainty and breath. Here and moving through the fog, older than the maps. The gods tread older paths. Even the gods tread older paths. Even the gods tread older paths. Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God, a higher power, or anything like that? Request on up.
So tell me, wise pilgrim, who carved the sky ceiling? Was it one beard, 3 crowns, or a council of smoke? Did they argue on Mondays, take Sabbaths for sleeping, or draft up the cosmos on some ale-stained oak? Did time have a cradle? Did nothing have parents? Did chaos keep minutes? Did silence have sound? If I pray in the wrong tongue, wrong day, wrong direction, do I fall through a trapdoor in the churchyard ground? Oops. What's it like to know it all from your favorite holy war? Every whisper, every war filed away like tavern lore. Tell me, what's it like to be so serenely, certainly? What's it like to never doubt while the world keeps spinning out? Did a serpent say, trust me? Did a rick grow a person? Did a flood clean the carpets or drown all the sheep? Did a star hang a sign up, Messiah, this exit? Or did someone just guess it and swear it was deep? If a scroll says I'm wicked, or the scribe loved his neighbor, is it ink that's immortal or the heart that can change? When your creed meets a question, it can't turn to cinders. Do you bind up the thinker or call him deranged? How quaint. What's it like to know it all from your favorite holy wall? Every whisper, every war filed away like time and lore. Tell me, what's it like to be so serenely, certainly? What's it like to never doubt while the world keeps spinning out? Maybe God's played eyes with suns, maybe there are none, just none. Maybe meaning's what we make in the dirt with all our mistakes. What's it like to know it all from your favorite holy wall? Every whisper, every war filed away like tavern lore. Tell me, what's it like to be so serenely, certainly? What's it like to never doubt while the rest of us wear our questions?
Banger. Banger every
Welcome
time.
unto the Batcolyte. Can you question your belief? Request on up. Do you have a belief in a God, a higher power? And you can question that belief. Request on up.
There we go. That was a fun little musical break.
That was a very adorable little, like, oh my god, what is that commercial with the opera singers?
I don't know which one you're talking about.
JG, you know the rest.
877 cash now.
Yeah, but they're not paying us, so we don't need to advertise. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
That's why I didn't finish it.
131 for the nostalgia.
Reminded me of the voice of the Grinch. Was that? No, not the voice of the Grinch. The singer. Was it Bela Lugosi?
I don't know if I ever heard Bela Lugosi sing. Unless he sang in, what was it? Planet 9 from Outer Space. Or Plan 9. Yeah, Plan 9. Where he...
No, it was the voice of whoever sang it, "You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch" in the original cartoon. I think it was Bela Lugosi.
Thrayle Raven.
What a name.
The vacuum in Brave Little Toaster.
That changes a lot of things in my mind, but He rolls his R's in that song. I was just thinking about I was singing it, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, maybe in the Discord I'll demonstrate it, but Kat says Thrayle hates me. I hate, that's a strong word. Voted you when you weren't sleeping and won't let you back. I was sure you were sleeping. What do you mean won't let you back? You haven't requested backup.
It was misattributed to Boris Karloff.